Everyone can be driven by impulse during a competition, lecturer Mueller. Being able to openly admit to one's mistakes is respectable in its own right. Mueller took out a dozen magic stones from his spatial bag and handed them individually to the participants he might have affected. This is my small token of apology, hoping to compensate for the inconvenience and risk I've caused you all. This sincere apology and substantial compensation gradually eased the expressions of the surrounding participants. Mueller's professional career might be impacted by today's incident, but at the very least, he hasn't lost credibility among his peers. In the subsequent exchanges, Ron exchanged contact tokens with every modulator present, including Mueller. Although today's competition had some twists, it unexpectedly became an excellent opportunity for networking. A successful wizard, in addition to personal advancement in power, also cannot do without an extensive network. Eve had already approached Ron, her amethyst eyes sparkling with unreserved pride. "Congratulations, Master, your performance was unrivaled. It seems everyone present today remembered your name." "Thank you." Ron smiled slightly, his gaze resting on the Lance's experiment notes in his hand. "This notebook will greatly aid my research, perhaps holding more enduring value than fame and applause." Eve nodded understandingly. "I believe Grandfather would also be proud of you. He always said, true genius lies not in flamboyant appearance or eloquent words, but in understanding knowledge and perfecting skills. Your performance today perfectly exemplified this." The surrounding audience gradually dispersed, but the discussions about Ron continued to brew among the crowd. "Did you see teaching assistant Ralph's performance? Especially that precise energy control, it was simply unbelievable." Young apprentice wearing crystal glasses said excitedly to his companion, his eyes full of admiration. "Not just that, did you notice his calmness in resolving Mueller's crisis?" The companion responded, "An ordinary morning star mage would probably have no time to think when faced with such a critical energy hybrid." Not far away, a group of tourists from afar were also discussing today's competition. "This Ralph teaching assistant is truly a surprise. I heard he's from a marginal school." Middle-aged man dressed in exotic realm attire asked. "They say he is a wizard from the Black Mist jungle," the companion replied. "Achieving this level in such a short time is indeed a rare talent. I heard he's already received a treasure level evaluation, which is close to Cassandra Tower Master's potential rating. Judging by today's performance, this evaluation is clearly well-deserved." A chubby man dressed in merchant's attire interjected. "It seems there's now another emerging talent to watch in the Central Lands." Such evaluations and praises spread like ripples among the crowd, gradually forming an initial impression of Ron Ralph. A young wizard from a marginal school with extraordinary talent, possessing superb skills and calm composure, unfazed by changes. Within the academic circles of the Central Lands, Ron's name also began to gain broader recognition. Previously, his reputation was mainly limited to the high-level circles of the school alliance, but now, this name officially stepped into a wider sphere. As the old wizard saying goes, theory is easy, practice is king. All academic achievements and theoretical innovations ultimately need to be validated by their value in practical application. And today, Ron proved his strength and insight through a public competition with actual actions. Eve smiled slightly, whispering to Ron, "Master, it seems you've successfully attracted much attention. This will be a tremendous boost to your future research and development." Fame is a double-edged sword. It can open doors to opportunities, but also attract unnecessary attention. The key is in how to wield it, rather than be wielded by it. As he prepared to leave, William and Elliot purposely came over to offer their congratulations. "Teaching assistant Ralph, your performance today was impressive," William said sincerely, a rare gentle smile appearing on his usually stern face. "Especially your calm response during a crisis, showcasing a maturity and professional competence beyond your years." Elliot nodded in agreement. "Just as you demonstrated, true strength doesn't require extravagant adornments. Solid research outcomes will shine on their own." Ron slightly nodded his head in acceptance of the congratulations and bid farewell to the two of them as well as Valen, who was waiting silently behind them. Speaking of which, I've noticed that Miss Franca hasn't appeared since the start of the competition. He asked casually while checking the energy fluctuation of the notebook. This seems a bit unusual, considering her level of protection for your highness. Eve lifted her head, a gentle look in her amethyst-like eyes. I gave her a few days off. During the Lance Festival, her father and brother came to Dawn Harbor, and they haven't reunited for several years. Ron raised an eyebrow, keenly detecting a hint of unusual arrangement in this. The Crown Clan's security standards have always been stringent, I thought. Eve shook her head lightly, a rare playful smile appearing on her face. Master, I'm actually not as fragile as you imagine. In fact, Grandfather has instilled a trace of void power in me. Even an average Dark Sun-level wizard would find it hard to cause me real harm. She glanced slightly, looking at the two floating nanny golems beside her. Franca's duty is more on surface alert and daily care. As for these two friends, their protective capability far exceeds what their surface appearance suggests. Ron didn't directly respond, but with the extraordinary recognition he activated at this moment, he was indeed able to sense the unusual energy flow within Eve. It was an ancient and powerful protective force field, like an invisible fortress tightly guarding the young girl. If one were to describe it, that energy texture was closest to the essence of the virtual shell he sensed on Other before, but more restrained and peaceful. Professor Other's foresight is truly admirable. Ron finally commented, on the surface he seems carefree, but in reality, he's extremely thorough. Eve's lips slightly curved up. Grandfather is just like that, seemingly inattentive but actually mindful in every aspect. She shifted the conversation, her amethyst eyes showing a hint of mischievousness. Just like you, Master, always so calm and composed as if everything is under control. Ron smiled noncommittally, carefully placing Lance's experiment notes into the spatial bag. Rumor had it that Lance conducted thousands of experiments on the autophagic slime monster, including attempts to fuse traits of abyssal creatures with those from the surface world. This was precisely one of the key areas of his current research. Leaving the backstage award area, Ron noticed that there were few spectators left in the competition venue, as most people had already dispersed to the various festival activities throughout the city. The festive atmosphere spread in every corner of the city. Joyful music and people's laughter echoed from afar, the air filled with various aromas of food and the energy fluctuation of magical fireworks. A familiar voice interrupted Ron's thoughts. He turned his head to see the silver-haired youth Herman leading the rest of the elite team. Hurriedly toward him, excitement evident on their faces. 6 young people made their way through the sparse crowd, quickly gathering around Ron. Herman spoke with great excitement. Master, the competition just now was truly amazing. Especially your performance in the final stage. I recorded it all with the recording crystal. That way of controlling bloodline energy. The red-haired girl Lucia immediately chimed in, her eyes shining with admiration. The precision was something I've only seen described in bloodline studies textbooks, but witnessing it firsthand is a completely different shock. Even seasoned bloodline modulators in professional laboratories might not achieve this level. Liz stood at the front of the group, holding a delicate crystal box with both hands. Her cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement beneath her cute freckles. Master, this is a gift we've prepared together, hoping you will like it. Ron's eyebrows raised slightly as he took the crystal box. As he opened the lid, subtle magic power fluctuation immediately spread. It was a peculiar pastry, presenting a subtle bluish-purple hue. Its surface was adorned with tiny sparkling crystals, resembling both a piece of art and a miniature experimental sample. Autophagic slime cake. Ron seemed slightly surprised but then understood. It's quite delicately made, but I noticed that you seem to have added some of your own understanding to the traditional recipe. Pride appeared on Herman's lean face. Exactly, it's made by combining Hellnock syrup with moonlight grass essence, not only retaining the characteristic appearance of autophagic slime, but also presenting 7 different taste changes in the mouth, each representing different energy attributes. The main ingredients are all edible-grade extracts of extraordinary plants. Albert, who was usually not very talkative, suddenly supplemented, speaking rapidly as the oldest apprentice in the group. We conducted multiple safety tests, with each ingredient undergoing detailed energy analysis. Ron's gaze swept across the faces of the 6 students, each showing a mix of anticipation and nervousness in their eyes. This pure emotion from students was precisely the most distilled source of grace. Even someone as rational as he felt a warm flow quietly pass through his heart at this moment, like the first ray of sunlight on a summer morning. "Thank you very much," he said simply but sincerely, carefully placing the crystal box into the spatial bag. "This is one of the most creative gifts I've ever received. Even from an academic perspective, the application of this multi-layered material fusion is quite ingenious." Eve stood by, her eyes full of envy. Then she nodded slightly to the 6 students. To receive such recognition from excellent and thoughtful students, Master Ron is indeed fortunate. "It's we who are more fortunate, Your Highness." This immediately responded, her voice filled with reverence. "Being able to learn from Master Ron is our greatest honor. His understanding of knowledge and way of teaching us has benefited us immensely." His words were not empty compliments. Since studying under Ron, her level in magic potion making had improved by at least 2 grades, and she had finally found an advanced path suitable for her aptitude. This substantial progress was something no false flattery could compare to. Seeing the radiant eyes of these young students, Ron seized the opportunity to invite. "Since everyone is here, why not experience some festival activities together? I remember there are many unique programs at Dawn Square." This suggestion seemed to drop a stone on the calm lake surface, stirring a ripple of joy. The students' eyes immediately lit up. Even the usually composed Herman couldn't help showing a look of anticipation. "Master, are you willing to join us? It's said that this year's Illusion Garden is particularly spectacular, utilizing brand new perception misguidance techniques. I also heard that the Elemental Dance Ensemble has brought the newly choreographed Elemental Dance, and it's said to perfectly simulate even spatial folds." Lucia excitedly added. Ron nodded slightly. Today is a festival, relaxation and celebration are inherently its meaning. He turned to Eve, with an inquisitive look in his eyes. "Would Your Highness like to accompany us?" "Of course, if this would make you uncomfortable." To his surprise, the girl almost agreed without hesitation. There was an undisguisable eagerness in her amethyst eyes. "This would be my first time personally participating in the celebrations of the Lance Festival." "Then we are honored to be Your Highness's guides." The group left the competition grounds and joined the crowd celebrating the Lance Festival. The streets of Dawn Harbor were adorned with countless colorful magic lamps, creating a dreamlike illusion. The canopy of stars flickered slightly, as if under a celestial dome. Various illusion lamps floated above the streets, each casting unique light and shadow patterns. Some were 3-dimensional displays of ancient patterns, others reenactments of important scenes from Lance's life. The air was filled with various intoxicating scents: the sweet fragrance of honey flower citrus, the richness of crystal flame roast, the freshness of star dew tea. Numerous illusion performances wove together a symphony of the senses. Stalls lined the street, showcasing an array of rare goods and delicacies only seen during the festival. "Look over there." Lucia suddenly pointed excitedly to an open plaza. "It's the performance of the Elemental Dance Ensemble." The group followed the crowd to the square. The center of the square was already surrounded by spectators, but Eve's status clearly granted them some privilege. When the crowd noticed the crown insignia of the golem around her, they automatically cleared a path to the front row. Several dancers dressed in lightweight costumes were already standing in the center of the performance area. Subtle rune patterns shimmered on their skin. It was a kind of elemental engraving, allowing the bearer to form a deeper connection with specific elements. As the music played, the dancers began their performance. Each movement was precise to the millimeter, and every spin carried deep meaning. As they danced, the 4 basic elements of earth, water, fire, and wind formed mesmerizing patterns around them. Flames turned into a phoenix circling in the sky, scattering a golden-red shower of sparks with every flap of its wings. Water flowed like a dragon weaving through, its scales reflecting a rainbow sheen. The earth element condensed into the silhouette of an ancient castle, slowly spinning in the air. While air formed countless transparent bridges, connecting all elements into a harmonious whole. Ron's gaze was focused, observing every detail intently. Through extraordinary recognition, he could clearly see how the dancers used their bodies as mediums to guide and shape the natural flow of elemental energy. This method was several times more efficient compared to traditional forced control, with much lower consumption. This is a unique skill from the Quicksand lands. Eve noticed his confusion and explained softly. They have a unique philosophical view, believing that elements are not lifeless tools, but partners with primitive consciousness. This dance is actually a form of dialogue with the elements, allowing them to voluntarily display their most perfect forms. An interesting concept. Ron nodded thoughtfully, already starting to connect this idea with his own research in his mind. Energy indeed has certain preferences or natures, and forcing against its nature often results in substantial consumption. If one can understand and comply with this nature, efficiency would indeed be much higher. Just like the principles of potion configuration our master taught us. Liz had an epiphany, her eyes shining with understanding. It's not about forcing the materials to mix, but about understanding their traits, guiding them to naturally fuse. Reducing rejection reactions and energy wastage, Herman also nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's also why our master's improved awakening potion can enhance effectiveness without increasing the materials. Because what's changed is not the materials themselves, but the way energy flows. Ron nodded slightly, feeling satisfied with the student's comprehension, already sensing the blessings beginning to flow in. This kind of ability for analogous thinking is the quality he values immensely. However, beyond this basic understanding, his mind was already contemplating deeper applications. If this compliance with nature concept could be applied to abyssal energy control, it might reduce the risk of spiritual contamination and provide new ideas for the melting furnace concept. After the performance ended, applause thundered. The dancers gracefully bowed in thanks, then ended with a stunning elemental skill as a finale. Several people raised their hands simultaneously, the 4 basic elements combined into a perfect rainbow ring. Every inch of the ring shimmered with Lance's signature rainbow glow, symbolizing a tribute to this great master of bloodline modulation. After leaving the elemental performance area, the group continued to stroll through the ocean of the festival. Eve's eyes were almost not enough, as every novel scene attracted her attention. Ron noticed that as time passed, the restraint on the little princess of the Crown clan gradually dissolved. In its place was a liveliness more akin to her actual age. "Master, look over there." Liz suddenly pointed to an arch made of shining crystal in the distance. That is the Illusion Garden, one of the most popular attractions during the Lance Festival. Ron's gaze followed her direction. Indeed, it was a marvelous structure, surrounded by various luminescent plants. Each one emitted subtle spiritual waves, capable of influencing the observer's perception and emotions. The entire area was covered by a semi-transparent, magical dome, completely isolating the interior environment from external interference. It is said that the plants in the Illusion Garden are special varieties from Fairyland, specially supplied by the King of Illusions to commemorate a friend. Herman explained, his voice filled with the unique enthusiasm of a scholar. They can release a special illusion induction, allowing each visitor to see different sights, often scenes most desired or feared in their subconscious. Fairyland, as recorded in ancient texts, is the kingdom conquered and ruled by the King of Illusions. It is inhabited by all kinds of incredible creatures, preserving many rare beasts from the divine era. And this King of Illusions is a rare female witch king. Although at the level of a great wizard, gender already means little. But the beauty of this King of Illusions has been celebrated in many ancient poems as a dream that should not exist in the world. It is said that all who witness her true visage will fall into an endless dream. This attraction sounds interesting. Eve's amethyst eyes sparkled with anticipation. Shall we give it a try? Ron thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Since it's the festival, there's no harm in experiencing it. In his view, these plant-induced illusions have their value on the level of enjoyment, but also are quite worth exploring from a research perspective. Understanding how these plants affect perception might provide new insights into his study of spiritual power. The group queued to enter the garden, and at the entrance, a gardener in work clothes handed each of them a small guiding flower. This flower emitted a faint blue glow, shaped much like a miniature water lily. "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold this heart anchor," the gardener explained, his voice weary, as the sudden increase in holiday visitor numbers had given them a significant load. "It will provide you with a stable anchor in the illusion, preventing your consciousness from becoming completely lost. If you feel uncomfortable, just gently crush the petals, and its energy will immediately sever the illusion connection, bringing you back to reality." As they stepped into the garden, the surrounding scenery began to change immediately. The original plants and paths gradually blurred, like reflections in water scattered by the wind, then reformed into a whole new scene. What each person saw was different, entirely dependent on their innermost desires. Before Ron unfolded an endless starry sky. But it was not looking up from the ground, but as if he were floating at the center of the universe, surrounded by brilliant stars on all sides. Each star was much larger than those seen in reality, clearer, more intimate with its essence. He could see the energy flow within the stars, feel the power waves they radiated outward. Most fascinating of all, those stars seemed to be alive. They were no longer distant celestial bodies, but energy entities with some kind of consciousness. He reached out as if he could directly touch those ancient lights. Star Eater's ravings, mastery experience points +1. The stars in the illusion were more intimate than those in reality, and this experience gave Ron a deeper understanding of his meditation technique traits. He could clearly feel that each star had its unique personality and preference. Like creatures with different temperaments, requiring different ways to communicate with them. What Eve saw was a vast crystal forest. Each tree was as exquisite as a work of art, its trunk made of transparent crystal, with colorful magical streams flowing within. The leaves were carved from solidified moonlight, producing crisp bell sounds in the breeze. And within this forest, a young white deer ran and leaped freely. It bore no pain from demon devouring, no responsibilities from the Crown clan, only pure, unrestrained joy. "Is this what freedom is?" Eve murmured softly, her amethyst eyes filled with tears, a mix of reluctance and hope. Leaving the illusion garden, everyone's face bore different expressions. Some were full of wistfulness, some were excited. Some were deep in thought, while others had blurred tear marks. This experience was both entertainment and an exploration of the depths of one's heart. "What did you see?" Albert couldn't help but ask curiously. "I saw a vast, boundless library," the always mature silver-haired youth Herman answered softly, blinking as if he still didn't want to awaken. "Every book is imparting to me knowledge of a higher level of mysticism." "I saw my hometown," Lucia continued, her voice filled with deep longing. "That crimson field and the various strange creatures running through it. I haven't returned for 3 or 4 years." "I saw an endless starry sky," Ron answered briefly without further explanation. After all, that was a personal revelation for him, not needing to share too many details with others. Eve smiled slightly, her amethyst eyes full of mystery. "I saw freedom." Simple words, yet they conveyed the endless yearning in the heart of the black-haired princess. At this moment, a clock tower in the distance chimed 7 times, heralding the arrival of night. The lights of the entire Dawn Harbor illuminated. Not ordinary firelight or magic lamps, but countless tiny magical stars. Like scattered star fragments upon the earth, draping the whole city in a dreamy silver veil. "It's about to start," Herman suddenly pointed excitedly towards Lance Square in the distance. "The Feast of Light. The finale of the Lance Festival." Ron looked in the direction he pointed, seeing a densely packed crowd already gathered in the square, with a performance area isolated by a special magic array at the center. Dozens of wizards wearing robes of various colors were making the final preparations there. "We must quickly find a good spot," Lucia urged, her eyes full of anticipation. This year's scale is larger than previous years, and it is said that the performers involved are all at the level of senior modulators. Eve seemed to be infected by this excitement too, as the nanny golem gently lifted the slightly immobile girl, moving quickly forward with the group. The group moved through the streets to Lance Square. When the crowd recognized Eve's identity, they naturally formed a path, allowing them to easily reach the front row viewing area. Ron noticed that the two nanny golems remained ever vigilant. Their energy cores were in a highly active state, ready to respond to any potential threat at any moment. Long horn sound echoed, and the noise of the square quieted immediately. All eyes focused on the performance area. As a dazzling white light flashed by, the performance officially began. Dozens of beams of different colors shot up from around the square, each representing a specific type of energy. These beams converged high above the center, forming a massive energy vortex, like a mysterious eye opening. The vortex slowly expanded into a giant light ring with a diameter of over several hundred meters. The energy within it constantly changed, forming countless small patterns and runes, each with its unique meaning. Some represented Lance's early experimental records, others his most famous theoretical formulas, and some were the outlines of various strange creatures he created. That's Lance's chronology, Eve explained softly. Legend has it that throughout his life, he created over 3,000 different biological variants, completely rewriting the foundational theory and practical methods of bloodline studies. Lucia suddenly exclaimed, pointing at an emblem pattern in the light ring. That's the 3 cycles, one of Lance's most important theories. Ron's gaze was firmly drawn to the emblem. It was a complex pattern of 3 snakes biting each other's tails, representing the eternal cycle theory of energy, matter, and soul. This theory posits that all forms of existence are in endless cycles. Energy transforms into matter, matter nurtures the soul, and the soul guides energy. This is one of the core foundations of bloodline modulation, as well as the core knowledge imprint symbolizing the field of bloodline studies today. The light ring continued to shift various patterns, each drawing rounds of astonishment from the audience. Finally, the light ring began to shrink, the energy gradually condensing into a lifelike human figure projection Lance himself. This projection, nearly 100 meters tall, was composed of pure magic power, yet with astonishing detail. That solemn face, eyes deep as an abyss, revealed an eternal craving for knowledge. The recording crystal pen that was always in hand was perfectly recreated. On the path of pursuing knowledge, never fear failure. The projection began to speak, its voice resonating throughout the square. Every failure is the cornerstone of success, every mistake a step toward truth. Only through eternal seeking can we illuminate that dark wilderness of ignorance. This was one of Lance's most famous maxims during his lifetime, revered by countless scholars. In the final stages of his life, even when afflicted by an evil curse, he persisted in his daily experiments and recordings. Ultimately, before completely perishing, he completed his most important work, Bloodline Origin Theory. As the maxim concluded, the projection slowly dissipated, transforming into a sky full of stars, showering everyone participating in the celebration. These light points, upon touching people, created a subtle warmth, as if the flame of Lance's wisdom kindled for a moment in everyone's hearts. As the performance ended, thunderous applause arose from the square. It was an indescribable experience. I participate in the celebration every year, yet never tire of the ending performance. Herman sighed softly. After all, each year's presentation is different. This added, her voice full of longing. It said that each participant adds their own unique elements and interpretations to Lance's theory based on their understanding. Perhaps one day, the master will have the opportunity to join this exhibition. Ron nodded silently, his gaze gently sweeping over the Lance's experiment notes in his hand. It was late at night, and the celebration was nearing its end. The students reluctantly bid farewell to Ron and Eve, agreeing to meet again tomorrow, then each returned to their dormitories. "Thank you for your company today, Master." Eve lowered her head slightly before boarding the Silver Feather aircraft and said softly, "This is the happiest day of my short life. No burdens, no pain. Just pure relaxation and joy. No need to be polite." Ron's face bore a rare gentleness. Witnessing the growth and joy of students is both a responsibility and an honor for the mentor. He watched as the aircraft slowly ascended and disappeared into the night sky, before returning to his residence with Alan and Dale. Upon returning home, A softly glowing blue envelope was quietly floating in the center of the living room. This is a unique magical communication from the Crystal Tower, usually used to deliver important notifications. Ron reached out to retrieve the envelope. The energy fluctuation indicated it was news from the academic review department. He opened the envelope, took out the parchment inside, quickly browsed through its contents, and his lips curled slightly upward. The master seems to be in a good mood. Alan keenly noticed the change in his expression. Is it good news? My paper passed the second round of reviews. Ron explained briefly, his eyes showing a sense of satisfaction. The final contribution points have been determined to be 1,200, and selected excerpts will be published in the New Scholar Monthly, which is one of the most influential secondary academic journals in the Central Lands. Congratulations, Master. Alan and Dale both congratulated him in unison, bringing a festive atmosphere back into the room. After patting the little sea siren on the head and letting the two alien servants go about their own business, Ron carefully stored away the glowing blue envelope. He moved to the sofa in the center of the study, lightly pressed his palm to his temple, and closed his eyes. In his consciousness world, the ever-expanding library of consciousness emerged. The neatly arranged knowledge on the shelves flowed and flipped. Along with his thoughts, academic publications and school systems. He called softly in his heart, prompting a row of specialized books to float out from the shelves. In his consciousness space, they automatically opened, displaying related memories and information. The New Scholarly Monthly, an academic journal jointly founded by 3 associate professors, is quite reputable among the secondary journals in the Central Lands. Ron's thoughts extended along the academic publication grading system, organizing relevant information in the Library of Consciousness. In the Wizard Academic Circle of the Ring Abyss Continent group, the rank of publications is strictly divided, directly impacting a wizard's academic status and influence. The highest level is undoubtedly the Monument of Truth. This level has surpassed the scope of regular academic publications, becoming a special record like the Wizard General Record. The works published therein are all pioneering achievements made by full professors, essentially the creations of great wizards. These achievements are often recorded into wizard history, even past hundreds or thousands of years. These papers are still referenced and discussed repeatedly, with potential direct influence on the development direction of the Wizard Society. It's said that the library in the Crystal Tower holds several complete sets of the Monument of Truth, and only lecturers have the privilege to consult them. Thinking of this, Ron's slightly satisfied mindset calmed down. Being able to publish a paper in a secondary journal is already quite an achievement. But compared to those true academic pinnacles, this is merely the first step on a long journey. Next in rank are the primary journals, which are the core publications of the 7 major schools. Each school has an official journal for their specialty area, representing the highest academic achievement of the school in that field. Publishing an article in these journals requires at least associate professor level work, indicating that the author has reached a master level in a particular subfield. As the most central wizard organization of the Ring Abyss Continent group, the 7 major schools hold an irreplaceable authority in their respective domains. 1. Crystal Tower, the leader among the 7 major schools. Almost all significant breakthroughs impacting the wizard world can find their initial inspiration source in the experimental records of the Crystal Tower. The corresponding core publication is Deconstruction. 2. Elemental Garden, a reputable institution regarding elements, cultivating thousands of elemental creatures in its unique ecosystem. Each zone simulates different extreme environments, ranging from volcanic lava to polar ice fields, providing unparalleled experimental grounds for elemental research. The corresponding core publication is Crown of Elements. 3. Dark House. Despite its name being Small House, it is actually a vast underground complex. Specializes in researching stealth techniques, illusion techniques, and spiritual influence. Most of its members operate in secrecy. The corresponding core publication is Shadow Research. 4. Tower of Vibrations. The Hall of Sound Research. The tower itself is a massive tuner, capable of producing and absorbing sound waves of various frequencies. Its most renowned accomplishment is resonance theory, using sound as a bridge connecting different dimensions. The corresponding core publication is melody and harmony. Each school has its unique characteristics and areas of expertise, collectively forming the foundation of extraordinary knowledge in the Ring Abyss Continent Group. Publishing in a primary journal already means gaining significant recognition in that field. Ron mused in his heart. Generally speaking, it's a prerequisite for being promoted to associate professor. Then there are secondary journals, typically co-founded by a full professor or several associate professors, with permission and review from the school alliance. Although not as authoritative as primary journals, the quality remains high, with most articles being outstanding research results below the associate professor level. Finally, tertiary journals, mostly self-founded by small to medium wizard organizations outside the central lands, and their content quality varies greatly. Even with contribution points rewards, they usually do not exceed 200 points. Though these journals have low quality, they still play an irreplaceable role as channels for spreading knowledge, especially for those remote areas away from the central lands. The new scholarly monthly that he is about to be published in focuses on interdisciplinary innovations in alchemy, bloodline modulation, and magic potion making, serving as a vital platform for the young generation of wizards to showcase their talents. To have his paper published in such a secondary journal within half a year, even in an academic haven like the Crystal Tower, it signifies a rapid rise. Many veteran wizards who have been working hard for years may not achieve such accomplishments. Ron nodded slightly, a faint sense of satisfaction rising from his heart, quickly subdued by his rationality. Any emotional satisfaction is temporary, the real value lies in the growth of power brought by knowledge itself. The letter not only informed him about his paper's contribution points and selective publication in the new scholarly monthly, it also invited him to visit the review department when convenient to discuss specific matters regarding the publication of his paper, and further optimization plans for the mobile simulation battle device and discussion on the school alliance's investment in his projects. Investment from the school alliance, Ron's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. He picked up the feather pen on the table and wrote on the reply paper, "Dear Review Department, thank you for your recognition and invitation. Due to limited work during holidays, I will visit the review department to discuss related matters after the holiday, on the first day after class, i.e., Wednesday afternoon." After finishing, he infused magic power into the letter paper. The sheet immediately folded into a delicate paper crane and flew out of the window, heading towards the mailbox. Having dealt with these matters, Ron finally had time to settle down and carefully study the acquired Lance's experiment notes. Although this notebook was just a replica, the craftsmanship was exceptionally fine, with every page bearing special energy imprints, as if retaining some kind of spiritual imprint of the original author. The pattern on the cover, a semi-transparent sphere floating in a beaker, changing with the angle of the light. It presented different depths, like a living creature breathing quietly. The first page of the notebook contained a brief preface. The handwriting, though messy, was full of force, as if one could feel the author's emotions at the time of writing through the paper. Life, that eternal puzzle, is both fragile and resilient. We try to understand it, transform it, yet often forget to respect its inherent rules and essence. These notes record not only my successes, but also my failures and reflections. May those who come later glimpse a corner of the mystery of life, and always remember, a true modulator is not a conqueror of life, but a humble learner. Upon opening the first page of the notebook, Ron was immediately drawn to the crimson warning words. Abyss Modulation Experiment Log, recorded by Lance Hewitt. Warning: this notebook involves Abyss experiments. All content is for reference only. Do not attempt to reproduce without proper protection. Below the warning was Lance's personal seal, a ring-shaped symbol formed by 3 intertwined snakes, representing his famous 3 cycles theory and the book seal of the Court of Truth's inspector. The following content was a research log arranged in chronological order, recording Lance's entire process from initial concept to final success. Eternal calendar, 12,876. Today marks the beginning of the Fusion Life project. Conventional bloodline modification and modulation methods are always limited by the biological acceptance threshold, unable to break through fundamental limitations. However, if it is possible to create a brand new life form, redefining life's organizational method and energy cycling system from the essence might achieve unprecedented breakthroughs. The first step is to find a sufficiently plastic basic life form. Ron continued reading, as Lance's notes detailed how he, then a Dark Sun wizard, sought suitable basic organisms through various means. Ultimately, during an otherworld development project, he exchanged with a great wizard for a peculiar slime creature. This creature had no fixed form, could freely change its appearance, and possessed extremely strong environmental adaptability. Eternal Calendar 12,927. After several years of domestication and experimentation, the membrane-like phagocytic material can now stably exist in our world. However, its assimilation ability is too strong, almost devouring any biological tissue it contacts, which is both an advantage and a challenge. The next step is to bring it into the Abyss third floor for brief energy immersion, hoping to guide its traits to develop in the desired direction. In the notebook, Lance described the hierarchical structure of the Abyss in detail, particularly from the third layer, Black Sand Wilderness, where a significant time flow difference from the outside world started to appear. Third floor Black Sand Wilderness. The obvious reality distortion begins to manifest. The flow of time differs from the outside world, with an internal day approximating 3 external days. The mutation speed of organisms in this environment significantly accelerates. The mutation direction starts to be guided by the environment's will. Interestingly, the black sand itself seems to possess a kind of collective consciousness, capable of influencing the mutation direction of all life forms within range. Fourth floor Twisted Jungle. The rules of reality become greatly loosened, and the time flow further distorts, with an internal day approximating 7 external days. Organisms in this environment will quickly undergo fundamental mutations, possibly completely altering their biological classification. Plants may turn into animals. Animals may take root and sprout. What's amazing is that most of these organisms can maintain life functions during their mutation process, similar to gradual evolution, rather than collapse and death caused by abrupt mutation. Sixth floor and below, extremely difficult to reach and return from. According to limited observations, the Abyss regions starting from the 6th level seem completely detached from the physical rules we understand, becoming a kind of conceptual environmental existence. The time flow can reach dozens of times or even higher, with one internal day potentially being equivalent to several months externally passing. Another direct characteristic is that this environment will distort the concept of living beings. For instance, the concept of a bird might be twisted to a creature that can both fly and breathe underwater, and the individual will automatically reshape according to the new concept. This time flow difference is both a gift from the Abyss and part of its curse. Gift-curse. Ron, with some doubts, continued to browse the subsequent content. The Abyss is an excellent experimental site. When conducting meditation or other extraordinary cultivation, one can also gain the corresponding time flow multiple bonus. Starting from the 6th layer, this special bonus reaches a terrifying degree. Yet the accelerated time flow does not consume one's lifespan. The price is equally heavy. The abyssal curse intensifies with each change in time flow, ultimately leading to irreversible distortion. I once witnessed an explorer from below the 4th layer, using a transition device to quickly return to the outside world, being cursed and mutated into a horrific monster the instant he returned to the surface. Therefore, whenever the time flow changes, extra caution is needed, and it's best to return slowly, giving oneself a transition period. Ron felt a chill at this discovery, the accumulation of pollution exploding several times over in an instant. Yet even so, there are countless explorers rushing in, showing just how tempting it is. The main reason is that even with the change in time flow, one's lifespan does not rapidly diminish. Just like Corina, Maxim, and Reynolds, a single successful exploration could set one far ahead of their peers. The later notes continue to describe how Lance brought the membrane-like phagocytic material into deeper layers of the abyss, allowing it to absorb energy in the special environment, gradually mutating. To solve some problems, I brought the membrane-like phagocytic material into the abyss fourth layer for transformation experiments. Under the pressure of such a twisted environment, it gradually developed the ability to self-stabilize, maintaining its structural integrity while absorbing external energy. But the true breakthrough came from an accident. When I mixed this refined membrane-like phagocytic material with a native slime mold from the abyss, instead of repelling each other as expected, they fused into an entirely new life form. This is the prototype of the original autophagic slime monster. Ron quickly flipped through the pages detailing the traits of the slime monster and the experiments, as he was already familiar with this content. Subsequently, Lance's next idea immediately caught his eye. After the success of the slime monster project, I began to conceive the next goal to create a true active blood harmony medium. Unlike the slime monster, which can only passively show bloodline quality, this medium would actively participate in the bloodline modulation process, automatically correcting imbalances in energy flow, greatly improving the success rate and upper limit of modulation. Theoretically, if this medium could be successfully created, it would completely change the way of bloodline modulation, enabling even inexperienced beginners to complete relatively complex modulation tasks. More importantly, it may provide new possibilities for those bloodline fusions deemed impossible. I call it the key of harmony. The preliminary theoretical framework has been completed, but there still are many technical challenges for its actual creation. The primary issue is to find a suitable foundational life form, which must possess extremely high adaptability and self-reconstructive ability. The King of Illusions suggested considering some special creatures from her realm as a foundation, as these creatures naturally have morphological variability and high adaptability. Flipping a few more pages, the tone of the notes subtly changed, becoming more cautious and somber. Eternal calendar year 13,782. Trouble has arrived. Whenever I delve deeply into research, I always feel a cold gaze piercing through the dimensional barriers, directly into my soul. I suspect it is him. The evil curse has taken effect, and I can feel my life energy slipping away bit by bit. The medical wizards are helpless. Even the most advanced healing magic can only slow the spread of the curse, unable to eradicate it completely. According to the King of Illusions, it is an ancient curse from the otherworld, which gradually erodes the victim's spiritual core until the soul is entirely dissipated. The saddest part is that I clearly know how little time I have left, yet so many of my research plans remain unfinished. The following pages recorded how Lance continued his research diligently in the final stages of his life, trying to complete as much work as possible within a limited time. He meticulously recorded further improvements to the autophagic slime monster and a series of unfinished ideas. Eternal calendar year 14,001. Time is running out, I must make a choice. There are too many incomplete ideas, but energy is limited, so I decided to document the most important ones first. 1. The preliminary framework of soul resonance technology. This technology could be the ultimate breakthrough in bloodline modulation, allowing the operator to directly influence the recipient's soul structure, rather than being limited to physical changes in the bloodline. 2. The theoretical foundation of consciousness archiving. This is a bold idea conceived with the King of Illusions. We are attempting to create a method to permanently preserve consciousness, possibly a key step in overcoming soul decay. 3. Refining the prototype of the key of harmony. This is currently the most likely project to succeed. I have completed the basic research. The breakthrough lies in finding, or creating, a foundational life form capable of carrying this reconciliation ability. Ron could hardly conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Lance's ideas were even more bold and grandiose than he anticipated, especially the consciousness archiving technology. He actually intended to solve once and for all the problem of soul exhaustion that even the Witch King, or perhaps even the demon gods, might be helpless against. The last few pages of the notes were Lance's final testament written at the end of his life. Eternal calendar year 14,005. The flame of life is about to extinguish. This will be my final record. My research has reached the current feasible limit, but there are still so many unfinished ideas and dreams. I hereby formally declare, if anyone in the future can truly understand and inherit my research concepts, completing the ideas I could not finish, they may present this note in Fairyland, requesting my most respected friend, the King of Illusions, to receive my remaining virtual relics. May the light of knowledge never be extinguished. Lance Hewitt on the last day of his life. This final page's handwriting was noticeably more tremulous and disordered, showing that the author's physical condition was already extremely poor at the time. But even in the final moments of his life, Lance still maintained an infinite passion for knowledge and exploration. Ron slowly closed his notebook, a wave of indescribable complex emotions surging in his heart. Lance's research experiences and philosophy, as well as his spirit of not giving up his pursuits when facing death, left a deep impression on him. The key of harmony concept is something that can be referenced in many areas. It's the only part that can be tentatively tried at present. As for soul resonance and consciousness archiving, there's no need to consider these before becoming an ancient alchemist. His eyes glimmered with a light of thought. Additionally, there are some projects I can start on now. Naturally, Lance's experimental notes were not only filled with overly grand designs. For Ron at this moment, the most important part was indeed providing the most orthodox autophagic slime monster modulation process. In Lance's notes, it was emphasized that a seasoned modulator aiming to advance to a true master of modulation must start by cultivating their unique autophagic slime monster. Ron's mind raced, integrating the information from Lance's notes with his existing knowledge, especially regarding the detailed descriptions of the various layers of the abyss and the specific data on the differences in time flow. These were extremely valuable practical information. Combining Lance's insights on how the abyssal environment influences biological mutations, he gained new understandings of some of his previous doubts. For the next few hours, he immersed himself in various concepts and theoretical deductions. He could feel his understanding of bloodline modulation rising to new heights. The theories on energy balance and adaptive adjustments in Lance's notes provided him with entirely new ideas and methods. Bloodline shaping mastery. Experience points +1. Bloodline shaping mastery experience points +1. Bloodline shaping mastery experience points +1. Until late at night, when the last glimmer of light outside the window went out, Ron finally stopped his thoughts, putting away his notes and drafts. The time flow differences of the abyss, the modulation possibilities at the soul level, and the potential connection with the King of Illusions. There is still much to do tomorrow, he whispered to himself, then closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden hue over the room. Ron had long since finished his meditation and was sitting at his desk, continuing to work on his thoughts from the previous night. Holding a piece of crystal, he activated it in a special way, causing a thin membrane of energy to appear on its surface, reflecting the contents of his notes from last night. This convenient method of recording and reviewing is technology unique to the Central Lands, far more efficient than flipping through physical notes. Lance's soul resonance theory. Ron concentrated on reading the flowing text on the crystal's surface. The crystal displayed the core ideas he distilled from Lance's notes the previous night, the essence of soul resonance technology. It involves establishing a special energy channel between the operator and the receptor. This enables the operator to directly perceive and influence the receptor's soul structure, rather than being limited to material-level bloodline changes. If this technology succeeds, it will completely break the current limits of bloodline modulation, allowing pure blood transformations and even the repair of deep bloodline pollution and defects. This has an essential similarity with my melting furnace concept. It could be used as a reference. Ron gently rotated the crystal, switching the surface content to his own conceptual notes. The core of the melting furnace concept is to create a special furnace structure that can separate and not affect itself, making it capable of absorbing, transforming, and purifying various pollutants, while feeding the purified energy back to the user. Though the two technologies have different starting points and goals, their methods in soul-level operations are remarkably similar, seemingly touching on some more fundamental soul principles. Perhaps this is not a coincidence, Ron began to ponder carefully. Perhaps all research on the soul ultimately points to a single essence on a deeper level. However, his current level of accumulated pollution is still within controllable limits. After all, the blessing supplementation and the pocket watch's reset capabilities are continuously exerting forces, plus the previous pollution was removed after advancing to Morning Star, so at least for the next 1 or 2 years, he doesn't need to worry excessively about these issues. Therefore, he should focus on more urgent matters now, such as continuing to perfect and initially attempt the simulation device, and putting more effort into enchantment to secure employment in a new profession as soon as possible. Ron opened his eyes, placed the crystal back on the table, and directed his gaze towards the gradually brightening sky outside the window. The lingering ambience of the festival was still floating in the town, with the street decorations yet to be removed. Some young apprentices, who had just finished an all-night celebration, were dragging their weary bodies back to the dormitory in the morning light. Even in the most rigorous academic environment, students are still like this. He sighed, his tone carrying a fellow feeling from personal experience. When he was a student, he too indulged in day and night revelries during holidays, although his means of pleasing himself were limited to the dorm and home. Ron stood up, walked to the balcony, and took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. Even on holidays, he had to adhere to a strict routine and research plan. Just as he was about to return to his study, a soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Master, breakfast is ready." Alan's voice came from outside the door, gentle like a breeze. "Okay, I'll be right there," Ron replied, taking one last look at the crystal in his hand before leaving the room. In the dining room, a sumptuous breakfast had been neatly set. Compared to the Black Mist jungle, the ingredients in the central lands were undoubtedly richer and more refined. Various rare magic fruits, and specially bred meats, could provide energy and nourishment far beyond ordinary foods. Alan stood beside, her green silhouette especially vibrant in the morning light, while Dale floated by the pool, her large eyes mischievously eyeing the food on his plate. Ron forked a piece of grilled meat, teasing the little sea siren in the pool. "Is the master's recent research going well?" the tree spirit softly inquired. Feeding the grilled meat into Dale's mouth, Ron nodded gently. "There's been some progress." He didn't elaborate, but Alan was used to her master's concise way of communication. As Ron's capable assistant, she knew when to ask, when not to, and how to provide support in the appropriate way. "Alan, I'm quite interested in Lance's notes on cultivating the autophagic slime monster," Ron said while enjoying his breakfast. "Help me organize the ways to acquire related materials, and see if there are any channels within the Crystal Tower through the Masters to directly purchase the materials." After his pocket workshop was officially set up, he moved from the previous temporary suite to the current 2-story building. It must be said that the residence he meticulously constructed exudes a heartfelt sense of thoroughness and familiarity in every inch, enhancing both his work and cultivation efficiency significantly. By the time Ron completed his routine magic training and various chores, the afternoon had arrived. The tree spirit had already collected the relevant information Ron needed through the badge of permission he provided. "Master, the Crystal Tower does indeed offer a mentor channel to purchase rare materials, but the prices are somewhat uneconomical." Alan spoke softly, rolling a sheet of crystal film towards Ron. "This is the list of materials and procurement channels I've compiled, based on the latest quotes from the Internal Resources Network." Ron scanned the floating information on the film, his brows slightly furrowed. The crystal film detailed over a dozen basic materials and 3 core catalysts needed to cultivate the autophagic slime monster, with each item's annotated price being astonishing. 600 magic stone fragments per standard unit. Even the basic materials are so expensive." He murmured softly, fingers tapping the film highlighting a few special materials. "These abyssal materials are even more outrageously priced. Just void mucus alone costs 200 to 300 pieces." Comparing to when he bought the mass-produced model of basic slime monsters from the slave merchant, it was like day and night. But upon closer thought, it becomes understandable. After all, those were the lowest-end mass-produced products, merely sufficient for single use. Moreover, these privately cultivated slime monsters are more conducive to experimental modulation. In terms of lifespan, as long as there isn't an excessively absurd hybrid modulation leading to a catastrophic explosion, a slime monster should last 1 to 2 years without major issues. Price-wise, it exceeds the budget you previously set for me. Alan nodded. However, I found an alternative channel. The Abyssal Observation Station's quarterly material exchange will begin next week, where numerous explorers bring back original samples that might be priced 30% lower. You may be able to acquire some through Wizard Reynolds' channel. Ron nodded thoughtfully, continuing to browse through the list. Breeding an autophagic slime monster is a necessary step towards becoming a master of modulation, yet the current funds are indeed tight. Although contribution points from the school have arrived, he does not wish to exchange these precious contribution points for such basic experimental resources. Let's wait until the review meeting concludes to make a decision, he finally said, while picking up a bottle of prepared nutrient solution, handing it to Dale, who was eagerly looking at him as dinner. I plan to perfect the simulation battle device today. Keep the material list for now. Has your device already entered the final debugging phase? Alan asked softly. As his capable assistant, she had been closely following every step of progress on this important project. Yes, the core has reached over 95% stability. Ron's face showed anticipation. Today I can attempt the first complete experience. After sending Alan off to work, Ron headed straight for the laboratory upstairs. This was his carefully arranged private workspace. Compared to the rudimentary workshop from the Black Mist School days, the equipment here was of a remarkably higher caliber. In the center of the lab, the device standing half-man high was emitting a soft blue glow. Its appearance had noticeably transformed, more compact and refined, losing the roughness of early prototypes. Its surface was densely engraved with precise runes. Every mark was carefully calculated to create a complete and efficient energy recycling system. The core of the device remained the transparent crystal ball, with Axe's soul fragment suspended within. But now, that fragment was no longer a vague energy blob. It formed a miniature Tiger Man's silhouette, only the size of a fist, yet lifelike. Ron walked slowly around the device, carefully inspecting every energy node and connection circuit. Energy flow is stable, nodes show no signs of overheating, the core soul fragment's activity level is up to standard. He murmured inwardly while using spiritual power to probe the subtle energy changes inside the device. After so many days of nurture and improvement, the device had surpassed the first version plan. Applying advanced alchemy theories from the Crystal Tower, he redesigned the energy collection and utilization system, effectively doubling the device's energy efficiency. Preparing to attempt the first connection, Ron took a deep breath, activating the auxiliary seat beside the device. This was a specially designed meditation chair, with a thin layer of magnetic stone skin on top. It automatically adjusted temperature and blood circulation when the user entered a deep meditative state, preventing discomfort from prolonged meditation. He sat on the chair, gently placing his hands in the specially designed grooves of the armrests, closing his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing rhythm. A spiritual power slowly flowed into the device. A strange pulling sensation emerged. It was as if something was gently drawing his consciousness, separating it from the confines of his body. Unlike typical meditation experiences, this feeling was more direct, more real. It felt like the soul had truly left the shell, stepping into another dimension. The darkness before his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a blurry, yet increasingly clear scene. A spacious circular arena, almost identical to what he experienced in the Black Mist School, but with finer details and a more realistic atmosphere. He gently clenched his fist and then released it, feeling the contraction and relaxation of his muscles. Every sensory experience as clear as reality. "Welcome back, human," a deep and familiar voice came from behind. Ron turned around to see a tall tiger man standing at the other end of the arena. Axe's image was even more realistic than last time, his fur shimmering with natural luster under the sunlight. The amber eyes were gleaming coldly, no longer possessing that stiffness peculiar to simulated modeling. Master Axe, it's been a while, Ron slightly nodded. It seems I was right, your aura has become much stronger. The Tiger Man Weapon Master walked closer, looking Ron up and down. Last time we parted you already showed rare talent, but now, you are filled with a deeper power. Ron slightly nodded. I have been promoted to an official wizard. I see, Axe realized, eyes showing deep respect. No wonder you could reconstruct this training space so perfectly. I feel my consciousness being nurtured and restored, even more complete than before. Truly an astonishing achievement, human. I'm glad to see you again. You may not know, but I chose you as the core of the simulation battle device after careful consideration. Oh, the Tiger Man's eyebrows raised slightly, revealing curiosity. Ron paced slowly in the arena. Last time we spoke, we had a great talk, and I asked your willingness. You expressed a desire to help. This kind of voluntary partnership often yields better results. He paused momentarily, looking into Axe's eyes. But what interests me most is that, as a weapon master, you represent a career path I am extremely interested in. Surprise flickered in the Tiger Man's eyes. He shook his head somewhat unbelievingly. I get it, you want not only to train here, but also to try becoming a weapon master. Such a choice really doesn't seem like something a wizard would make. Multiple development paths promote each other better, don't they? Ron smiled slightly, not explaining too much. Indeed, seeing this, Axe just nodded. Your thinking is broader than most humans. However, before we discuss this topic, I'm curious how strong you are now. Would you like to, as last time, understand each other through actual combat? Ron gently extended his right hand. With a flash of silver light, a longsword appeared in his hand from nowhere. The sword was simple in design but exquisite, emitting a cold radiance. A training sword he had specially crafted for himself after coming to the Crystal Tower. The ironwood sword that accompanied him through the tough apprenticeship period had been sealed away, remaining only as a memory. Seeing this, Axe also drew from behind the giant sword, almost as tall as a man. The blade was covered with ancient and mysterious shaman prayers, each representing some special enhancement. The current Axe was not the castrated version from the crude simulation device of the Black Mist School. Last time, you displayed amazing combat talent, letting me thoroughly enjoy myself. The Tiger Man Weapon Master assumed a combat position, amber eyes sparkling with excitement. This time, let me see what heights you can reach as an official wizard. As soon as the words were spoken, Axe charged towards Ron like a golden lightning bolt. The giant sword traced a dazzling arc, aiming straight for the head. This strike was swift and precise, imbued with the explosive power and ferocity unique to the Tiger Man. However, to Axe's surprise, Ron didn't even make an obvious evasive move. He merely sidestepped slightly, like a reed gently swaying in the morning breeze, causing the powerful and weighty strike to completely miss. At the instant Axe's giant sword swung through empty space, the longsword was already flashing like a silver lightning bolt, striking towards the Tiger Man's throat. Axe instinctively raised his sword to block, but due to an unstable center of gravity, he was a beat too slow. His keen battle sense allowed him to adjust his posture in time, but the sword tip still lightly touched his fur, leaving an almost imperceptible mark. First move broke through the defense. Ron withdrew his sword, thinking silently. It seems that after becoming an official wizard, my reaction speed and physical coordination indeed had a qualitative leap. Axe narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming more serious. Don't be too complacent, human. This is far from my full strength. The Tiger Man launched another attack, this time more ferocious, attempting to break through Ron's defense from various directions. Yet no matter how Axe changed his attack routes, Ron always anticipated his intentions half a step ahead, either evading or blocking, responding with ease. The spiritual perception that elevated after his promotion allowed him to predict the attack direction from the opponent's muscle movements and changes in gaze. Combined with the insight brought by the sharpness unveiled trait, every move Axe made seemed as if it had been rehearsed in front of Ron in advance, rendering them ineffective. The exchange lasted about 10 minutes. Axe's movements became faster, attacks more aggressive, but always incapable of posing an effective threat to Ron. In contrast, every counterattack by Ron was precise and efficient, like a scalpel cutting into the gaps in the opponent's defense. Enough. Axa suddenly took 2 steps back, raising his hand to signal a stop. Your progress exceeds my imagination. If you add the magic you excel at, I'm afraid I wouldn't last even a single round. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the giant sword in the Tiger Man's hand suddenly started showing tiny cracks, then shattered like glass, dissipating into countless light particles in the air. Even the simulated weapon can't withstand your strength anymore. Axa said with a wry smile, it seems I'm of no more value to you. No, you misunderstand. I didn't come to you just for swordsmanship training. As I mentioned before, I'm very interested in the career path of a weapon master. Axa's eyes were full of confusion, clearly having taken Ron's previous words as mere flattery. You're already an official wizard. Yet you choose to go far afield, in pursuit of a path focused on physical strength. Developing multiple paths simultaneously, complementing each other. Ron explained calmly. The path of a wizard emphasizes spirit and magic power, while a weapon master focuses on the ultimate expression of physical strength and skill. The two complement each other, able to make up for each other's shortcomings. Anyway, the physical training part has been assigned to the stand-in puppet, so exploring another path does not affect his progress in the wizard system. Axa still couldn't quite understand, but had to agree. If you genuinely intend to pursue this path, I'll tell you everything I know. Not telling him was not an option, as the soul fragment was already in the other's hands. As Axa's words fell, the scene in the arena began to change. The surrounding stands gradually faded away, replaced by a vast grassland. In the distance were rolling mountains, with several peculiar moons hanging in the sky, emitting a gentle glow. Is this the holy land of the beast race? Ron looked around, recognizing this mysterious place described in ancient texts. Yes, this is the most important inheritance ground of our race, and also the site for the final trial of weapon masters. Axa's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. I will explain everything about weapon masters to you in detail here. Axa slowly stood up, placing his broad tiger paw on Ron's shoulder, guiding him to a circular stone platform in the center of the grassland. We of the beast race call this the inheritance ring. Countless generations of weapon masters have trained, been tested, and received their inheritance here. Ron's hand lightly brushed over these runes, sensing the sedimentation of time and the pulse of power. Becoming a weapon master is not just about accumulating skills, but also a sublimation of bloodline and will. Axa's voice was deep and powerful. This is a path entirely different from that of wizards. The Tiger Man weapon master sat at the center of the stone platform, motioning Ron to take a seat opposite him. Back to the main topic. To become a qualified weapon master, you need to meet the following conditions. Axa extended a thick finger. First, your constitution must reach the level of a top-tier warrior, specifically being able to shatter rocks with a diameter of 2 meters width. Bare hands, engaging in prolonged combat while carrying more than 3 times your body weight. Each joint in your body must have flexibility, allowing at least a 120-degree range of movement. Ron silently evaluated these standards in his heart. According to the current body refining results of the stand-in puppet, he had long since surpassed this standard. Secondly, weapon proficiency. Axa joined 2 fingers together. You must master at least 3 different types of weapons. These weapons must have different traits and combat styles, such as swords, staves, and throwing weapons, and not all be similar long weapons or short blades. This requirement was indeed a bit strict, but also reasonable. A true weapon master must be able to perform at their best in various combat environments. Thirdly, and most importantly, combat intuition. Axa's eyes became exceptionally sharp. This is not an ability that can be gained through deliberate practice, but is a refined instinct from countless life and death battles. You must be able to sense the direction of killing intent before blades and swords move, discern the enemy's flaws the moment they strike. Upon saying this, the Tiger Man weapon master stood up, a sharp short blade appearing out of nowhere in his hand, which he hurled at Ron like lightning. The blade traced a silver arc through the air, moving impossibly fast. However, Ron seemed to have anticipated it, slightly tilting his body. The short blade brushed past his ear, finally embedding deeply in the ground behind him. "Very good, your combat intuition is already quite keen." Axa nodded with satisfaction. "This might be an additional benefit from your wizard training. The enhancement of spiritual power does indeed help in sensing the battlefield environment and sources of danger. However, if you truly wish to go further on this path, this is far from enough." Axa looked into Ron's eyes. "First, it's not just about mastering the use of 3 types of weapons, but reaching a state of resonance with them." His voice was deep and powerful. Resonance means that when you hold a weapon, you can sense the will and spirit of the weapon itself, establishing a kind of mental connection with it. The sensing is not limited to extraordinary weapons. Even ordinary iron can unleash unimaginable power in the hands of a true master. Do ordinary weapons also have spirit? Ron frowned slightly, as this contradicted some of the theories he understood. "Of course, but it's different from what you wizards understand." Axa chuckled softly. "Our beast race believes that any weapon that has been refined absorbs the essence and will of its creator, forming a special resonance field. This field, though weak, truly exists. A true weapon master can sense and amplify this field." Creating resonance with themselves, he extended a finger, gently touching Ron's chest. "The most critical thing is, when in battle, you can instinctively choose the weapon most suitable for the current situation and switch modes in an instant. That's the true essence of a weapon master." Ron nodded, silently noting all this in his heart. The skill sounded similar to the magic construction of wizards, both requiring precise perception and control of energy. In our beast race, weapon masters are among the most respected of the extraordinary professions. Pride shone in Axa's eyes. In the history of the beast race, more than half of those who became sovereigns emerged from weapon masters. Interest glimmered in Ron's eyes. Respect flickered in the Tiger Man's eyes. Sovereign is the pinnacle of the beast race's extraordinary professions, akin to your human great wizards. Every sovereign has reached near perfection in some aspect, serving as the spiritual backbone of the entire beast race. The Tiger Man stood up, spreading his arms as if painting a grand picture. And for a weapon master to advance to sovereign, they must master an ultimate skill known as the gap-seeking technique. Gap-seeking technique. Ron softly repeated the term. Feeling its profound mystery, it is an extremely mysterious skill. Axa's voice grew even deeper. "Imagine, when facing an opponent, being able to instantly spot the tiniest gaps in their defense or the weak points in their attack trajectory. Then, concentrating all your strength, you use your weapon to precisely hit that point." Suddenly, Axa swung a claw as if slashing through the void, and a visible ripple of energy spread out. Once you've mastered the gap-seeking technique, your attacks can ignore any defense, as you can always find the flaws in it. Against an enemy's onslaught, you can always find a way to counter it, even reflecting their power back at them. This skill can even counteract magic attacks. Martial art purely reliant on the body and technique, capable of countering magic attacks. Ron was slightly taken aback, as this nearly overturned his understanding of the power system. But mastering this skill comes at an extremely high cost. Axa's expression turned serious. You need to possess skills surpassing the usual weapon master, honing your perception ability through the baptism of blood and fire. The Tiger Man lowered his head, a tinge of regret in his voice. Because of this, even among the exceptionally gifted, only about 1 in 100 can reach the stage of gap-seeking technique. A subtle wave surged from the depths of his heart. Familiar sensation of the profession panel being updated. Detected a new profession advancement path. Weapon Master 2.5 stars. Advancement conditions. 1. Constitution above 3.0 square root. 2. Skill Cold Weapon Combat reached Master level. 3. Skill Intuitive Reflex reached Skilled level. 4. Complete 30 life and death battles. Ron continued to browse downward, discovering that the conditions for the next level of advancement had already emerged. SOVEREIGN Japanese symbol WEAPON Master, 3.5 stars. Advancement conditions. 1. Constitution above 6.0. 2. Skill cold weapon combat reached expert level. 3. Skill intuitive reflex reached master level 4. Skill gap seeking technique reached skilled level. Ron gently closed his eyes, sorting through this information in his mind. The conditions for becoming a weapon master. For him now, his constitution had long met the standard, and the life and death battles might also be accomplished through the simulation battle device. The biggest challenge lay in those two skills. Through conventional methods, training 3 different types of weapons to master level could take several years. But by leveraging the simulation battle device for focused training, plus the synergy from dual soul and extensive knowledge, along with the various benefits from the knight profession and wizard system professions, he might be able to shorten this time to about a year. As for the training process of intuitive reflex, that would be a bit troublesome. But the gains should be substantial. The sovereign above seemed too distant, something he hadn't considered yet. However, he did learn that above the master level is the expert level, which was an unexpected reward. Master Axa, I've decided to try this path. Ron finally said, it doesn't conflict with my current plan, in fact. It can be considered one of the directions I've originally thought about. Axa appeared somewhat surprised. Have you thought it through? These martial arts training sessions require a lot of time. I have some special advantages. Ron smiled slightly and didn't elaborate on the existence of the stand-in puppet. Instead, he simply said, regarding physical training, I have special methods that won't affect my progress on the wizard path. Besides, I believe that simultaneous development of multiple paths can bring unexpected synergy effects. For instance, the wizard's spiritual power training can enhance my perception of the battlefield, which is beneficial for the gap-seeking technique in terms of observation and perception. Meanwhile, the weapon master's physical training can boost my stamina and casting stability. Axa was surprised by Ron's way of thinking, but also somewhat impressed. Your thinking is quite innovative. Traditionally, wizards often focus on the cultivation of spirit and magic power, overlooking physical training, or rely on bloodline transplantation to compensate. Yet you can see the possibility of combining both. The Tiger Man weapon master stood up and faced Ron with a standard beast race martial arts salute. From today onward, I will do my utmost to teach you all the knowledge and skills of the weapon master. As the first step, I need to thoroughly assess your current level of weapon mastery and then formulate a specific training plan. Ron returned the same courtesy, and the two began to detail the training plan. Axa first conducted a comprehensive evaluation of Ron's swordsmanship. He found his foundation to be quite solid, but there is room for improvement in the application of some advanced techniques. Next, they discussed the selection of the second and third weapon. Considering Ron's physical condition and fighting style, Axa suggested that he choose a long spear as the primary weapon and a throwing short knife as a supplement. The long spear emphasizes strength and stability, capable of suppressing opponents in direct confrontations. In the future, when you forge a magic wand, you can also attach a spearhead to it, making it dual purpose. The throwing short knife, on the other hand, requires precise control and spatial awareness. It can neatly train your spiritual control techniques and assist you in accurately hitting alchemy bombs or other projectiles. Ron was pleased with this suggestion. Both weapon skills could complement his existing power system well. My breathing technique training can only be done during daylight with strong light, he added, starting to plan his schedule. The remainder of the time can only be devoted to basic body refining. For now, I can schedule these times for weapon skill training, maximizing the use of my time. Axa nodded in agreement. The order and arrangement of training are also important. I suggest practicing the long spear in the afternoon and throwing the short knife at dusk. Each weapon has its most suitable training time and environment. The long spear requires burst power and endurance, suitable for the energy-rich afternoon. The throwing short knife demands high focus and judgment, and the changing shadows at dusk can train your adaptability. Ron kept these suggestions in mind, constructing a complete training plan in his mind. After adjusting a few details, a weapon master training plan that balances efficiency and comprehensiveness was basically formed. Basic swordsmanship, mastery max, right arrow cold weapon combat, proficient 30/100. Intuitive reflex, beginner 1/50. It was time to end this connection. The prolonged mental engagement had made him feel somewhat fatigued, and he had other matters to attend to. "I need to leave now," Ron said to Axa. "Next time we meet, we will start the formal training." Axa nodded in understanding, saying nothing further. As his consciousness gradually receded, the prairie, the stone platform, and the Tiger Man's figure slowly faded, and Ron returned to the meditation chair in the real world. He opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt the abundant energy flowing through his body. This simulation connection turned out even more successful than expected, not only gaining valuable knowledge, but also paving a new path for career development. The basic functions of the mobile simulation battle device have been stabilized. Ron stood up and checked the parameters of the device. Core stability is over 95%, already capable of supporting long-term high-intensity training. However, the device's biggest issue currently is the lack of loaded enemy targets, with only this complete character model of Axa. To truly maximize the training value of the device, it requires more diverse opponents and scenarios. This step of supplementation depends on the review meeting of the school alliance in a couple of days. Ron pondered in his heart. Given the potential demonstrated by this technology and the contribution points acquired, obtaining the most basic support shouldn't be much of a challenge. He believed that once supported by the school alliance's resources, the device's potential would be further released, becoming a strong support for the joint progress of his multiple career paths. Putting down the empty cup of tea, Ron retrieved the rune memory pearl from the drawer. The crystalline crystal ball lay quietly in his palm, its interior shimmering with a faint silver light, storing knowledge silently flowing within. Next, I still need to continue advancing the study of rune magic and enchantment technique. He placed the memory pearl on a specially made stand before him. Enchanter is crucial for becoming an ancient alchemist, and no slacking is allowed. Gently injecting spiritual power, the memory pearl immediately lit up with a soft glow, the silver fluid inside slowly swirling into a miniature vortex. The knowledge within the memory pearl surged into his mind like a tide. Each fragment was clear and layered, a seasoned rune master's accumulation of insights. Frederick the lecturer was indeed generous. The content of this memory pearl far exceeded typical introductory guidance, almost encompassing the entire foundational knowledge framework of rune magic and enchantment technique. Ron was completely immersed in the sea of knowledge, his spiritual power firmly locking onto those flowing silver fragments, engraving every detail in his mind. The first thing that appeared before him was the basic classification of runes and their construction principles. Compared to what was taught in class, the content in the memory pearl was more systematic and in-depth, containing many key details not mentioned in class. Runes are essentially the solidified expression of energy, with each stroke and node representing a specific direction and change of energy flow. Frederick's voice echoed in his consciousness, clear as if he were present. The most common mistake is to regard runes as simple patterns or symbols, ignoring their intrinsic energy structure. In the memory, the construction process of a basic rune emerged. From the initial energy fluctuation, to the formation of the structure in the middle, and finally to stabilization and solidification, each step was clearly visible. This intuitive display was more helpful for understanding than any textual description. Energy runes are the foundation of all enchantments, responsible for the absorption, transformation, and release of energy. Without a stable energy source, no matter how exquisite the enchantment structure, it would be like water without a source. As the explanation continued, a series of variations of energy runes unfolded in Ron's consciousness. From the simplest energy absorption to the complex, multi-phase transformation. Each came with detailed construction steps and precautions. Control runes are the brain of enchantments, determining how energy flows and changes. The knowledge flow continued. A carefully designed control rune network can make enchanted items exhibit different effects under varying conditions, greatly enhancing their practicality and adaptability. Ron paid special attention to this part, as control runes were precisely where most beginners struggled. They not only required precise drawing skills, but also clear logical thinking and a deep understanding of energy principles. Effect runes are the final presentation of enchantments, directly determining the function and power of enchanted items. Frederick's voice continued to guide. From simple guiding mark and light up to the complex chaos convergence and breath of nothingness, each effect rune has its unique construction logic and usage scenarios. Subsequently, the memory pearl showcased practical application cases of dozens of common effect runes, covering everything from everyday items to combat equipment. Most practical areas of enchantment were included. Frederick particularly emphasized the combination principles of runes, which was the key to advancing from entry to skilled level. The effect of a single rune was limited. Only by combining multiple runes according to specific principles could one achieve truly powerful effects. Next, the memory pearl showcased some basic yet practical rune arrays, such as micro-light, stabilization circuit, and energy conversion, each with detailed construction steps and descriptions of actual effects. These are classic practice projects for rune learners, both safe and practical, very suitable for beginners to practice. Rune Magic Entry Experience Points +1. As the last wisp of knowledge flow dissipated, Ron slowly opened his eyes. The intense concentration and vast information intake, even for an official wizard like him, was no small burden. He walked to the laboratory bench and took out a set of rune tools. This was the advanced set he bought from the internal store of the Crystal Tower last week, containing rune pens of various materials, special ink, and multiple practice boards. He chose a silver-tipped rune pen and a practice board. Starting to attempt the drawing of basic energy runes, he learned from the memory pearl. The tip of the pen lightly touched the practice board, and a silver light flowed slowly with his movement, leaving delicate marks on its surface. The flow of energy must be continuous, without any break or stagnation. He recalled Frederick's guidance in his mind, his hands moving incessantly. Each stroke's energy density must also remain consistent, neither too strong nor too weak. After completing the first basic rune, Ron felt somewhat dissatisfied. Although the shape was basically correct, the energy flow was evidently not smooth enough, and the connections between lines were not natural enough. This level of rune, even if activated, would have its effect greatly reduced. Indeed, there is quite a gap between theoretical understanding and practical operation. He assessed his work. The essence of rune magic lies in accomplishing it in one go. Ron recalled Frederick's teaching again and decided to give it another try. He closed his eyes and repeatedly simulated the rune drawing process in his mind, imagining how spiritual power should flow, how energy should be transformed, and at what angle and force each stroke should be completed. After a few minutes of mental preparation, he picked up the rune pen once more. This time, without the slightest hesitation, he completed the entire rune in one continuous stroke. The result was pleasantly surprising. Though the lines were not as regular as before, the energy flow was noticeably smoother, and the rune emitted a more harmonious glow overall. This was precisely the initial manifestation of accomplishing it in one go, proving he was beginning to understand the essence of runes. Enchantment Technique Entry Experience Points +1. The experience points notification proved that his attempt was entirely on the right track. As he delved deeper into practice, he gradually found his rhythm and touch, and the runes he drew became closer to the ideal state. After several hours of intensive practice, Ron felt somewhat mentally fatigued, but the results were very noticeable. He prepared to try the simplest rune combination, micro-light. This was a small array composed of 3 basic runes. Capable of producing a persistent and stable faint glow, it is a classic entry-level practice. The core of the micro-light array is balance. He recalled Frederick's teaching. The energy rune provides energy, the control rune regulates the flow rate, and the effect rune transforms it into light. None can be omitted, and the precise proportional relationship must be maintained. He first marked the positions of the 3 runes on the practice board, ensuring their distances and angles met the requirements. Then, following the sequence of energy right arrow control, right arrow effect, he drew the 3 runes one by one. Each rune went through repeated analysis and adjustment to ensure its shape and energy density achieved the best state. The last and most crucial step was connecting the three separate runes into a whole. This required additional connection lines to guide the energy to circulate among the three runes in a specific way. These connection lines, seemingly simple, actually tested the operator's delicate control ability greatly. The width of the connection lines must be uniform, the angle precise, and the energy flow smooth. Ron focused his spiritual power, letting the silver light slowly spread among the three runes, forming a complete circuit. When the final stroke was completed, the entire array suddenly lit up with a faint glow, proving the rune combination had been successfully activated. The glow was not intense, like the first star shining as night falls, but its stability and persistence exceeded those of ordinary demon crystal light sources. Rune Magic, entry experience points +1. Enchantment Technique, entry experience points +1. Current progress, Rune Magic, entry 13/50. Current progress, Enchantment Technique, entry 11/50. At this improvement rate, it should take about half a year to break through to the skilled level. Compared to the initial progress in magic potion making, alchemy, and bloodline modulation, Ron was somewhat unsatisfied with the improvement speed in the enchantment discipline. However, since its star level is one higher than those three, the difficulty naturally increases as well. So let's take it slowly. He stood up and stretched his slightly stiff limbs. Deep within the Hall of Eternity, the atmosphere of the specimen library subtly shifted. Thousands of crystal sacks still floated in the void, most of the suspended figures maintaining an eternal tranquility. The perennial silence here was broken by an almost invisible energy fluctuation, causing the entire space to gently breathe under the pull of an unknown force. Several specific sack chambers flickered with a faint light, like phosphorescence occasionally surfacing on the night sea. Quite unexpected. Karen's voice was the first to echo in the void, those silver eyes shimmering slightly, like two small moons. The body within the silver-eyed youth sack slowly rotated, adjusting to a more comfortable conversational position. I had expected to witness a typical 36 performance, but instead, it developed like this. His tone held a hint of an imperceptible interest. Cassandra's comment about normal treatment truly shattered all my expectations. Indeed, somewhat unconventional. Mola's voice flowed like mercury, each syllable carrying a sense of flexibility, the blue tendrils elegantly dancing in the sack fluid. Especially considering Cassandra's usual focus on the interests of the Crown clan. An original wizard who can provide pure blessings should logically be kept tightly in hand. Varian's sack chamber also lit up at this moment, the surface of his dragon scales rippling subtly, like a lake's surface caressed by a gentle breeze. For thousands of years, the Crystal Tower has never let any primordial wizard go. The elder's voice was low, yet could not hide the displeasure within his words. It's either enforced contracts or various implicit bindings. That brat managed to leisurely walk through the central lands. Truly a historical wonder. He has indeed gained a significant degree of freedom. Karen nodded slightly, deep contemplation emerging in the depths of his silver eyes. But everything has a cause behind it, and I suspect it relates to Eve St. Mangi's demon-devouring symptoms. You mean that young man can affect demon devouring? Mola's tendrils momentarily halted, then danced in a more lively manner. The likelihood of that is slim. Demon devouring is essentially a rule rebound, an area even the Witch King finds difficult to intervene. But all current evidence points to this possibility. Karen calmly justified. According to our observations, a special connection seems to have been established between Ron Ralph and Eve St. Mangi. That connection does appear to alleviate Eve's demon-devouring symptoms. He squinted slightly with his silver eyes. We all know Cassandra has an almost pathological focus on her daughter. If someone can help Eve, she would pay any price. HMPH, even if it's a primordial wizard. Its blessing purity cannot affect the rule rebound level. Varian's voice remained calm, but beneath that calmness was an increasingly apparent disdain, unless. His voice suddenly lowered, as if aware of some possibility yet unwilling to delve further. unless he possesses some trait we cannot detect. The specimen library fell into a brief silence, the three suspended figures each immersed in their thoughts. Mola's blue tendrils subtly trembled. This is precisely the most intriguing part, isn't it? The scene we are witnessing might challenge our understanding of some fundamental rules of the wizard world. Her voice became smoother, like a stream flowing over pebbles. Such situations are extremely rare in history, but not without precedent. Do you remember Isaac the Restorer in the Third Era? He could alleviate the mutations caused by the abyssal curse, though not fully heal them. Isaac, Karen's voice lowered. He was a special case, and if not for an accident, he would have long since become a Witch King, possessing at least 2 Tier 1 talents. It said one of them was Purifying Touch, capable of cleansing various negative states, not formed by long-term accumulation, including one of the wizard's persistent ailments, spiritual contamination. Ron has not yet shown any signs of Tier 1 talent, at least not currently. But his original traits are indeed purer than ordinary people. Perhaps this particular quality produces an effect we have yet to comprehend. There is a possibility. Mola broke the silence again. This Ron Ralph might have some connection to the traveler. At the mention of this name, the fluctuation in the sac fluid visibly intensified. Even Mola, the strongest among those present, instinctively displayed a sense of awe when mentioning this name. Highly unlikely, Varian's response was almost reflexive. The traveler's legacy has long been thoroughly sealed by the Court of Truth, with any related items, knowledge, or even concepts strictly controlled. How could a kid from the marginal school have any connection to it? His tone carried an indisputable finality. But an attentive observer might notice that when mentioning the traveler, the scales within the sac subtly tightened, an unconscious defensive posture. History is always full of surprises. Karen said thoughtfully, I cannot deny this possibility, though the probability is extremely low. After all, Ron's rise itself defied many conventional probabilities. From a 6th-class star to an original wizard, this leap was near miraculous. Regardless, he is destined to be a variable. Mola's voice carried a hint of anticipation. For countless epochs, we've watched repeated dramas unfold within these crystal sacs. Most so-called geniuses follow predictable paths, discovered, cultivated, controlled, ultimately becoming a cog in the system just like us. But this young man, he seems to be treading a different path. This so-called different, Varian responded coldly, is nothing more than the brief radiance of a lucky one. Don't forget, he's already been marked by the abyss. How many prodigies have perished in history? Those arrogant ones who thought they could challenge the rules inevitably went mad, got crippled, died, or became awakened. Puppets controlled by the abyss. On the surface, his words stated objective facts, yet the subtle pleasure hidden beneath his calm demeanor was perceived by the other two present. Varian, you seem to always have a special view of him, Karen keenly pointed out, with a teasing gleam in his silver eyes. Is it because he follows the path of truth? Pure statement of facts, Varian's voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The dividends of the times are not necessarily symbols of true strength. Despite his calm exterior, the dragon scale within Varian's sac emitted a faint dark sheen, a silent reflection of his emotional turmoil. A great wizard walking the traditional path. How could he not harbor complex feelings towards a road he could not tread upon? Mola skillfully shifted the subject. Why haven't the anomaly catchers reacted to this anomaly? Any phenomenon that can influence rule rebound, no matter how minor, should have caught their attention. This question cast the three suspended beings into contemplation. Perhaps they are already observing in secret. Karen finally spoke slowly. Our sources of information are, after all, limited. The upper echelons of the Court of Truth, even to us inverted ones, have many blind spots. Or perhaps, Mola's voice grew deeper. The catchers have seen something we haven't perceived, some grander vision. The liquid within the crystal sacs rippled slightly, the outward manifestation of the inverted being's mental waves. No matter what, this play is far more fascinating than we imagined. Karen concluded with a voice tinged with indescribable complex emotions. A primordial wizard from a marginal school not only evaded the control of the crystal tower, but might impact a fundamental rule phenomenon. Such a developmental trajectory is rare in the past millennia. More interesting is the abyssal observation station he is about to visit. Mola picked up the thread of conversation. Other personally stationed there, clearly this abyssal anomaly is no small matter. If that young man can see some opportunity from it, it would further break conventions. Karen nodded. The abyss has always been a place where opportunity and risk coexist. Once entered, the scales of fate tilt dramatically. Rise to glory or plunge into eternal damnation. Usually the latter, Varian added in a bland tone. After all, the abyss favors no one. Well, all we can do is observe. Karen's voice carried a hint of helplessness. That is the fate of the inverted one's eternal spectators, flies trapped in amber, unable to return to reality. The statement drew the three suspended beings into a brief silence. A profound melancholy enveloped the entire specimen library, a silent protest against eternal captivity. Master Drake did not partake in this discussion. Mola suddenly said, altering the heavy atmosphere. He must be concealing information unknown to us. Master Drake knows too much. Engaging with that venerable ancient one, Varian could only comment simply. He has lived longer than all three of us combined, and if he wills, can divulge many astounding truths. But he chooses silence, Karen said softly. Perhaps because he knows too much, he is more cautious. Within this court of truth, perhaps the walls really have ears. This remark again led the three inverted beings into silence, as the light of their respective crystal sacks gradually dimmed. The specimen library returned to its usual tranquility. Those inverted figures once again became static specimens, suspended in the eternal void. Only on the Wizard General Record projection platform, Ron's name still emitted a faint golden glow. Like a distant yet bright new star in the night sky, silently heralding the prelude to a new chapter. In the deepest part of the specimen library, within Drake's transparent skull, the brain tissues flickered slightly and then returned to silence. If someone could read his thoughts, they would find a startling conclusion. Interesting. His soul does not belong here. Traces of crossing boundaries and some deeper connection. The crystal tower bathed in golden morning light. Ron strode with the morning light, crossing the central square towards the School Alliance's assessment place. He wore a long black robe, pinned with the badge of a crystal tower assistant, exuding a calm and confident aura. Passing apprentices greeted him reverently and admired him in their eyes. Mentor Ron, we've finally been waiting for you. A young face emerged from the crowd. It was Herman. He quickly stepped forward, his voice unable to hide his excitement. Congratulations on your paper being highly praised by the evaluation committee. The entire alchemy class is discussing this news. Ron nodded slightly. Facing the enthusiasm of this elite team member, his expression remained calm as ever. Thank you, but this is just the beginning. The real challenge lies ahead. You will definitely succeed. Herman's eyes sparkled with admiration. Your concept of the mobile simulation battle device is astonishing. If it can be achieved, it will completely change the way wizards train. I hope so. Ron responded briefly, then continued on his way. I have to go. The evaluation meeting is about to start. Good luck, Master. Herman respectfully stepped back, watching Ron leave. Ron's steps were steady and firm, yet his mind was racing. Today's evaluation meeting was crucial for him. It not only concerned whether he could secure research funding support, but also the establishment of his position in the Crystal Tower academic community. The evaluation meeting meant a large amount of startup research funding, which would be used to perfect and develop his mobile simulation battle device. However, after recently reading Lance's experiment notes, Ron's thoughts underwent subtle changes. Why limit it to combat training? Why not build a grander system? A groundbreaking idea floated in his mind, a virtual world of consciousness sharing. This concept was far grander than a simple combat training system. It would become a platform for wizards to exchange ideas, experiment with theories, and even explore the consciousness realm. Ron arrived at the Evaluation Center building, a hexagonal structure constructed of semi-transparent crystal, each side reflecting light and shadow from different angles. As he entered the hall, A staff member in a formal robe immediately approached. "Wizard Ron Ralph, welcome. The evaluation committee is already waiting for you. Please follow me." Walking down a long corridor, portraits of great academic masters from various eras hung on both sides of the walls. Their eyes seemed to be watching the young wizard, scrutinizing his ambition and potential. Eventually, he was led into a spacious circular meeting room. In the center of the room was a round conference table, surrounded by 6 wizards in different colored robes, 3 lecturers and 2 associate professors, representing several major academic departments of the school alliance. "Wizard Ron Ralph, please take your seat." A female associate professor gestured for him to sit in the reserved spot. "I am Minnie Weisman, the chairperson of this evaluation committee." Ron saluted the group and then took his seat. He scanned every evaluator present, capturing their expressions and energy fluctuations. Most wore gentle smiles and encouraging expressions. Only one associate professor sitting in the corner looked slightly serious, with eyes flashing with scrutiny. "First, allow me to congratulate you on behalf of the evaluation committee for your paper, receiving such excellent feedback." Minnie went straight to the point. "Especially for a teaching assistant who has just arrived in the Central Lands, this achievement is particularly commendable." "Thank you," Ron nodded humbly. "I owe it to the superior research environment and resources provided by the Crystal Tower." "You're too modest," a middle-aged male lecturer sitting to Minnie's right chuckled. "I am Rafa Tren, a lecturer from the alchemy department. Your paper's design on the energy recycling system demonstrates extraordinary creativity and a profound understanding of alchemy basics." Ron nodded slightly, showing his gratitude. "We invited you today mainly to gain a more detailed understanding of your development plan for this technology." Minnie continued, her voice gentle yet carrying undeniable authority. "Especially, how do you plan to utilize the School Alliance's funding support to turn your design blueprint into reality?" This question was exactly what Ron had hoped for. He coughed lightly, adjusted his posture, and his gaze became exceptionally focused. "Esteemed evaluators, I sincerely appreciate your recognition of my research. But before detailing the specific plan, I would like to share a grander concept, an extension based on the original paper." The atmosphere in the room changed subtly, and everyone leaned slightly forward, their expressions becoming more attentive. "Currently, the mobile simulation battle device primarily addresses the need for personal combat training." Ron's voice was calm and steadfast. "But during in-depth research, I realized that the potential of this technology extends far beyond that." With a gentle wave of his hand, a 3-dimensional projection formed by magic power appeared above the conference table, showcasing his envisioned system architecture. The traditional simulation battle system has 3 major pain points. First, the equipment is large and hard to popularize. Second, the usage threshold is high, with complex maintenance. Third, the participants are limited, offering poor interaction. Ron pointed to different parts of the projection and continued explaining. "My concept is to further miniaturize the mobile simulation battle device, making it personal equipment that every wizard or even advanced apprentice can carry." The projection changed, displaying a small hexagonal device, roughly palm-sized. "More importantly, these devices will no longer be isolated entities, but will connect through a spiritual power network to form a massive shared system. Each user can project their consciousness into this network for real-time interaction with others." The projection changed again, demonstrating the scene of multiple consciousnesses interacting, battling, and researching in virtual space. "This is not merely a combat training system, but a platform for knowledge exchange, a space for ideological collision, and a virtual world teeming with endless possibilities." Ron's voice grew slightly impassioned, his eyes gleaming with rare fervor. "Imagine an apprentice from a remote school can seek guidance from masters in the Central Lands. In this space, a researcher can vividly showcase their theoretical model here. A group of wizards can jointly simulate an abyss exploration or even an otherworld expedition. This far surpasses what simple combat training can compare to." The air in the meeting room seemed to solidify. All the evaluators were stunned by this grand concept. No one spoke for a moment, their eyes fixed on the projection glimmering with thoughts. This is quite a bold vision. Rafa finally broke the silence, his tone filled with admiration. It's almost like constructing a parallel spiritual world. Exactly, Ron nodded slightly. A second world constructed by consciousness. Of course, this requires overcoming many technical challenges. For instance, how to ensure the security of consciousness transmission, how to establish a stable network structure, how to prevent external interference, and so on. I am Chester Peel, part of the team that improved the third version of the simulation device. I must admit, the scale of this concept is astounding. The associate professor, who had a stern expression in the corner, finally spoke. His voice was low and hoarse. Lecturer Tren used the word bold to describe it. I think ambitious might be more apt. Ron turned to the associate professor, slightly bowing. It does require considerable ambition to drive such a project. But I prefer to call it vision. Vision, ambition, it's all wordplay. Chester shook his head slightly. What's important is, where did you get the inspiration for this concept? It sounds very familiar. Ron keenly caught a certain subtle change in the other's tone. Actually, part of the inspiration for this concept came from some ancient manuscripts I've been reading lately. Especially the theoretical framework regarding consciousness archiving in Lance's experiment notes gave me great inspiration. Ron noticed that when the name Lance was mentioned, the expressions of several reviewers subtly changed. Coupled with some foundational theories on mental network construction obtained from his collaboration with the King of Illusions. Before the sentence was finished, the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly shifted. Chester sat up abruptly, his eyes showing vigilance. Wait, did you mention the King of Illusions? Yes, Ron nodded, already vaguely sensing something. Lance's notes mentioned that he and the King of Illusions had jointly researched similar topics. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became heavy. Several reviewers exchanged glances, their expressions transforming from initial amazement and curiosity to caution and vigilance. Assistant Ralph, Min's tone became exceptionally formal. You seem to be quite familiar with these historical materials. May I ask, where did you acquire this information? As far as I know, most of Lance's experiment records are kept strictly by the Court of Truth and are not publicly available. Ron immediately realized that he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive area. During the Lance Memorial Day celebration, I was fortunate enough to obtain a copy of Lance's experiment notes. He answered cautiously, that was one of the rewards for the Rainbow Ring competition. Oh, it seems. There was such an event recently. Rafa's expression relaxed slightly. That notebook is a specially screened public version, mainly recording some fundamental theories and safe experiment records. So were the concepts of consciousness uploading and spiritual network also acquired from that notebook? Chester pressed on, his tone full of skepticism. Yes, but it's just a very vague conceptual framework. Ron remained calm. My ideas are mainly based on my own research and the extension of existing technology. The room fell silent again, as several reviewers exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. Finally, Min took a deep breath, a smile reappearing on her face, though notably more forced than before. Assistant Ralph, your concepts are indeed innovative and forward-thinking. However, as the review board of the School Alliance, we must consider from the perspective of practical feasibility and resource allocation. Her gaze became extremely focused. Could you specify what resource support is needed for the first stage of realizing this concept? Ron immediately sensed that the direction of the conversation had quietly changed. Originally likely to develop into a heated discussion, it swiftly turned into an objective evaluation without waves. The first stage mainly involves further refining the basic functions of the mobile simulation battle device. He collected his thoughts, returning to a more pragmatic discussion. Required resources include high-quality energy guidance materials, spiritual power stabilization devices, and some experimental site usage rights. In the subsequent hour, the discussion became extremely specific and technical, fully focused on the mobile simulation battle device proposed in his paper. His grand idea just mentioned seemed to be tacitly avoided by everyone present. As the meeting approached its end, Min and the others exchanged opinions through communications, quickly making a final decision. Based on the assessment of your research, the School Alliance has decided to allocate 50 magic stones as research funding and provide a basic set of simulation object databases for your device testing. Magic stones, this number was far below Ron's expectations. At the Crystal Tower, a standard medium-sized research project typically receives at least 100 magic stones as startup funds. This fund is strictly limited to material procurement and knowledge acquisition directly related to the mobile simulation battle device. Meanwhile, we hope you can submit a monthly progress report detailing research results and funding usage. Ron nodded slightly, his face showing no sign of disappointment. Thank the review board for your support. I will ensure this fund is utilized most effectively. One more point must be expressly stated. Sitting in the corner, Chester suddenly spoke again. Regarding the grand idea you mentioned earlier, after our deliberations, we all recommend you temporarily shelve it. That scale of a project involves many complex issues, and currently you're not at the level 2. Min coughed lightly not far away, casting a slightly reproachful look at him, forcing Chester to amend his words. Oh, indeed it should be said, please conduct a more cautious risk assessment. Ron glanced at Min again, gleaning a warning from her eyes. I understand. He responded with an unchanged expression. I appreciate everyone's advice. Indeed, every step of research should pursue a more solid path. The meeting ended. Ron shook hands with each of the reviewers in farewell. When he shook hands with Chester, Chester leaned slightly forward, using magic to transmit a message in a low voice. Young man, some theories are best left untouched, especially those that connect with the great ones. Ron was slightly taken aback, but maintained his composure outwardly. Thank you for your advice, Professor Chester. Leaving the review office building, he stepped into the glaring sunlight, filled with complex emotions. Magic stones, this amount of money, was not even enough to buy an advanced guide system, much less support the initial experiments of his grand vision. Walking on the road back to his residence, Ron's thoughts kept drifting back to the scenes at the review meeting. He carefully recollected his presentation, trying to pinpoint what exactly had touched the reviewer's nerves. It seemed that when I mentioned the concept of the King of Illusions and the consciousness sharing network, the atmosphere completely changed. He pondered for a moment and speculated the conclusion. Is it that this concept in itself violates some ethical norms, or is it that everything related to the King of Illusions is considered taboo? He recalled the vague record in Lance's notes about consciousness archiving, and Lance himself mentioned that the idea was somewhat overly bold. Perhaps this idea is not just bold, but touches upon some boundaries of the wizard world. Ron gradually began to realize, or there might be some history and hidden truths behind this that I have yet to understand. In any case, the funding of 50 magic stones and the associate professor's warning clearly indicated one thing. His grand vision would not receive any support from the School Alliance at this stage. In another light, perhaps this is not such a bad thing either, Ron reassured himself, tidying up his mood. It is indeed not prudent to push forward such a colossal plan without fully understanding the underlying risks. Fortunately, the perfection of the mobile simulation battle device itself would not be greatly affected. Despite the limited funds, he could still supplement the research funding through teaching income and other means. On the other hand, the simulation subject database provided by the School Alliance would also offer essential support for the functionality tests of the device. Let's accomplish the tasks at hand, then consider the further plans. Ron admonished himself internally, while curiosity quietly blossomed at the bottom of his heart. He was quite intrigued by the mysterious King of Illusions and the creatures of Fairyland she ruled. Fairyland. Fairies, are they the kind of fairies I'm thinking of? His heart surged with a desire for research. Moreover, Lance's notes mentioned that his own void skeleton remnants were handed over to this friend for safekeeping. Putting aside these unattainable goals, before that, he must act more carefully and discreetly. The academic circle in the Central Lands was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. The slightest carelessness could touch upon some dangerous boundaries. He lightly shook his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts. Passing by a crystal ornament shop, Ron suddenly remembered that he still needed to contact Reynolds. Although the grand vision of the consciousness network was temporarily obstructed, the plan to cultivate his own autophagic slime monster could still proceed. He took a small communication crystal from the spatial bag, gently infused it with magic, and selected Reynolds' communication badge. The crystal immediately emitted a faint blue glow, indicating it was trying to connect. A moment later, Reynolds' voice came through the crystal. It was accompanied by some subtle noise and echoes, suggesting the other party was in a region with an unstable magic field. "Ron, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to contact me proactively." Reynolds' voice sounded weary. "I heard you made quite a stir at the Lance Festival recently." "Not really, it was just a competition," Ron said nonchalantly, not wanting to dwell on the topic, quickly shifting to the main subject. "I recently have a small project and need to procure some abyssal materials. I heard the observation station is about to hold a quarterly resource exchange meet." "Ah, you mean that?" Reynolds' voice became enthusiastic. "That's right, it starts in 3 days and lasts for a week. It's a rare opportunity. Many explorers bring back various samples, and the prices are much cheaper than through regular channels." "What specific materials will be available? Is there a detailed list?" Ron asked directly, cutting to the chase. "Of course, there is. I can request a reference list from the management, but..." Reynolds' voice suddenly turned mysterious. "If you tell me what you need, I might be able to look out for you in advance, even secure you better prices. I have some connections here." Ron thought for a moment and decided to speak frankly. As an internal member of the Abyssal Observation Station, Reynolds could indeed provide considerable convenience in material procurement. "I need the basic materials for cultivating an autophagic slime monster, especially void mucus and mutagenic catalyst." He listed his requirements. "Additionally, if there are high-energy content abyss crystals or similar items, I'd be very interested." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communication crystal. Then Reynolds' voice, drawing breath, came. "You're cultivating a specialized type of autophagic slime monster. Are you serious? That's usually the realm of a master of modulation." His voice was filled with amazement, then quickly turned to excitement. "However, it's no wonder that you have the qualifications to try this direction, given your performance on the Rainbow Ring. I'll keep an eye out for materials for you. Void mucus has been selling quite well recently. So many exploration teams have specifically brought back large samples, specific figures." Ron cut straight to the point, through regular channels. "It might cost 200 to 300 magic stone fragments per standard unit, but with my inside connections, I can bring it down to about 150 or 60. Other materials can be discounted by 30 to 40%. However, those high-energy materials with higher purity like abyss crystals are hard to come by. They are always in high demand. This price is indeed much cheaper than purchasing through the teacher's channel at the Crystal Tower, highlighting the tremendous effect networks can have." Ron quickly calculated in his heart. If calculated at this price, cultivating a specialized autophagic slime monster would require about 3 to 4 complete magic stones. Adding other miscellaneous materials and experimentation costs, a total of about 5 would be needed, which is much cheaper than the school where just the various materials alone cost 600 magic stone fragments. The price is acceptable. He pondered his financial status. "My recent magic potion orders have increased, along with the Rainbow Ring prize money, so I should have enough funds to support this project." "That's great." Reynolds' voice was full of anticipation. "When the time comes, just come to the observation station at Dawn Harbor, and I'll arrange everything for you." There was a call from the opposite side of the crystal, and he hurriedly said goodbye. "Sorry, I have work to address. See you in 3 days. I'll send the detailed list to you." After the communication ended, Ron put the crystal back into the spatial bag and began calculating his financial status. His magic potion client base has expanded significantly in the past few weeks. Initially consisting of just a few apprentices, it has gradually extended to over a dozen regular orders, including several members from the wizard clan. This is largely thanks to Elliot's introduction. Although it's been a short time, the income has already reached about 2 complete magic stones per week. Additionally, the 20 magic stone prize won from the Rainbow Ring competition, and the 2 magic stones monthly salary from the teaching assistantship at the school. After setting aside some emergency funds, he currently holds about 30 magic stones in active funds. That's enough, Ron calculated in his heart. Cultivating the autophagic slime monster requires approximately 5 magic stones, plus buying some high-energy abyssal materials. The remaining several magic stones can be used for daily expenses and other experiments. Back in the workshop, he took out a small leather-covered booklet and began meticulously recording his financial plans and materials list. The list detailed the various required materials: basic void mucus, mutagenic catalyst, and some auxiliary materials like stabilizer, energy conduit, etc. Halfway through writing, his pen suddenly paused. He had just asked Reynolds to keep an eye on abyss crystals because it involved the advancement of the stand-in puppet. Once the puppet is charged to 100%, it unlocks the so-called incarnation form function, allowing it to independently fight and explore far from itself. If this hypothesis is right, then he could realize a bold plan. The abyss exploration. He could stay in relatively safe areas, while having the stand-in puppet venture into the more dangerous deep regions instead. In this way, the body could avoid deep risks while gaining more valuable abyssal materials and experience. Ron quickly recorded this idea. By combining the abyss crystals obtained from 69 Town with the high-energy materials to be purchased, enough energy should be provided to charge the stand-in puppet to 100% state. He recorded several possible material combination methods, marking their respective advantages, disadvantages, and risk factors. The plan is feasible but needs caution. The energy fluctuation during charging might lead to unpredictable results, so it must be done in an isolated environment. After finishing the last sip of tea, he immediately delved into other works. On one hand, he continued perfecting the simulation battle device. Although funding support is not as expected, the basic functions can still progress as planned. On the other hand, he prepared matters related to the procurement of abyssal materials and some potion formulation work. In the following days, Ron busied himself among teaching, magic potion modulation, and research work. He spared several hours daily to fulfill clients' magic potion orders, most of which came from his apprentices or their acquaintances. In the laboratory, Ron was manipulating a silver liquid, shaping it into various delicate forms. "Master, your technique is truly astonishing." Liz stood beside him, eyes full of admiration. An ordinary alchemist might need 3 to 4 days to complete this process, but you finished it in just a few hours. Ron gently shook his head. This is simply the result of practice makes perfect. Techniques are not gained out of thin air, but achieved through countless practices and attempts. His fingertip slightly twirled, and the potion eventually solidified into a crystal-clear silver sphere, emitting gentle light. "This is the last batch of orders. Please notify them to come pick it up tomorrow." Ron carefully placed the potion into a specially designed crystal bottle, handing it to Liz. "Then these days I might be away for a while. If there are any urgent matters, you can contact me via the communication crystal." Liz nodded seriously, cautiously receiving the potion. "Going to purchase materials. I've noticed that your recent material stock seems a bit depleted." Ron was slightly surprised at her observation, simply responding, "Indeed, some materials need to be purchased. It's a necessary part of research. I really hope that one day I can be like you, freely accessing those research institutions and encountering various rare materials." His eyes were full of yearning. "But at my current level, I'm afraid I can't even touch the threshold. Everyone has their own pace." Ron suddenly recalled the girl equally eager for knowledge from the Black Mist jungle. What's important is maintaining the direction of advancement, not comparing speed. After completing the last preparation work, he began checking his materials list and financial status. Everything is ready. Just waiting for the meeting with Reynolds. Ron sat in the observation cabin of the small high-speed airship, gazing through the crystal window at the scenery swiftly passing below. This airship, named Fadian, is a lightweight vehicle specifically designed for rapid short-range transport. From Dawn Harbor to the nearest abyssal outpost, regular airships usually take 5 to 6 days of journey, whereas Fadian can reach the destination in just a day and a half. The rental price at the main leasing stations in the central lands is quite steep, nearly double that of ordinary airships. But for researchers racing against time, this expense is absolutely worthwhile. I usually opt for the teleportation array, but lately the teleportation network seems to be unstable. Reynolds had already seated himself opposite Ron, taking a sip of the energy drink in front of him, his tone tinged with a bit of complaint. Last week, a colleague had a headache for 3 whole days after teleportation, said it was due to spatial displacement caused by energy flow turmoil. The observation station directly suspended non-urgent teleportation services. Ron nodded slightly. Teleportation is indeed a double-edged sword, highly efficient, but the risks cannot be overlooked. Especially teleporting close to the abyss area, the instability is higher. Abyssal energy subtly disrupts space structure, causing minor deviations in teleportation coordinates. Though most of the time, it only places you within a few meters of the intended location. Occasionally, more severe instances occur. He took another sip of his drink, a gloom shrouding the depth of his gaze. Like teleporting mid-air or ending up inside solid matter. Mid-air's still manageable, but the latter, Ron frowned. Reynolds smiled wryly. The year before last, the observation station lost an excellent young researcher because the teleportation coordinates shifted, resulting in half of his body merging into a high-density protective wall. He shook his head, seemingly wanting to discard those unpleasant memories. Therefore, although the airship is somewhat slower, its safety factor is much higher at least. Ron nodded, firmly etching this reminder into his memory. The first-hand accounts from these witnesses are much more vivid and powerful than examples in any textbook. The lighting in the cabin suddenly dimmed, prompting him to turn his gaze outside, where he saw the airship passing through a patch of eerie gray-black clouds. These clouds weren't the usual condensation of water vapor, but rather energy aggregates with faint magic power fluctuations. The colors range from dark gray to nearly pitch black, their edges having irregular jagged shapes, resembling bite marks from some gigantic creature. Gloom clouds. Reynolds' voice turned serious. We have entered the edge area. He pointed to those eerie cloud clusters outside the window. These are energy dispersing from the abyss, forming a special phenomenon upon contact with the atmosphere. Although the concentration has been diluted by hundreds of times, it still contains traces of abyssal traits. Are the protective measures on the airship adequate? Ron asked cautiously, activating extraordinary recognition to assess the potential hazards of these cloud clusters. Absolutely adequate, Reynolds answered confidently. Fadian is equipped with triple protection systems. The first layer is a physical barrier, followed by an energy isolation field, and lastly, a subtle purification circuit that can filter out any impurities penetrating the first 2 layers. He lightly tapped the window. Do you feel it? There's an almost invisible protective layer on the window's exterior, specifically for resisting abyssal contamination. Ron nodded. He indeed sensed that extremely subtle energy fluctuation when he first boarded the airship. After passing through the cloud layer, the airship gradually decelerated as the scenery below slowly became clear. In stark contrast to the central land's bustling and opulent scene, the landscape here presents a peculiarly unsettling style. The ground displays intertwined dark red and deep brown hues, as if soaked by the blood of countless creatures. The vegetation is sparse and twisted, with trees shaped peculiarly, their branches bending like silhouettes of people in distress. The distant hills have irregular contours, resembling in certain angles the curled forms of some gigantic beings. But the most striking feature is undoubtedly that deep, black fissure at the end of the horizon, the abyssal mouth. This enormous dark opening resembles a cracked wound in the earth itself. So deep that its end cannot be seen, gray-black gases continually seething from its edge, like some alien substance breathing. Ron's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the great fissure. Magnificent, isn't it? My reaction was quite similar to yours when I first saw it. Reynolds followed Ron's sightline. The abyssal mouth appears in different shapes from different angles. Sometimes like a crack, sometimes like a vortex. Even occasionally, resembling a terrifying living mouth. Ron could distinctly feel his spiritual wave become more active as the airship approached the abyss. His thought process noticeably sharper than usual, yet accompanied by subtle unease and pressure. That feeling is very normal. Reynolds noticed Ron's anomaly. Close contact with the abyss brings different reactions for everyone. Some feel particularly exhilarated, others fall into an unusual fear. This is the spirit's natural response to the abyss aura. Unless reaching extreme overload, there's no need for excessive concern. I'm more concerned about the sense of attraction. Ron stated his observation calmly. It's like the abyss itself is continually breathing, with each exhale releasing those gray gases and each inhale carrying an intangible pull. Reynolds' face showed a look of approval. Very keen observation, indeed. The abyss can periodically attract matter. Generally speaking, only when you stand near the mouth of the abyss do you feel it clearly, but some extraordinarily perceptive individuals can sense it even from this distance. Back in Town 69, I also felt some impact of the abyssal tides cycle, but now, being closer to the mouth of the abyss, it indeed feels completely different. Ron paused before asking, the observation station should have specific studies on this breathing, right? That's actually one of the core topics at the abyssal observation station. Reynolds' eyes sparkled with fervor. The current mainstream view suggests that the breathing of the abyss is related to some higher dimensional energy flow, possibly a natural adjustment mechanism where dimensional barriers are weak. He lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. Some scholars have even proposed a bold hypothesis that there might be a connection between abyssal tides and the activity cycles of certain existences. However, this is still just a theoretical discussion, with no concrete evidence. Ron nodded in understanding, silently recording these insights in his mind. Any detail about the abyss is crucial for future exploration phases. We've arrived, Reynolds pointed ahead, interrupting his thoughts. The airship started descending, revealing a vast area surrounded by high walls below. The walls were dark gray, embedded with countless silver runes that shimmered subtly in the sunlight. As the airship began its descent, Ron used extraordinary recognition to sense the near-perfect energy isolation field surrounding the entire outpost. This is the newly built outpost No. 137, established since Cassandra Tower Master began expanding the abyssal observation network decades ago. Though it's not as fully equipped as Town 69, it is the largest newly constructed outpost so far. Reynolds introduced, with a tone full of pride from personally being involved in its construction. These newly established outposts are closer to the mouth of the abyss, so there are practically no indigenous inhabitants. Yet in other respects, like most outposts, it serves not only as a research site, but also as a complete trade hub. The airship finally landed on a specially designed platform. As soon as the hatch opened, a mix of rusty metal, some unique herbal fragrance, and a sulfurous odor greeted them. Stepping out, Ron immediately sensed the utterly different atmosphere here compared to the central lands. The interior of the outpost was divided into several distinct areas. The center was a massive trading square, with temporary stalls sprawling everywhere. On the right, there were rows of warehouses and laboratories, likely the work area for researchers. On the left was a rest and supply zone, including a few simple inns and food stalls. At the farthest point, a heavier inner wall separated these areas from the closest part to the abyss, which should be the core area of the observation station. Near the square, an elder with a scarred face was fiercely bargaining with someone, his eyes seemingly bulging from a condition, while his arm was covered with hardened tissue. A few female explorers passed by Ron. One had a spine that was unnaturally twisted, while another had a disturbingly distorted face. Mutation? Ron asked quietly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd showing conspicuous abnormal traits. This is the norm for abyssal explorers. No matter how cautious one is, prolonged activities within the abyss inevitably lead to different degrees of alteration. Mild superficial changes are the most common. Some experience deeper ability mutations, while some go on to complete abnormalities. He pointed to his eyes. I'm pretty well protected, with only slight changes in my pupil shape. Let's not dwell on that, let me take you to the core of the trading area first. He shook his head and then pointed towards the center of the square. The materials you're looking for are mostly there. But before going, I need to report to the office and get a temporary pass for you. Navigating through the bustling crowd, they arrived at a dome-shaped gray building. The building's surface was covered with a shimmering energy barrier with two brawny guards at its entrance. The guards allowed Reynolds to pass immediately, but cast a scrutinizing look at Ron. Security Management Office of Outpost No. 137, Reynolds explained while walking. To ensure the stability of the newly constructed outposts, all visitors must obtain a temporary pass. As an official wizard, your review process will be simpler, though some basic records are still required. The procedure was surprisingly efficient, likely due to Reynolds' internal connections. In less than half an hour, Ron obtained a silver hexagonal badge, engraved with his name and access rights. This is not just proof of identity, it's also a basic protective device. The badge's built-in rune array can weaken low-intensity abyssal contamination, and can also send out alerts in special situations. Leaving the security management office, they headed straight to the trading area. As they passed through one last barrier, a vast and chaotic market unfolded before them. Unlike the central land shops and stalls that are refined and orderly, the trading zone here resembles more a temporary built maze. Various tents, temporary wooden sheds, and metal structures were haphazardly crammed together, forming a complex trade network. At certain stalls, Ron saw peculiar items he'd only read about in books. A transparent container in which a black substance constantly changed shape. Another glass jar contained a purple liquid, emitting an eerie pulsating glow. And a seemingly ordinary stone that noticeably distorted the air around it. Reynolds introduced to Ron. Materials from the first floor to the third floor can mostly be found here, and the prices are often much cheaper than official channels. How safe are these materials? Ron asked, while using his extraordinary recognition skill to evaluate the energy fluctuations of the surrounding items. All materials entering the trade zone undergo initial purification and encapsulation. Although it's impossible to completely eliminate the abyssal traits, after all, that's their value, at least it ensures no immediate pollution to the surrounding environment. He led Ron through several rows of stalls, reaching a relatively spacious area. Here is the core part of the material exchange zone, where most of the high-quality abyssal samples are concentrated. The stalls in this area were noticeably more formal than those on the outskirts, many even equipped with simple protective barriers and testing equipment. The stall owners were no longer ordinary explorers, but rather modulators or researchers with evident professional backgrounds. Reynolds led Ron straight to a large tent located in the center of the area. The exterior of the tent was covered with a layer of metal cloth, and inside it was arranged like a small laboratory, various precision instruments and storage containers orderly placed. A burly man stood at the entrance of the tent. His right arm was entirely composed of some composite material of metal and crystal, glimmering with a chilly light under the lamp. Judging by the fluctuation in his aura, he was evidently also an official wizard. Casso, Reynolds greeted enthusiastically. This is the bloodline modifier friend I told you about. The man called Casso turned around, revealing a rugged face. His left eye was normal brown, but the right eye was an unnatural blue-white, and the pupil shape was slightly unusual. Casso's voice was surprisingly gentle, forming a stark contrast with his burly appearance. Reynolds mentioned you. Are you here to purchase some high-quality abyssal samples? Ron nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. I'm looking for me special materials suitable for bloodline research. Then you've come to the right place. Casso grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. I specialize in collecting abyssal samples from the third floor and below, guaranteed quality and purity. He turned and walked into the tent, signaling the two to follow. Come, let me show you something truly valuable. Inside the tent was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, evidently using some kind of space expansion magic. The center was a large display table, surrounded by rows of well-sealed storage cabinets. Casso took out a small crystal key and opened one. Of the cabinets, he carefully extracted a silver container and placed it on the display table. Third floor refined void mucus with a purity of 85%, he proudly announced, opening the container's lid. Inside was a deep black liquid with a peculiar metallic sheen on its surface. Subtle ripples constantly appeared on the liquid's surface, as if countless tiny lives were swimming within. This is the best substrate for modulating the autophagic slime monster, Casso explained. Much purer than the crude products commonly found on the market, the effect is naturally several times better, Ron activated. Extraordinary recognition to carefully assess the energy fluctuations and purity of the liquid. Indeed, compared to the ordinary samples he had seen before, the quality of this batch of void mucus was significantly higher. The energy flow was more uniform and stable, and the impurity content was much lower. How many magic stone fragments per standard unit? Ron asked directly. The market price is usually between 200 and 260, but for Reynolds' sake, and you seemingly knowing your stuff, how about 160? Casso made a discounted offer. Ron raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, it's much lower than the market price. To be honest, collecting void mucus isn't particularly difficult, but the storage and transportation costs aren't small. Many merchants are too greedy, raising the profit margin too high. But for me, a stable customer relationship is more important than short-term profiteering. He took out several different containers, filled with other materials Ron needed. Mutagenic catalyst, energy conduit, all in stock and of superior quality. Over the next hour, Ron carefully examined the quality and traits of each material. Finally, he bought a full set of materials needed to cultivate an autophagic slime monster at a relatively satisfactory price, just a bit short of his expected 5 full magic stones. These materials are enough for you to cultivate a quite decent autophagic slime monster. Casso nodded in satisfaction, helping Ron pack the materials into a specially designed storage box. If you need other abyssal materials, feel free to contact me anytime. One more thing, Ron said. I also need some high-energy content abyssal materials for energy replenishment and conversion experiments. Casso pondered for a moment, then smiled broadly. I guess you're not looking for the common types. True, Ron nodded in acknowledgement. I need crystal products with enough energy density, preferably from below the 4th floor. That could be a bit troublesome, the man rubbed his chin. Materials from the 4th floor are already scarce, and with the abyss's unusual activities in recent months, exploration difficulties have greatly increased. But, Casso tapped his knuckles on the table, producing a distinctive metallic sound. His right arm, made of metal and crystal, gleamed under the light, and each joint was intricately designed to an astonishing degree. If you need truly high-purity energy crystals, the stuff ordinary explorers bring back might hardly meet your requirements. Casso said softly, his gaze unconsciously sweeping around the tent. I know a special collector who specializes in collecting high-energy materials from the 4th layer and below. Perhaps he can meet your needs. Oh. Who is it? Reynolds asked curiously, apparently knowing little about this special collector. Casso's mutated blue-white eye showed a subtle expression. Eyes, an elemental life form, almost unrecognizable after being transformed by the abyss. Reynolds' expression immediately turned complex. That half-mad flashing vortex, I thought he had long retired from the trade circle. On the surface, yes, Casso murmured. But for certain clients, he still opens up his collection. Of course, provided he finds you sufficiently interesting. Ron noticed the subtle tension in their conversation. Clearly, this collector named Eyes was not an easy character to deal with. Elemental life form. Ron raised an eyebrow. I thought they rarely ventured into abyss exploration. Casso let out a short laugh. That's true, but Eyes is an exception. He was not born an elemental life form. Before becoming an elemental life form, he was already a mad abyssal explorer. Later, during an incident within the 5th layer, his physical body was completely obliterated, yet his spirit fused with one of his abyssal treasures, eventually forming the bizarre entity he is today. If you want to meet him, I can lead the way, Casso continued. But I must warn you, engaging with Eyes may not be pleasant. He hardly uses conventional language. Instead relies on direct energy fluctuation to convey thoughts. For most beings, this mode of communication is extremely uncomfortable, potentially causing temporary mental confusion. Ron contemplated for a moment, weighing the value of acquiring high-purity energy crystals against potential risks, then nodded. Casso entrusted the remaining ordinary trades to an assistant, and then led Ron and Reynolds out of the main trading area. They passed through a narrow passage, arriving at a more remote section of the outpost. Ron seized this opportunity to carefully observe the abyss. Explorers around. These adventurers bore various degrees of mutation marks on their bodies, creating a peculiar character gallery. A tall woman passed by them. Her arms were unusually elongated, and her skin exhibited scale-like patterns that, depending on the angle of light, shimmered with a metallic sheen. Her gaze lingered slightly as it passed over Ron, displaying scrutiny for the unfamiliar face. Xenia from the Mercury School, Reynolds introduced softly. Once abandoned by her master due to aptitude issues, she joined the Abyss exploration team a few years ago and has since become a somewhat famous material hunter. Thanks to the significant gains from Abyss exploration, she managed to obtain the key potion to advance as an official wizard. Her mutation is called Twisted Skin, capable of absorbing and redirecting physical impacts to some extent, a mutation type unique to the Abyss. A pair of brothers haggled at a nearby stall. They had similar faces, but one of them had the right half of his face entirely covered by some black crystal, with eerie purple light flickering in his eye socket. The other appeared normal, but revealed excessively sharp teeth when speaking, with a voice carrying an unnatural echo effect. The Nicol brothers, a well-known duo in the Abyss exploration circle, Reynolds continued introducing. The elder's crystallization has persisted for 5 years, remaining on half his face, a rare suppressive ability among explorers. The younger one's vocal organ and corresponding nerve mutation allows him to communicate with certain creatures on the second layer of the Abyss, providing them with information many people cannot access. Interesting? Ron commented softly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd's diverse mutation features. From my previous understanding, these mutations are not entirely random, but related to the explorer's personality, talent, and even subconscious preferences. Indeed, that's part of the allure of Abyss exploration, Reynolds agreed, nodding. Clearly, he was a beneficiary as well. The influence of the Abyss, indeed, has some selectivity. Not merely destroying or distorting, but amplifying, in some twisted manner, the traits deep within the affected person's heart. He pointed to a corner where a peculiar-looking old man stood. His skin was like shriveled bark, and his deeply sunken eyes emitted a faint green glow. Around the old man, various strange plants seemed to sense his presence, their vines gently swaying as if expressing closeness. Montero, the plant speaker, Reynolds explained, he was once an ordinary gardener from a small town at the Abyss edge, with no extraordinary talent in botany. But in an accident, he was captured by a mutated plant and remained inside it for 3 whole days. By the time explorers found him, he had undergone deep mutation. Now, he is able to establish a certain level of communication with plant-based life forms in the Abyss, becoming an indispensable guide in the exploration team. Ron's gaze swept over these explorers, a complex feeling surged within him. These people are both victims of the Abyss and to some extent beneficiaries. They paid an unimaginable price, yet gained special abilities unattainable through conventional means. Despite being riddled with distortion and chaos, this group exhibits astonishing vitality and creativity, Ron murmured. They not only adapted to mutation, but also turned it into an advantage, creating a unique set of survival rules. This is precisely the paradoxical allure of the Abyss. Reynolds nodded in agreement. It is both a source of destruction and a place of creation. It brings about deformity, yet offers the possibility of transformation. The extraordinary system of the Ring Abyss Continent Group, ultimately, is intricately connected to the Abyss. We fear it, yet rely on it. We study it, yet are changed by it. The usually reticent Casso also joined the conversation at this point. The Abyss gives and it takes. This is the eternal equivalent exchange. Some gained power, but paid with their appearance. Some gained knowledge, but paid with their health. And others gained incredible abilities, but paid with their humanity. After passing through several narrow alleys, the three came to a hemispherical building that was out of place with the surrounding architecture. The entire building had no windows, and its exterior walls appeared to be a nearly transparent bright blue, with countless delicate energy patterns flowing on its surface, akin to the veins of a living being. Here we are, Casso stopped, eyes ripple dome. Ron gazed at this peculiar building and activated his extraordinary recognition skills to analyze its structure. In his special vision, the entire building revealed a complex energy network. Each pattern carried a specific function, serving both as protection and a medium for communication. No door? Ron asked, noticing no obvious entrance on the building's surface. To elemental life forms, a physical door is meaningless. Casso stepped forward, placing his metallic right arm on a specific spot on the building's surface. The method of entry is to communicate directly with its consciousness. As Casso made his move, the building's surface rippled, and an oval opening slowly formed in the wall. The light emitted from inside was soft and mysterious, like moonlight refracted through water. He agreed to see us, which is quite a rare stroke of luck. Casso breathed a sigh of relief, gesturing for Ron and Reynolds to follow. Once inside, try to keep calm and refrain from showing excessive surprise or fear at anything you see. Eyes is very sensitive. As soon as he stepped through the opening, Ron felt a wave spread from his feet throughout his body, as if passing through some invisible barrier. The world within his vision completely transformed as well. The internal space was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with no traditional furniture or decorations under the dome, only countless crystals suspended mid-air. These crystals varied in size and shape, some resembling standard geometric forms, others twisted into indescribable shapes. Each crystal emitted a faint glow, illuminating the entire space. Most striking was a massive energy vortex in the center of the room. It was not a tangible entity, but a spiral structure formed purely of energy. The color transitioned from deep blue at the base to bright white at the top. The vortex continually rotated, emitting a hum that inexplicably brought a sense of peace. Eyes, Casso bowed slightly towards the vortex, his voice carrying a clear tone of respect. I have brought 2 guests, as previously mentioned, who have a special need for high-purity energy crystals. The vortex's rotation speed slightly increased, making the entire space flicker a few times in response. There was no sound. Ron suddenly felt a stream of information directly establishing a link to him. New visitors, rare, perceive your vibrations, complex, interesting. These fragments of thought were not in any linguistic structure, more like a direct impression of consciousness, yet understandable. Simultaneously, Ron also felt a slight discomfort, as if something was gently scraping the surface of his brain. This is his way of communicating, Reynolds whispered, his expression showing slight pain, clearly also experiencing similar discomfort. Elemental life forms seldom use language to communicate, and I's abyssal transformation exacerbates this trait. Suddenly, the vortex split off an energy tendril, which slowly extended towards Ron. It was not a physical entity, just a stream of energy more concentrated than the surroundings, with the end presenting a blurry eye-shaped form. You very interesting, soul anomaly, wizard, unconventional growth. The energy tendril hovered around Ron, seemingly observing or analyzing something. With his keen perception, he could sense that this observation was targeting not his surface consciousness, but a deeper-level scan. However, detecting an anomaly in his soul typically requires someone like a great wizard. No wonder Casso and Reynolds showed some reverence when mentioning this mutated elemental life form. It indeed has its terrifying aspects. I need high-purity energy crystals, especially products from the 4th layer or deeper. Ron squinted his eyes slightly and did not respond to this, instead directly stating his purpose, while reinforcing his spirit barrier to prevent the other party from excessive intrusion. Casso said you might have it. Direct, honest, not bad. Energy crystals have many, but exchange requires equivalence. The vortex split again, this time into dozens of energy tendrils, each holding a crystal at its end. These crystals were presented before the 3 of them, hovering in mid-air for their examination. Ron was instantly struck by the quality of these crystals. Each emitted a strong and pure energy fluctuation, far surpassing any energy crystal he had seen before. Various shapes, rich in color, but all shared a flowing, almost living energy pulse within. This is indeed a product of the fourth layer, Reynolds whispered, his eyes glowing with the light of a professional appraiser. From the energy density and purity, I'm afraid it's the top-tier batch. Ron carefully examined each crystal, using extraordinary recognition to assess their quality and potential uses. One in particular caught his attention, a pale purple crystal in an olive shape. Its internal energy flow formed a peculiar spiral pattern like a miniature galaxy. This one is interesting. Ron pointed to the crystal. The energy density is unusually high and possesses self-circulating traits. I's vortex emitted a wave, and Ron could sense a similar emotion of surprise. Keen eyesight, rare, that is the breath of chaos, fourth layer, special cave, energy self-circulation, extremely rare. Price, Ron asked straightforwardly. No magic stone, need to exchange, equivalent, a piece of your bone. Reynolds and Casso exchanged a tense glance. Casso softly explained. Sometimes I's proposes unconventional exchange terms, usually not literal, but rather symbolic or metaphorical. Memory, bone, framework supporting the soul. I can sense you've had a link with beings of higher dimensions. I want that bone. Ron pondered this peculiar demand, trying to decipher its true meaning. In the vortex, thoughts continued to transmit to him, fragmented. Just to share with me, not seize, you won't lose anything. You want to share that piece of memory with me in exchange. Ron finally understood the other party's intention. The center of the vortex flickered, as if nodding in confirmation. It seemed his link during the Star Eater's ravings. Meditation with those living stars, and even the Devourer attracted the other party. This relieved him somewhat. How do I ensure you only take the memory I permit? He cautiously asked. The energy vortex fluctuated again, this time forming a complex symbol, hovering in front of Ron. Contract, ancient rules, fair trade, breach means mutual defeat. Reynolds gently reminded. This appears to be a symbol of an elemental contract. Once signed, neither party can defy it, or they both face severe repercussions. Ron weighed the risks and benefits. If he could obtain this crystal, it would be a huge leap for the stand-in puppets charging. The cost of exchange, a non-core memory, seemed acceptable in the long run and within his control. I agree, but I reserve the right to control the content of the shared memory throughout, Ron finally decided. The vortex emitted a wave of pleasure. Wise, fair, mutual choice, equilibrium reached. I's energy body began to reorganize, the central part condensing into a more complex shape. In Ron's special vision, that shape vaguely revealed a blurry human face. Both human-like and carrying traits of elemental life, yet twisted beyond recognition of its original form. Extend your hand, touch the contract. After confirming through extraordinary recognition that the contract was harmless, Ron took a deep breath and slowly extended his right hand, fingertips touching the floating symbol. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, forming a gleaming golden pattern on his skin's surface. It quickly vanished, as if merging into his bloodstream. Meanwhile, his thoughts were lightly tugged, and memory surged like a tide. That piece of memory was about his recent connection with the Hermit Star, containing complex information about this ancient fragment. The other party seemed unwilling to provoke the big boss Devourer, which matched his thinking. Choice completed, exchange begins. In a moment, Ron felt a slight tingling in his head, followed by a brief blankness. Meanwhile, the breath of chaos crystal drifted toward him, settling steadily into his palm. The moment the crystal made contact with his skin, Ron felt an invigorating energy surging through his body. Like a shot of adrenaline, it refreshed his spirit. Exchange complete, fair, satisfied. I's vortex gradually restored its calm, and the floating crystals retreated to their original position. Ron carefully stored the acquired crystal into his spatial bag and quickly checked his spirit state to ensure no other mental damage. This was indeed a very rare successful transaction, Casso said softly, with a touch of amazement in his tone. Eyes rarely show such generosity to someone on their first meeting. Reynolds's expression also showed disbelief. I've seen many wizards seeking trade, most leaving empty-handed. and the few successful ones often paid a heavier price. It seems Eyes is truly interested in you. You can leave now, but welcome back, especially you, holder of the ancient fragment. Eyes' last thought echoed in Ron's mind. It seemed eager for the three to leave promptly. The oval opening reappeared on the building's surface, signaling the three to exit. Stepping out of the rippled dome, Ron felt a subtle sense of relief. Though Eyes didn't show overt hostility, the direct method of mental communication was indeed exhausting and discomforting. After they left, the special building immediately activated its isolation barrier. The fluid inside flowed and twitched repeatedly, as if reveling in extreme joy. "Thank you for the introduction." On the other side, Ron nodded to Casso in gratitude. "No need to be polite," Casso smiled, his metallic right arm shimmering in the sunlight. "If you have subsequent trade needs, feel free to contact me. The outpost hosts similar material exchanges quarterly. If interested next time, let me know in advance, and I can reserve some good stuff for you." After bidding farewell to Casso, Reynolds led Ron towards another more important area. "Since you have acquired the basic materials you need, why not take a look inside our observatory?" Reynolds said mysteriously. "Some things might provide unexpected help to your research." The building before them appeared mundane, yet Ron keenly sensed at least 3 hidden protective layers veiling its surface, much more formidable than the defenses in ordinary regions. At the entrance stood 2 guardian golems, their carved eyes showing an unnatural silvery gray, clearly enhanced by some means. "Wizard Reynolds, greetings." The guardian golem recognized Reynolds and nodded in acknowledgement. "Routine check, please present your permit." Reynolds retrieved a silver badge from his chest and pressed it against the golem. After a thorough scan, the golem then turned its gaze toward Ron, "Your guest." "Indeed, Ron Ralph, a new master of the Crystal Tower, and I will vouch for his conduct." Reynolds formally registered. Upon hearing, the golem stalled briefly. Then a miniature magic detector emerged from within and conducted a simple scan of Ron. The detector emitted a gentle hum as green text flickered on the display. "Verification complete. Please note, Wizard Ralph's actions during this period will be documented and linked to your account." The golem emphasized to Reynolds, then mechanically raised an arm, gesturing for the two to enter. As they stepped inside, the air turned cool and dry. The corridor was nearly hospital-white, with countless tiny blue light dots embedded in the walls, offering soft and even illumination. "What is this place?" Ron inquired softly, sensing the exceptionally pure energy field around. "The special containment center of the observation station." Reynolds replied in a similarly hushed tone. "Items brought back from the abyss, those that are difficult to categorize or hold potential research value, are temporarily stored here, awaiting further study or allocation." They proceeded down the corridor, flanked by closed rooms, each door marked with differently colored labels and numbers. Most rooms are categorized by abyssal levels, with colors ranging from light to deep, representing the depth of origin and corresponding danger level. Reynolds explained, pointing toward a door marked with a purple label. "Our destination is that room designated for storing memory crystals." Stopping in front of the purple labeled door, Reynolds placed his badge against the lock and entered a complex code on the adjacent control panel. The lock emitted a series of crisp clicks, then gradually slid open. Entering the room, Ron was instantly awestruck by the scene before him. The room was hexagonal, centered around a circular display platform, surrounded by rows of precise storage cabinets. Each cabinet housed numerous transparent containers, with crystals of various shapes and colors floating within. These crystals shimmered with a peculiar glow under faint light, akin to miniature stars. "Memory crystals," Reynolds spoke with reverence in his voice. "One of the most mysterious and dangerous artifacts of the abyss." Ron walked forward slowly, scrutinizing those crystals. Each emitted distinctive energy fluctuations, some calm as a still lake, others violent like boiling magma. In his extraordinary recognition vision, these crystals revealed complex energy structures, resembling frozen fragments of thought. "What exactly are these?" Ron asked softly, drawn to these peculiar objects. Beyond the 4th layer, the abyssal environment begins to impact the explorer's spirit and thoughts. Sometimes when a strong thought, a profound memory, or an intense emotional wave occurs, the surrounding abyssal energy, in a way we have yet to fully understand, materializes these non-material consciousness activities, forming these crystals. He carefully extracted a light blue crystal from the display stand, placing it in front of Ron. The first discoverers called them thought congealment or memory fossils, later collectively named memory crystals. Ron gazed at the crystal, sensing a faint spiritual wave emanating from within. Unlike ordinary energy bodies, it was a more complex, almost conscious existence. Do they preserve memories? Not just memories, Reynolds' voice turned more somber, but complete experience fragments, including perception, emotions, even the thought process at the time. Some memory crystals even preserve the essence of certain skills or pieces of knowledge. He carefully returned the crystal to its place. However, attempting to interpret these memories is extremely hazardous. Without proper training and protective measures, rash contact with memory crystals could lead to severe spiritual contamination or cognitive dysfunction. Just then, the room's air spontaneously fluctuated, followed by a voice behind them. "Ron, it seems you're quite interested in our collection." Reynolds abruptly turned, his face showing a hint of panic. "Professor Other, how are you here?" Ron also turned back, seeing a translucent figure composed of silver light standing at the door. It was the specter projection of Professor Other. Although his form was blurry, his aura was immensely strong, making the room's air feel even heavier. "My child, have you forgotten?" Other's voice bore a hint of teasing. "These little things are under my jurisdiction. My projection has always been patrolling this area." His figure floated closer to the two, and the mountain-like pressure made Reynolds visibly tense. But Ron noticed that when Other's gaze fell on him, that pressure miraculously lessened. "Ron, I was just about to find you." Other's voice carried a hint of delight. Reynolds is a good boy, but his understanding of memory crystals is still stuck on the surface level. Reynolds' face reddened slightly, not out of anger, but from a kind of embarrassment like being criticized by an elder in person. Other, completely ignoring his reaction, continued. "To truly understand the mysteries of memory crystals, one needs the eyes and skills of a professional historian. From my experience, you seem to have hit a bottleneck in your study of this ancient subject recently, haven't you?" Ron nodded slightly, feeling a bit surprised at how well Other understood his progress. "Recently, although I have been repeatedly practicing the basic skills of historical research, the mental burden during the study process has slowed my progress considerably." "Well, that's perfect." Other clapped his hands, in a surge of energy fluctuation. "Memory crystal are precisely one of the most interesting research objects for historians." Other floated over to the display platform, beckoning Ron. "Come, let me show you some of the special samples we have recently collected." Ron followed Other to the other side of the display platform, where several memory crystals, distinct from the others, were placed. These crystals were larger in size and had a deeper color, with internal energy flow forming complex spiral patterns. These are high-tier memory crystals recently brought back from the 5th floor. Other's voice carried a researcher's unique focus and passion. From the energy characteristics, they might contain some extremely valuable information fragments. Ron observed these crystals carefully. Under the vision of extraordinary recognition, he could see the subtle energy flow patterns within the crystals. Each pattern represented a different type of memory or experience. The core value of memory crystals, Other continued to explain, is that they not only preserve explorers' experiences, but can sometimes capture the memories of the abyss itself. Some of the most precious memory crystals even contain deep secrets of the abyss never witnessed by humans. But analyzing these memories inevitably carries risks, Ron pointed out. Indeed, Other nodded in approval. This is why we categorize memory crystals into two groups, analyzed and unanalyzed. Unanalyzed memory crystals are like sealed boxes, with unknown contents and unknown risks. Analyzed memory crystals, however, have been processed by professional historians, removing dangerous components and retaining valuable information. He pointed to another group of crystals on the display platform. The green-marked ones are safe samples that have been analyzed, while the red-marked ones have been confirmed to contain high-risk spiritual contamination, and even experienced historians advise against touching them. Reynolds cautiously interrupted. "Professor, you mentioned the memory crystal from the 7th floor before." Other's silver projection flickered, as if smiling. "Ah, that's a story with some years on it. Decades ago, Cassandra, who had just completed her great wizard promotion from the Abyss, brought back an unusual memory crystal." His voice became heavier. "That memory crystal astonishingly preserved part of a Supreme Apostle's consciousness fragments. The analysis process was extremely dangerous, with 2 of the 3 historians involved permanently losing their sanity. Only I retained enough clarity to complete the final extraction. The Supreme Apostle is the Abyss's most mysterious and powerful entity, said to be confrontable only by top-tier great wizards. Extracting memories from such an entity is akin to dancing on a volcano. Where is that memory crystal now?" he couldn't resist asking. Other's projection floated to the center of the room. "It's securely stored in the core archive of the Court of Truth. However, the information extracted from it has become a crucial breakthrough in our understanding of the Abyss." He turned to Ron, with deep light flickering in the eyes of his projection. "The reason I happen to be here today is that I wanted to share good news with you. Considering your potential in historical research, combined with Eve's strong recommendation, the School Alliance has approved your participation in the Introductory Memory Crystal Analysis Project. This is a rare opportunity, young man," Other continued. "Memory crystal analysis will not only substantially enhance your historical research skills, but could also help you gain invaluable knowledge unattainable through conventional means." Ron pondered this unexpected development. Participating in the memory crystal analysis project was indeed a rare opportunity. Not only could it enhance his skills, but it might also reveal information valuable to his own research. However, it also meant more time investment and potential risks. "I am very grateful for this opportunity, Professor," he responded cautiously. "Could you specify the project's schedule and detailed content?" "The project involves concentrated analysis sessions every 2 weeks, each lasting about half a day. As a beginner participant, you will attempt the most basic analysis under my direct guidance, mainly handling some low-risk samples that have already been preliminarily screened. As your skills improve, you can gradually engage with more complex samples. The entire project cycle is 3 months, after which we will decide whether to continue cooperation based on your performance. 3 months with half a day every 2 weeks. This schedule is acceptable to Ron at the moment. Moreover, Other's direct guidance is undoubtedly a valuable resource, especially for a novice who has just started historical research. I accept this invitation, Professor." Ron nodded in agreement. "Thank you very much for the recommendation by you and Her Highness Eve." "Very well, quite perceptive." Other's hologram slightly fluctuated, showing his satisfaction. "The first analysis course will start in half a month. Before that, you can purchase some unprocessed memory crystals as practice materials on your own." Speaking of which, Other turned to another corner of the display table, where several unprocessed memory crystals were placed. "By the way, there are also quite a few unprocessed memory crystals in the trading art, usually priced around 1 magic stone, which is reasonable for most low-risk samples. As you mentioned, I indeed plan to purchase a few for practice." Ron said, "Is there a recommended supplier?" "Insight Collection in the southeast corner of the trading area is a good choice," Other suggested. "The owner is a retired explorer with considerable experience with memory crystals and won't deliberately sell you samples with a high danger coefficient." Afterwards, Other led Ron to tour the entire containment room. He gave a detailed introduction to the classification methods of memory crystals, storage techniques, and basic analysis theory. Reynolds remained respectful throughout, occasionally adding a few words on certain technical details. During the tour, Ron's extraordinary recognition skill constantly detected those subtle energy fluctuations and structural characteristics within the memory crystals. Extraordinary recognition, mastery experience points +1. Extraordinary recognition, mastery experience points +1. Extraordinary recognition, Mastery experience points +1. Current progress, extraordinary recognition, mastery 45 over 300. Because extraordinary recognition was almost becoming his passive skill. So even though it had advanced to the master level, the experience points was still increasing swiftly. Before leaving the containment room, Ron suddenly remembered a question. Professor, I noticed that some memory crystals seem to emit a special kind of malice. It differs from other energy fluctuations. Others' holograms slightly stiffened for a moment, then nodded slowly. A very keen observation, Ron. Indeed. Some memory crystals contain not only memories or knowledge, but also a special crystallization we call thought virus. This usually appears in those memory crystals that record scenes of abyssal creatures hunting, or traces of apostle activities for identifying this consciousness-level virus. You seem to have a natural sensitivity. Other looked at Ron thoughtfully. This is a very valuable talent. Especially for a historian, Ron realized that this might be related to his hunting evil skill, although this skill was rarely used in daily life. It seemed to provide extra perception ability when dealing with abyssal contamination in memory crystals. Detected connection. Extraordinary recognition plus hunting evil. 1. Enhanced perception accuracy of evil energy by extraordinary recognition. 2. Hunting evil can react to non-corporeal evil energy. This unexpected discovery moved Ron. After the connection took effect, when dealing with memory crystals, he could identify and avoid potentially dangerous samples more safely than ordinary historians. Another point, since these memory crystals are some sort of high-density information carriers, is it possible to load them into simulation devices to further decode those lost skills, assisting in accelerating the accumulation of skill experience points? He had recently been worried about the lack of sample loadable on the simulation device. Those malicious memory crystals with so-called thought viruses, once rendered harmless, might also find a place in the simulation device. For example, using them to generate virtualized abyssal environments, simulating scenarios of being preyed upon by monsters or discovered by apostles in the abyss. I will purchase 2 memory crystals for preliminary practice. With this in mind, Ron made a decision. Insight collection, which you just mentioned, will be the first stop. Other nodded in agreement. Good idea. Remember, for beginners, a gradual approach is the safest learning path. Start with the most basic samples and gradually try more complex analysis as you accumulate experience. On the way out of the containment room, Ron constantly felt a vague sense of discord, as if there was something he'd entirely forgotten. He carefully recalled recent experiences, but still couldn't grasp that vague memory fragment. No matter how hard he tried, the feeling always floated like a reflection in water, shattering and dispersing as he got close. Ultimately, he could only temporarily put aside this trouble and refocus on the task at hand. It feels like it involves someone, but I can't remember exactly who it is. Moreover, it seems that deep within my consciousness, the priority of this matter is ranked very low. It's really strange. Reynolds, let's go take a look at Y's collection first. Ending his thoughts, Ron said to Reynolds, who was still a little reserved beside him. Reynolds seemed relieved. Happy to resume his role as a guide. Gladly follow me. Standing at the busiest corner of the trading area, Ron's gaze swept through the bustling crowd around. Here is the converging point for abyssal explorers and external wizards. Raw materials here transform into wealth and knowledge, influencing the operation of the entire extraordinary world. Y's collection is a nondescript little shop, located in a secluded spot at the southeast corner of the trading area. The shop is small, with a sign made of starlight crystal hanging at the entrance, engraved with the shop name, each letter emitting a faint blue light. Pushing the door to enter, smell mixed with old books and insect-repelling spice assailed the senses. Inside the shop, it was much more spacious than its exterior, evidently using space expansion magic. Various peculiar items were displayed on wooden shelves, ranging from ordinary abyssal ore to mysterious biological specimens, with a wide array of types. The shop owner was an elderly man, whose left eye was covered by a black patch, and his right arm was covered with fine scales, evidently traces of abyssal mutation. He was sorting some documents behind the counter, and upon hearing the doorbell, he raised his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Ron immediately. The old man's voice was deep and hoarse, bearing the marks of many years spent in the abyssal exploration. "I am Morgan. Is there anything I can do for you?" Ron straightforwardly stated his purpose. "I need 2 memory crystals suitable for beginner's practice. Professor Udall recommended your shop." Upon hearing Udall's name, Morgan's demeanor became noticeably more enthusiastic. "Ah, a guest recommended by the professor. I must bring out the genuine good stuff." He took out an exquisite wooden box from under the counter and carefully opened it. The box was lined with deep purple velvet, neatly arranged with more than a dozen memory crystals of varying shapes. These are all low-risk samples, initially selected, suitable for beginners in historical research. Each comes with a basic energy stability seal, assuring no sudden release of harmful energy during regular analysis. Ron scrutinized these crystals, activating extraordinary recognition and hunting evil skills, attempting to sense their energy fluctuations and potential risks. In his special vision, each crystal presented a unique energy pattern, some calm as still water, others jumping like flames. After several minutes of careful selection, he finally chose 2 memory crystals that appeared safest, with relatively clear energy patterns. One was light green, shaped like a leaf. The other was pale blue, resembling a drop of water. "Quite a discerning choice," Morgan praised. "These 2 are sourced from the upper regions of the 4th layer. Their energy fluctuations are relatively mild, quite suitable for beginners." "Price?" Ron inquired. Considering Professor Udall's recommendation, how about both for 1.5 magic stones? Morgan offered a relatively reasonable quote. Upon transaction completion, Ron carefully placed the 2 memory crystals into a specially crafted isolation box and stored them in the spatial bag. The harvest this time exceeded expectations. Not only did he obtain all the necessary materials to cultivate autophagic slime monster, but he also gained a high-grade energy crystal and 2 memory crystals, laying a foundation for future research. Preparing to leave the outpost, Reynolds led Ron to a modest restaurant at the edge of the trading area. The shop appeared ordinary, but the customers were almost all explorers, each carrying various markers of mutation. "The dishes at Embers are somewhat special," Reynolds warned as they sat down. "They incorporate some harmless abyssal materials. The taste is peculiar, but greatly beneficial for spiritual power restoration. Those returning from abyssal exploration usually choose to dine here to alleviate fatigue." The shopkeeper was a kind-looking middle-aged man. His left hand had completely transformed into a crystal structure, refracting peculiar rainbow effects when light passed through. He deftly used his right hand to serve drinks to the 2, which emitted a faint fluorescence. The shopkeeper's signature glimmering tea, reportedly made from light algae from the 1st and 2nd layers, capable of temporarily enhancing spiritual sensitivity. Reynolds explained, first taking a sip. Ron cautiously tasted it, a peculiar spicy flavor blossoming on his tongue. Then it transformed to a subtle tanginess and sweetness, finally leaving a refreshing aftertaste in his throat. Besides, he felt a gentle energy slowly spreading along his esophagus, making his entire spiritual world unusually clear. "Quite a unique experience," Ron commented, showing great interest in the spiritual nourishment. "This energy conversion method bears similarity to some theories I am researching." His food arrived quickly. A seemingly ordinary plate of roasted meat, sprinkled with strange spices of indistinguishable shapes. A plate of translucent salad, with leaves that change color with the light. And a bowl of soup emitting peculiar black steam. The taste of the entire meal is difficult to describe using conventional vocabulary. Sometimes it is so spicy it brings tears, sometimes so cool it feels like melting ice and snow, and more often, it is a complex sensation beyond distinction. Strangely, this odd taste is not repulsive, but instead brings about a peculiar sense of satisfaction, as if it touches some primitive memory deep within the taste buds. After the meal, Ron bid farewell to Reynolds and boarded the returning airship. On the airship, he continually pondered today's experiences, especially the unique mutations and adaptation methods of those abyssal explorers. The abyss is not just a source of knowledge, but a unique philosophy of survival. Ron concluded in his heart, "When faced with inevitable changes, people do not futilely resist but learn to utilize them, even turning disadvantages into advantages. This adaptability is admirable." He carefully organized the materials he purchased, ensuring each item was properly packaged, especially the memory crystal, for which he specially designed a 3-layer protection measure. The innermost layer is a suppression rune array to limit its energy fluctuations. The middle layer is a spirit barrier to block potential mental erosion. The outermost layer is conventional physical protection to prevent accidental damage. Temporarily place it in the isolation cabinet and attempt to analyze them after achieving certain results from the analysis activities organized by Professor Other and improving historical research capabilities. The airship pierced through the clouds, moving further away from the abyssal outpost. Through the porthole, he took one last look at that blurry outline, his mind already beginning to formulate the next steps. The contribution points credited so far primarily come from the paper on the mobile simulation battle device, totaling 1,200 points. This is still quite far from the 5,000 points of contribution needed to smoothly enter the abyssal observation station as a lecturer qualified. However, I have 2 other papers nearing completion. The first is on commonality discussion of advanced magic potion improvement, analyzing the energy structure optimization paths of more than 10 common magic potions, expected to bring 1,000 contribution points. The second focuses on favorable mutation promotion mechanism in the bloodline modulation process, based on his innovative discoveries during modulation practice, expected contribution points between 800 and 1,500. In addition to the basic teaching contributions every month and the achievements of training the elite team members, accumulating 5,000 contribution points within 6 months is entirely feasible. Herman and Liz are progressing fairly quickly, especially Herman. Thinking of his strongest student, Ron couldn't help but smile. Herman is approaching the critical point of becoming an advanced apprentice and could enter the candidate wizard sequence at any time. Once he is formally accepted into the talent pool by the Crystal Tower, Ron, as his mentor, will also receive a corresponding contribution reward. 6 months, that's enough. Ron confirmed the timetable in his mind. By that time, I should have accumulated enough resources and reputation. Entering the observation station smoothly will not be a problem. He went through the materials obtained from Other, gaining a deeper understanding of the work processes and job division at the observation station. According to the information, the staff at the observation station is primarily divided into 2 categories: research-oriented and exploration-oriented. Research-oriented personnel are responsible for analyzing and studying the samples brought back from the abyss, and they mostly work in relatively safe environments, rarely entering the abyss directly. This type of position requires extremely high professional abilities, and each researcher permitted to join must show exceptional talent in a specific field. In return, they enjoy higher safety coefficients and better treatment, including only needing to work at the observation station for half a month each month, allowing the rest of the time to return to the school, continuing teaching and research work. Exploration-oriented personnel are responsible for field surveys and sample collection, often needing to delve into various layers of the abyss, facing all kinds of unknown risks. Although the danger level is higher, the rewards are also more abundant. Each successful exploration task can bring back a wealth of materials and first-hand research data, which are invaluable treasures. Research-oriented is more suitable for my current situation. Ron made a decision. It's best to focus on areas of bloodline modulation and materials analysis, along with some specialized magic potion configurations to maximize the use of my strengths. At the same time, he was also considering how to use the stand-in puppet to compensate for his inadequacies in exploration. If he could charge the stand-in puppet to 100% and activate its incarnation form function, he could have the puppet undertake some high-risk exploration tasks on his behalf. This way, I can combine the advantages of both work modes, ensuring safety while acquiring first-hand abyssal information. Ron nodded in satisfaction, realizing that achieving this goal was within reach. The airship passed through the thick clouds, and the magnificent sky city in the central lands came into view. The splendid magic power lights flickered in the distance, like stars in the night sky. He stood by the window, gazing at this city representing the highest academic achievements of the Ring Abyss Continent Group, his eyes fixed on those towering spires. I wonder how long it will take before I can ascend to the pinnacle of those spires. In the laboratory late at night, the only light source came from the magic lamps floating in mid-air. They emitted a soft blue light, adequately illuminating the tools and materials on the workbench, without adversely affecting the abyssal sample sensitive to light. Ron stood in front of the lab bench, his expression focused. Various abyssal materials brought back from the outpost were neatly arranged on the tabletop. The core void mucus was contained in a test tube, with the surface of the black liquid continuously rippling subtly as if countless tiny lives were rhythmically moving within. The mutagenic catalyst was a tube of purple fluorescent powder, with each particle slowly rotating on its own within the container, defying conventional gravity laws. There was also a crystal obtained from the stone bedding shop, although not as pure as the one acquired from eyes, but it was also rich in high concentrations of abyssal energy. As for the piece of breath of chaos he exchanged with eyes, he planned to utilize it after the current abyss crystal was depleted. Overall, these materials are of satisfactory quality. Ron lightly tapped each item with his fingertips, comparing its energy traits to the expected data. Due to his master-level, extraordinary recognition trait, he could perceive the fundamental difference between the energy structures of these abyssal materials and typical extraordinary materials. The latter usually manifested as regular and stable geometric shapes, whereas the energy patterns of abyssal materials resembled a twisted maze, constantly shifting and unpredictable. Awaken, help me retrieve the requested membrane-like suppression, Ron instructed as he looked up. The spirit tree in the corner of the lab nodded gently, its emerald branches extending towards a specialized refrigerated cabinet on the wall. The cabinet door opened silently, and a cold mist flowed out like a veil. Awaken carefully used a vine to extract a spherical container, which held a glob of grayish-white viscous substance. This substance appeared lifeless, yet emitted almost imperceptible weak pulses, like the faint beating of a dying heart. This was a standard, membrane-like suppression from the Crystal Tower's biological laboratory, still within the storage period of its lowest activity phase. Ron took the container and placed it on the central workbench, tapping the container wall with his fingers. This thing is essentially an undirected embryo, extremely malleable, but almost devoid of self-awareness and defense mechanisms. He turned to Awaken. Prepare the recording device. I'm going to start the first stage of guided molding. The spirit tree nodded, its branches skillfully adjusting the crystal recording ball nearby. Ron took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Unlike those simple mass-produced slime monsters on the market, a true autophagic slime monster has a continuous and stable self-regulating capacity and greater malleability, capable of quickly transforming its shape and function according to the master's needs. For a bloodline modifier, it's not only a capable assistant, but also an ideal medium for various experiments. Begin the first stage, basic activation. Ron held a silver needle in his left hand and the test tube in his right, commencing the complex operation. The tip of the silver needle shimmered with a faint blue light, and under his precise control, it slowly pierced specific points within the container. Each time he pierced the needle, he poured a drop of specially treated void mucus from the test tube, accurately injecting it into the pinhole. This process was extremely delicate, with every drop of mucus's quantity, position, and timing needing to be absolutely precise. If there was even a slight deviation, it could lead to failure of the entire process or even trigger a dangerous energy rebound. As the mucus was injected, the originally gray-white slime gradually turned into a profound gray-black color. Fine patterns also began to appear on its surface. Energy activity is rising, cell division rate has tripled. Ron glanced at the monitor beside him with a satisfied expression. The first stage is progressing smoothly. Over the next 2 hours, he repeated this precise operation. Pre-prepared solutions of various abyssal materials, were injected into the slime in a specific order and ratio. Each step was accompanied by activated energy fluctuations, and the entire lab was filled with a peculiar sulfur smell. A unique scent resulting from the interaction of abyssal energy and conventional magic power. Master, the activity level of the slime has reached the warning line. Alan reminded, pointing with a branch to the monitor's flashing red indicator light. Ron nodded and immediately adjusted his strategy. He took out a bottle of pale golden liquid and carefully dripped 3 drops onto the slime's surface. This was his own improved pacifier, capable of temporarily suppressing the overly active energy fluctuations of abyssal materials, buying time for subsequent operations. The moment the golden liquid made contact with the slime, the entire substance inside the container contracted sharply. Then it spread out again like a breath, with the previously rapid energy fluctuations becoming calm and rhythmic. Excellent. Now entering the second stage, structure reconfiguration. He took out several pieces of crystalline material, prepared specifically as energy anchors for this experiment. Each crystal had a unique energy trait, capable of guiding the slime to develop in a preset direction. The crystals were placed around the container in sequence, forming a precise hexagram array. Ron placed his hands on the surface of the container and began to input his spiritual power, activating this array. Symbol 367, symbol 36D, symbol 33F, symbol 310, symbol 34A, letter 3F1, symbol 36A, symbol 36C, diuresis, acute symbol 36C, symbol 36F, symbol 34C, symbol 34F, grave symbol 36C, letter 192, symbol 366, grave symbol 36B, letter 1C, symbol 358. Letter 2B, symbol 33A, symbol 355, symbol 357, letter 1F0, symbol 36F, symbol 366, symbol 36C, psi, letter 3D7, letter 3E9, awaken. The spell was something he created himself based on those ravings in his meditation technique. It could assist in spiritual control, helping the caster to more precisely grasp complex energy flows. It's considered an advanced application of the ravings, although it's still in its infancy, but judging by its developmental trend, it might one day become a word spirit. As the spell was chanted, the crystal gradually lit up, shooting 6 rays of light that penetrated the container and converged into a complex 3-dimensional structure within the slime. Under this guidance, the slime began to reorganize, forming a preliminary energy recycling system inside, which is one of the core traits that distinguishes the autophagic slime monster from ordinary slime. Energy cycle initiated, core stability is good. Ron nodded with satisfaction. We can now proceed to the third stage, trait implantation. This was the most critical step in the entire cultivation process, and also where Ron truly displayed his creativity. He selected several samples with distinct traits from those abyssal materials, including several pieces of abyss crystal fragments with different characteristics brought back from the 4th layer. He ground them into powder and mixed them with his own blood. Blood is the best medium, capable of perfectly merging the caster's will with the materials to form a stable and lasting bond. According to my design, this autophagic slime monster should have 3 core functions. Ron calculated in his mind while making the hybrid mixture. First is bloodline analysis, which can quickly identify and decompose any biological tissue it comes into contact with, extracting its energy traits and genetic information. This is crucial for bloodline modulation research. He injected the first hybrid mixture into the upper region of the slime, which was immediately absorbed, forming a microanalysis array inside. The second is energy conversion, converting excess or harmful energy into a usable form, which is especially important for handling abyss samples or unstable experimental products. The second hybrid mixture was injected into the middle layer of the slime, quickly forming an energy network similar to a digestive system inside. Lastly, form plasticity, allowing it to rapidly change its form as needed. Whether splitting into multiple small units or transforming into a specific tool shape, it can achieve this effortlessly. The third hybrid mixture was injected into the bottom layer, and the slime immediately exhibited astonishing flexibility, flowing and morphing inside the container as if testing its newly acquired ability. Perfect. Ron was somewhat excited. He continued with more precise adjustments and reinforcements over the next few hours, ensuring that these three core functions could coexist harmoniously without interference. When the eastern sky turned pale, he finally completed all the work for the day. The slime in the container had completely transformed into deep black, its surface covered in fine silver lines. Some faintly glowing points could also be seen inside. Those were the implanted energy cores. First stage complete, it now needs to rest for 3 days to stabilize and adapt on its own, and to gradually form consciousness during this process. He carefully placed the container into a specially made incubation box. In 3 days, I will proceed with the 4th stage of imprint implantation. The tree spirit, who had been silently accompanying him, nodded and recorded the last D. Order. Master's technique has become more refined, with energy efficiency improved by at least 15%, thanks to the multidimensional transformation theory provided by Herman. While washing his hands, Ron replied, "That kid indeed has astounding talent in theoretical research. His paper mentioned some energy node control methods that inspired me." After washing his hands, he glanced at the time and turned to Alan. "Is there anything else to do today?" "There's an elite team lecture in the afternoon, and in the evening a batch of order magic potions needs to be prepared," Alan replied. "Also, Dale said her scales feel a bit itchy and she may need your help adjusting the energy cycle. She must be starting to grow again and needs to shed her scales. Adjust her crystal vat to low temperature mode and add some calm blue algae. This should alleviate the symptoms." After pondering for a moment, Ron said, "After I finish the tasks at hand, I'll give her a thorough checkup." Before leaving the laboratory, he took one last look at the incubation box. The future autophagic slime monster was quietly growing inside, marking another important milestone in his path of bloodline modulation. The next plans will have to be put on hold for now. Prioritize the energy extraction work for the stand-in puppet. Ron's gaze turned to a sealed chamber on the other side of the laboratory. It was a specially designated workspace he had prepared for the stand-in puppet. The stand-in puppet lay quietly on the experiment table. The surface runes shimmered with a dim sheen under the weak glow of the magic crystal lamp. Ron stood to the side, his gaze sweeping over the meticulously arranged energy isolation array around him. The risk of this experiment far exceeded that of ordinary research, as any energy leak could trigger unpredictable chain reactions. The guidance this time must be exceptionally cautious. Remember to keep the monitoring instruments and the highest level of isolation barriers active at all times. He spoke to the nearby dryad, holding the abyss crystal obtained from the stone bedding shop in his hands. It was an irregularly shaped dark purple crystal, its surface covered with fine lines resembling veins. When light hit from a specific angle, something inside seemed to flow and writhe, as if the crystal itself was a micro-ecosystem. According to my calculated energy threshold, if the energy contained within this abyss crystal were released all at once, it would be enough to level this workshop. Ron's tone was calm, but his gaze was exceptionally focused. And to completely guide its energy out and convert it stably would take at least 2 to 3 weeks. Is the master planning a phased guidance? Alan softly inquired, her branches swaying gently. Ron nodded, taking a set of precise alchemy tools from beside the experiment table. First, I need to inscribe energy guidance runes on the crystal's surface, establishing a miniature energy stabilization cycle to release energy at a controllable rate. He picked up a fine carving knife, carefully etching on the surface of the abyss crystal. Each contact between the knife tip and the crystal's surface caused a faint but distinctly perceptible energy ripple. Through extraordinary recognition, Ron could clearly see how the energy flowed and gathered inside the crystal, and how it resisted external interference. The activity of abyssal energy is even higher than expected. He slightly furrowed his brow, his hand movements uninterrupted. They seemed to have a certain degree of instinctive reaction, actively resisting external disturbance. As the rune network gradually completed, a subtle glow emerged on the crystal's surface. That was the energy constrained within fixed channel trying to release itself. Ron took out a small crystal container, placing it at the center of the experiment table, and used specially made silver wire to connect it with the stand-in puppet. The construction of this device was exquisite. A masterpiece Ron had spent nearly 2 weeks crafting, an energy guide device. Inside the container, complex energy filtering runes were inscribed, capable of capturing and purifying the polluting factors in abyssal energy, leaving only the purest energy essence. Initiating the first guidance test, he took a deep breath, his right hand lightly touching the crystal surface inscribed with runes. A strand of spiritual power, like a thin thread, delved into it, guiding the first trace of energy along a predetermined path. In an instant, the purple-black energy overflowed from the crystal surface, forming a thin energy thread in the air, akin to ink spreading through clear water. The energy thread did not rush directly towards the target container, but instead hovered and twisted in the air, seemingly resisting Ron's guidance with a will of its own. As expected of a high-purity abyss crystal, Ron's expression was solemn, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Even the first guidance is this difficult. He increased the output of his spiritual power, simultaneously tracing a complex rune in the air with his right hand, instantly activating the support array prepared on the experiment table. Silver light surged from the formation, like an invisible net, gradually enveloping and constraining the twisted energy thread, finally forcing it into the crystal container. Once the first strand of energy was successfully captured, the air in the entire room seemed to become heavier. Inside the crystal container, the purple-black energy rotated slowly under the constraint of silver runes. It was gradually decomposed and filtered, ultimately transformed into a pure dark purple energy flow. And the stand-in puppet connected to the container had its core rune at the chest light up with a faint purple glow. This indicated that it had begun absorbing the converted energy. Temporarily stabilized, Ron breathed a sigh of relief, though his eyes remained vigilant. This is merely 1% of the entire crystal's energy. To fully extract it, at least 50 to 60 cycles of operation will be needed. He stood up, stretching his shoulders, which had become stiff from maintaining the same posture for a long time. Moreover, the interval between each operation cannot be less than 24 hours, otherwise, the energy will accumulate too quickly. Alan listened quietly, recording the various experimental parameters with her green branches. Is the master planning to fully automate this process? No, that's too dangerous. Ron shook his head and replied. The instability of abyssal energy far exceeds that of conventional energy. Each guidance requires my personal supervision, at least during the first 10 cycles. If operations stabilize, a semi-automated guidance process might be set up later, but I would still need to perform periodic checks. He looked at the stand-in puppet, now with the purple glow on its chest becoming even and stable, indicating a good energy absorption state. Within 2 months, combining this abyss crystal and the breath of chaos, it should be sufficient to fully charge the stand-in puppet's energy to 100%. Ron calculated the time in his mind. By then, the incarnation form function will be fully activated. That will be a brand new beginning. In the days that followed, Ron allocated most of his time to 3 main tasks: teaching various experimental key phases, and meditation cultivation. Every morning, he would give lectures to apprentices in the classroom of the Crystal Tower, imparting knowledge of magic potion making and bloodline modulation. In the afternoons, he focused on the energy guidance of abyss crystals and the cultivation and growth of autophagic slime monsters, as well as configuring various magic potion orders and studying weapon skills with Axa. At dusk and night, he would engage in in-depth learning of enchantment and practice the inscription of runes, conducting historical research training every few days. In the deep night, when the light of the star projection reached its peak, he would enter a deep meditation state, cultivating Star Eater's ravings in the consciousness space. Simultaneously, through the guidance techniques of astrology, he continued to deepen his connection with the starry sky. This nearly stringent time arrangement left him with less than 2 hours of rest every day, yet it brought about significant progress. The energy guidance experiment of the abyss crystal progressed smoothly, achieving about 0.5% charging progress daily, with the energy indicator of the stand-in puppet rising to 85%. Of course, what was more important was his breakthrough in meditation cultivation. The time to advance to morning star level was nigh half a year, and tonight was the best opportunity for him to attempt a breakthrough. According to the astrological calculations, a rare celestial event called Hermit's Eye would occur tonight. Under this special celestial phenomenon, Hermit's star would form a unique energy resonance with the ground. He stood at the center of the meditation room, gazing through the crystal dome towards the starry sky, searching for the location of the Hermit star. The night was descending, the stars were fishing. Tonight the starry sky was exceptionally clear, without a trace of clouds. Ron slowly sat down, took a deep breath, and began adjusting his breathing frequency to match the meditation rhythm recommended by Star Eater's ravings. As his consciousness gradually sank, external sounds slowly faded away, replaced by a peculiar humming, seemingly like whispers of the stars. In the consciousness space, that sea of stars appeared again. Countless star points flickered in the darkness, forming a vast and intricate star map. A star distinctly larger and brighter than others was emitting a gentle silver light. It was the projection of the Hermit star in his consciousness. Ron's consciousness drifted like a wisp of breeze towards that bright star. The light of Hermit's star grew stronger as he drew closer, but it was not dazzling. Instead, it carried a reassuring warmth. He started striving to build a deeper connection with this star. Through the guidance techniques learned from astrology, his spiritual power transformed into countless tiny threads of energy, gently encircling the Hermit star, trying to perceive the mysteries within. Initially, the star seemed indifferent, merely emitting a steady light. But as Ron persisted with his attempts, a subtle change began to occur. The star's light started to flicker in a certain rhythm, as if responding to his call. Every star has its unique language, and through the correct way of communication, a deeper connection can indeed be established. His spiritual power adjusted according to the star's flickering rhythm, gradually synchronizing their frequencies. At the peak of this tacit understanding, a silver-white beam suddenly shot from the Hermit star, piercing straight into Ron's consciousness core. This beam was neither hot nor cold, yet carried an indescribable ancient sensation, as if traversing endless time and space, bearing some distant memory. In an instant, a vast and unfamiliar torrent of information surged into his consciousness, nearly overwhelming him. It was not conventional knowledge or memory, but more akin to a pure perception and understanding, a direct grasp of the essence of the world. Most astonishingly, this information contained many secrets about Hermit star itself. Ron's consciousness seemed to traverse the river of time, returning to a distant past. In a dark and cold universe, an immensely large entity was quietly wandering. Its form defied human language to describe, neither being nor energy, but a condition of existence bridging all things. If one had to describe it, perhaps it was like a mist formed by countless light points, or a vast network woven from thoughts. This entity, Hermit, is one of the oldest observers in the universe. It roams among galaxies, collecting various knowledge and mysteries of the universe, but never interfering, quietly observing the rise and fall of everything. At some unknowable moment, a terrifying entity arrived, Devourer. It was a terrifying entity beyond dimensions, its mode of existence completely different from Hermit. If Hermit is the guardian of knowledge, then Devourer is the nemesis of all high-dimensional existences. It lives by devouring other existences, assimilating the traits of the devoured into itself. Even an ancient and powerful existence like Hermit appeared so fragile before the Devourer. When Devourer turned its attention to Hermit, the latter immediately sensed danger and began a lengthy escape. Hermit traversed among galaxies, trying to shake off that terrifying pursuer. But Devourer was faster and seemingly able to predict Hermit's actions through some ability surpassing space. Eventually, during a transit, Hermit was caught by a tentacle of the Devourer. That wasn't a tentacle in the conventional sense, but an extension of the Devourer's will, a being beyond material existence. When this tentacle touched the essence of the Hermit, a battle beyond comprehension erupted. The collision of two cosmic-level beings caused the surrounding space to twist and shatter. Several galaxies were destroyed by the aftermath of this conflict, turning into cosmic dust. Despite the Hermit's full resistance, the power of the Devourer was beyond imagination. its tentacle began to erode the hermit's essence, gradually disintegrating it. The hermit's consciousness started to fragment. Countless shards of knowledge scattered, like a magnificent rain of thoughts. Ultimately, the hermit's core was devoured by the devourer, but a part of it. Perhaps the purest fragment of consciousness escaped, drifting through the void. Over a long period, these fragments of consciousness coalesced into a stable structure, eventually transforming into a special star now known as the Hermit Star. It is both a cosmic entity and a repository of thought, belonging to this universe yet transcending beyond conventional understanding. As these fragments of ancient memory flowed through Ron's consciousness, he felt an unprecedented shock. These pieces of information were far beyond his current understanding, each concept so vast and abstract that his consciousness could barely hold them. Yet it was precisely this boundary-transcending experience that propelled a qualitative leap in his spiritual power. He could feel his spiritual world rapidly expanding, breaking through its former confines layer by layer. Star Eater's Ravings, Current Progress, Mastery 30. Over 500, spiritual power has reached a new threshold. 5.5, Morning Star Level Stage 1 Breakthrough complete. Hermit Star has been lit up. Gaining additional trait, Hermit's Knowledge, 1. Increased thinking speed, greatly enhancing comprehension and memory, with additional bonuses when analyzing complex information, 2. Enhanced level of spiritual entanglement, boosting the potency of spiritual attacks, 3. Some ability to foresee danger. This chain-like experience of enhancement was so exquisite, letting Ron immerse in an unparalleled exhilaration of growth. Simultaneously, his magic pool, under the influence of the star projection trait, was undergoing unprecedented expansion. Just within this brief breakthrough process, his magic attribute rose to 4.6, which would normally take months of cultivation. A brand new perception ability also awakened within him, Hermit's Knowledge, a unique ability bestowed by the Hermit Star. He sensed his perspective changing without him realizing it. Not just the material world, but even the flow of energy, thought fluctuations, and even the minute traces of time became crystal clear. This perception ability, combined with extraordinary recognition and elemental perception, transformed into a more fundamental and profound insight, greatly enhancing his inspiration. Ron indulged in this newfound power, relishing the various changes brought about by his breakthrough. However, just when he was about to end his meditation and return to reality, a subtle sense of crisis suddenly welled up in his heart. The feeling was faint yet extremely clear, as if something was secretly observing him, scrutinizing his every move. He immediately became vigilant, focusing his consciousness and cautiously probing his surrounding consciousness space. At first he found nothing. The sea of stars remained calm, the Hermit Star still emanating a gentle glow, with no visible anomaly. But as he activated the newly acquired Hermit's Knowledge, a disconcerting discovery surfaced. In a corner of his consciousness space, there was an almost imperceptible fine crack, thinner than a hair by countless times. This crack was not part of his consciousness structure, but an external trace. It was a miniature channel, connecting his spiritual world to some unknown dimension. Even more alarming was an abnormal energy, fluctuations slowly seeping through the crack. It was a type of energy related to time itself, ancient and cold, carrying an indescribable predator's aura. The sense of crisis surged up his spine like a bone, piercing cold current. Ron began to deliberately maintain complete stillness in the consciousness space. The observation of Hermit's ancient memory just now seems to have attracted the attention of some creature. With the enhanced perception from the Hermit's Knowledge, he captured the energy fluctuations seeping through the temporal rift. Cold as ice, sharp as a knife, like a spider lying in wait for the prey struggling in its web. The term surfaced from the depths of his memory, carrying a strong foreboding. It was something Eve had warned about in a prior conversation. At that time, her expression was unusually serious, with genuine fear in her eyes. Master Ron, historical research is dangerous, especially when venturing into fragments involving the river of time. In those places, there are guardians. No, rather than guardians, they are more like hyenas drawn by the scent. Time hounds, they are not dutiful dimension overseers, but truly territorial animals, viewing any intruder as prey. At the time, he nodded politely, not paying much attention. Looking back now, that warning was indeed invaluable. After all, he never expected to delve so quickly into these exceedingly ancient memory fragments, thus drawing in the hunters. It's too late, the link has already been established. His alertness was timely, and this miniature channel was precisely a kind of temporal hunting device. The rift silently expanded, from initially being invisible to the thickness of a hair, then a needle, and finally a quill pen. The expansion of his perception made him realize that it was not merely a simple rift, but more like a special anchor point, connecting to a completely unknown dimension. What made his heart sink further was the unmistakable sense that in this special intersection of consciousness and the river of time, he was already completely locked by some invisible net. It was like being trapped in a small, isolated world, where any fluctuations towards the outside were like sinking stones, unable to reach his physical body in the real world, nor could he call for help from anyone. The trap is complete. Ron realized this is a hunting strategy, trapping the prey in the corner space, cutting off all possible escape routes. Calm down. Analyze the situation. He forced himself to stifle the instinctual fear and began to think rationally. At least I detected the anomaly in advance. If attacked at the critical moment of returning to reality, caught between two states, I would have no power to resist. Ron decided to look for a countermeasure within the consciousness space. After all, this was his domain, where he had at least some degree of control. He carefully adjusted his mental structure while reinforcing his consciousness barrier, trying to perceive the presence behind the rift more clearly. As his focus increased, the rift underwent a subtle change in his vision. The rift expanded from a two-dimensional line into a vortex-like three-dimensional entrance, resembling a tiny whirlpool on the river of time. In its depths, something was writhing. Without any warning, a straw-like appendage shot out from the rift like an arrow. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to capture its trajectory. The appendage was aimed precisely at the core area of his consciousness body. If it were a physical body, it would be equivalent to the heart. Almost instinctively, Ron activated this defense skill, which had been honed to the level of a reflex. Silver-gray liquid surged from the depths of his spiritual power, quickly forming a flowing barrier around him. This was his first line of defense against unknown threats and had saved his life in numerous battles. However, a shocking scene unfolded before him. The needle-like appendage pierced through as if nothing was there, easily penetrating the flowing shield wall without any reduction in speed, directly stabbing into his consciousness body. An indescribable pain instantly engulfed all of Ron's senses. This was a tearing sensation, directly acting on the essence of the soul. It was as if someone had split his entire being open, then peeled it away piece by piece. A terrifying hole appeared on his consciousness body, with inky black void spreading from it, devouring the surrounding consciousness structure. The intensity of the pain was such that he could hardly maintain basic thinking abilities. The space around him began to warp and collapse, with everything becoming vague and distant. Ron screamed silently, only to find he couldn't produce even the most basic sound. His soul was trembling, his spirit shattering. This experience far exceeded any pain he had ever endured, even 100 times more terrifying than the blood baptism he had undergone on the bloodline altar. Warning, anomalous time fluctuation detected. Warning, interdimensional intrusion detected. Warning, consciousness structure severely damaged. The warnings from the translucent panel flashed in the remnants of his consciousness, but Ron could barely focus enough to comprehend the information. The only thing he could feel was an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. The appendage withdrew swiftly, with vibrant red spiritual energy flowing along that straw-like structure into the unknown depth. As the predation action completed, a blurry silhouette began to coalesce around the rift. It was an entity that completely defied all known physical laws. Its form constantly shifted, with no fixed shape or structure. Sometimes it seemed like a giant snake with countless segments, other times like some sort of multi-legged arthropod, occasionally twisting into geometric shapes completely beyond Ron's comprehension. The only constant was that conical proboscis still, dripping with spiritual energy, and a pair of eyes flashing with a crimson glow. if those could even be called eyes. Ron could feel that this creature was evaluating his worth in its own way, like a gourmet assessing an expensive dish. This suffocating sense of oppression was even greater than what he experienced when facing the holy disk. Back then, at least he could find its weakness, but now, he was nearly on the brink of death before he could even react. Can't just die here. Ron gritted his teeth, enduring indescribable pain, and began to reassemble his remaining spiritual power. Accompanied by that instinct to survive, his mind gradually regained some clarity, quickly analyzing the current situation. The enemy in front of him moved at a speed far beyond his reaction capability. Pure defense was clearly ineffective. But if he could anticipate the next attack, perhaps he could find a chance to counterattack. First, he needed to understand this creature's attack pattern. The newly acquired hermit's knowledge began to come into play. He could sense that the energy within the hound was regrouping, clearly preparing for a second attack. And this time, the energy was gathering faster and with more intensity than before. It seemed the creature had confirmed Ron's deliciousness and decided to intensify its hunting effort. There wasn't much time, action was needed immediately. Combine super magic techniques with flowing shield wall, along with the defensive correction formed after the first hit due to the eternal engraving trait, plus the reinforcement of the spell structure by microstructure adaptation. Ron swiftly mobilized all available spiritual power to construct a brand new defensive system. Unlike the previous shield wall that solely relied on energy density, this time his defense system was designed to be more precise and complex. It was as if dozens of miniature energy circuits were added on top of the original barrier, each layer absorbing part of the impact and redirecting it in another direction. Energy flowed and interwove in his consciousness, forming an exquisitely delicate defensive network. Almost simultaneously, as he completed the final layer of defense, the Time Hound's second attack was already upon him. The horrifying proboscis stabbed forward even faster than the last time, but encountered layer upon layer of energy ripples. Each layer it pierced slowed it down, dispersing the energy further. Although it could not be fully stopped, Ron at least gained precious reaction time. Just as the proboscis was about to pierce his consciousness again, Ron decisively released his long-accumulated spiritual shock. A pure spiritual shockwave erupted from his consciousness core, striking the Time Hound's center akin to tangible lightning. This attack did not rely on physical form, it acted directly on the existential essence. Any being with a conscious structure could hardly evade it completely. An odd hiss emanated from the Time Hound. It was not a sound in the usual sense, but rather some frequency of energy fluctuation. Its movements noticeably stalled, with the proboscis nearing Ron's consciousness halting just millimeters away. Its terrifying suction was still attempting to extract his spiritual energy. Now the pocket watch. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Ron decisively activated his strongest life-saving tool carried with him. Space seemed to freeze around him for an instant, and the flow of time became viscous and slow. With a subtle energy fluctuation, the gaping hole in his consciousness began to heal at a speed visible to the eye. The shattered consciousness structure reformed. The forcibly extracted spiritual energy began to flow back, and the damaged spiritual power circuits gradually regained vitality. Ron could feel his condition improving rapidly, his consciousness cleared, and his thoughts became more agile. Though not fully restored to peak condition, it was sufficient for him to continue fighting. Almost as soon as his recovery was complete, Ron immediately infused all his spiritual power into his strongest attack magic. Sound wave oscillation erosion state. Invisible sound waves, like tangible blades, tore through space, striking directly at the Time Hound's core. The moment the sound waves contacted the Time Hound, the effect was immediate. The constantly morphing entity suddenly froze, its form showing obvious distortion and fragmentation, as if a mirror struck by a heavy hammer. Several deep cracks spread from the point of contact outward, as if the entire creature was on the brink of collapse. Ron's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope surged in his heart. Continue the attack, don't give it a chance to recover. Just as he was preparing to launch a second wave of attacks, a bone-chilling scene occurred. The Time Hound's body, like a reversed playback, reassembled every shattered part at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those profound cracks seemed never to have appeared, and the entire creature was almost instantly restored as if untouched. Damn it, Ron's pupils contracted abruptly, cold despair climbing his spine. It can also reset its state, and it seems to be an innate instinct, able to be used without any medium. This was the worst situation. With the Silver Pocket Watch's time abilities, he might barely manage to protect himself. But if the opponent could also manipulate time, then his greatest advantage would be completely nullified. The Time Hound seemed to be enraged by this attack. Its form became even more chaotic and unstable, and the consciousness space around it began to twist and shatter due to its rampant energy. Fluctuations. Those eyes flickered with an even more intense light than before. The terrifying maw also grew larger, like a reaper's scythe poised to harvest at any moment. Ron felt an unprecedented pressure. Since fully fusing his soul, he had never been so close to death. In front of a target with such a huge power disparity, all his skills and knowledge seemed pale and weak. Pure strength confrontation was meaningless here, and he must find a smarter way to respond. Ron forced himself to calm down and reassess the situation. No matter how powerful, every entity has its own patterns and limitations. Finding its weakness is the key to victory. He began to observe more closely the Time Hound's patterns of movement, particularly its trajectory and energy flow in the consciousness space. As his observation deepened, a subtle pattern gradually emerged. Ron noticed that whenever the Time Hound was about to attack, it always prioritized the corners with deeper shadows. It seemed that only with the help of these special angle spaces could the opponent achieve its unavoidable attacks. It relies on the shadows in this space, or rather some sort of spatial convergence point. Ron quickly deduced in his mind, and a bold plan began to take shape. If this hypothesis held, then as long as these shadow regions were reduced, the Time Hound's ability to move would be limited. And of all his magic, the most suitable to achieve this goal was a golden halo formed around Ron, like a miniature sun. As Ron continued to infuse his spiritual power, the halo gradually expanded, illuminating every corner of the consciousness space. The shadow regions that were originally hidden in the darkness began to diminish noticeably, and the Time Hound's range of movement was consequently compressed. Ron confirmed his conjecture and immediately increased the output power of the Ring of Brilliance. Light surged like a tide, almost dyeing the entire consciousness space in dazzling gold. Every inch of darkness was dispelled, every shadow was filled. The Time Hound's reaction confirmed Ron's judgment. The agility that was as natural as a fish in water vanished completely, and it began to linger in the few shadow regions that remained. Its form also became more unstable, like a dancer who lost balance. But merely restricting its movement was far from enough. Ron needed a force that could oppose the essence of the Time Hound, a power that could truly harm it. Currently, his two most powerful secret weapons were only time stasis and record. Time stasis. The opponent also had the ability to manipulate time to a certain degree, and that time-controlling power came from itself, not relying on external objects like he did. Recklessly using time stasis might backfire, making things worse. In this critical moment, Ron could only choose the ravings that 1,000 transformations had once recorded. They did not originate from the sea urchin monster he first defeated as an advanced apprentice. Instead, they were the more fundamental ravings he had riskily recorded during his progression to an official wizard, when he established a connection with the Devourer. This ravings carried high-dimensional terrifying contamination and was also his last resort. Using it was undoubtedly a risky move, potentially triggering more severe spiritual contamination, even complete loss of control. But at this moment, facing a Time Hound that might devour him at any time, Ron had no choice. I must take this risk. He gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming firm and cold. In the face of survival, everything else is secondary. Ron took a deep breath, concentrating his remaining spiritual power, and began to play the ravings he had long sealed. It was a sound not describable by conventional language, more like a vibration that transcended dimensions, with each syllable carrying the power to distort reality. Yilith Engha Fh Stan. As the first syllable emerged, Ron felt a terrifying energy rebound. It was as if he had touched a switch that shouldn't have been turned on, and a surge of chaotic and frenzied energy poured into his consciousness from the depths of the dimension, almost making him collapse on the spot. But he gritted his teeth and persisted, continuing to play one syllable after another, each more distorted and dangerous than the last. Shugal Vidoro Nithtan. As the ravings continued, the entire consciousness space began to twist and deform in unimaginable ways. It was like the reflection on water being suddenly broken, with all rules and boundaries becoming blurred and unclear. Ron could even see the edges of his consciousness starting to dissolve, turning into clusters of void mist. However, the Time Hound's reaction to this change was far more intense than he had anticipated. The constantly shape-shifting existence suddenly ceased all movement, and those eyes showed an emotion Ron had never seen before: fear. Pure instinctual fear. It is afraid of this. Ron instantly grasped this key point, afraid of high-dimensional power. Regardless of his consciousness structure's ongoing collapse, he gritted his teeth to continue playing, simultaneously guiding that high-dimensional contamination power towards the Time Hound. Those twisted, filthy words wrapped around the hound as if they were alive, beginning to erode its existential structure. The Time Hound struggled desperately, trying to escape from a force it couldn't understand or resist. It frantically shuttled through the remaining shadows, even attempting to retreat back to the dimensional rift. But as the last shadow was dispelled by the ring of brilliance, it had no place to hide. The high-dimensional pollution continued to erode the form of the Time Hound, making it increasingly unstable, even starting to lose its concrete shape. That iconic cone-shaped mouthpart also began to dissolve, turning into a blurred cloud of energy. A very terrifying degree of erosion, but clearly not enough to kill the opponent. Or rather, whether this special entity residing along the river of time even has the concept of death is unknown. Quickly escape now. He seized the opportunity and forcibly cut off his connection to the river of time. His consciousness swiftly receded like a tide. Ron broke away from that dangerous dimensional intersection with unprecedented speed, fleeing back to his familiar spiritual world in panic. When the last thread of connection was severed, he seemed to hear a sharp screech coming from afar. It was the fury and unwillingness of the Time Hound, but it could no longer reach him. The process of returning to reality was like traversing a tunnel filled with broken glass, every inch stabbing into the essence of his being. When his consciousness fully returned to his body, Ron abruptly opened his eyes, and the crystal light in the meditation room stung his eyes to the point of soreness. A drop of cold sweat slid down from his temple, and only then did he realize that his entire body was soaked with cold sweat. He adjusted his breathing, gradually calming his heartbeat down. Survived, at least for now. He gasped weakly but couldn't truly relax. This thrilling confrontation with the Time Hound was far more dangerous than he had imagined. So much so that Ron's spiritual power was almost completely exhausted, with high-dimensional pollution leaving marks on him. Fragmented high-dimensional memories also surged in his mind like a tide at this moment. Those fragments of Hermit-esque experiences did not exist in a way that human thinking could comprehend. They were woven in a form beyond language. Each image, each concept was like a forcibly compressed galaxy, piled within his limited cognitive framework. Darkness and cold, no, that was not darkness and cold as humans understand it. That darkness transcended the absence of the spectrum, and that cold was not a decrease in temperature, but a fundamental change in the state of energy. In that nameless void, an immense entity silently swam. The form of the hermit was difficult to describe with any known terms. It was not a physical entity, nor merely pure energy, or even merely thought or consciousness. It was some more essential existence. Ron could not even find a suitable word to describe it. It could only be temporarily regarded as a form of crevice life, an extra-dimensional individual existing at the junctions of all known material forms. This ancient observer traversed the galaxies, collecting the knowledge and mysteries of the universe. It did not interfere, only observed, silently recording the rise and fall of one civilization after another, the birth and death of star after star. And they, devourer, was even more terrifying than the hermit. In the memories Ron received, the image of the devourer was equally indescribable. It was not a whole, but countless overlapping existences occupying the same space simultaneously. Each perspective presented a different form, yet it was the same entity. With those terrifying tentacles, it effortlessly pierced through the dimensional barrier where the hermit resided, tearing it to pieces. At that moment, something in the universe was permanently changed. An ancient observer was destroyed, countless fragments of knowledge scattered. The hermit was hunted by the devourer. Ron murmured to himself, a chilling sensation creeping up his spine. Historical research, beginner, experience points +1. Historical research, beginner, experience points +1. Historical research, beginner, experience points +1. Current progress, historical research, beginner 28/50. Astrology beginner, experience points +1. Astrology beginner, experience points +1. Astrology beginner, experience points +1. Current progress, astrology beginner 22/50. The prompts from the panel appeared one by one, confirming that he had indeed benefited significantly from this dangerous experience. But at the same time, a heavy spiritual contamination enveloped his consciousness like a toxic fog. It was an indescribable burden, rendering his thoughts blurry and chaotic. At the edges of his vision began to appear colors that shouldn't exist. These colors didn't even belong to the visible spectrum, yet he saw them in a disturbing way. Meaningless murmurs and whispers echoed in his ears, not uttered in any known language, yet seemingly conveying some sort of information. More terrifyingly, these abnormal perceptions were gradually integrating into his daily cognition, attempting to make the abnormal normal, trying to alter his basic perception of reality. This level of contamination, Ron struggled to maintain the clarity of his thoughts, experiencing intense nausea and dizziness. It's probably the most severe contamination I've encountered so far, surpassing the inspirative trigger from first contact with the Star Eater's ravings and the Dead Universe battlefield when I advanced to Advanced Apprentice. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately activated the silver pocket watch in his chest. The moment his fingertip touched the surface, familiar time fluctuations emanated from it, as if a tightly wound string was gently plucked. Ron carefully injected a strand of spiritual power, awakening the slumbering power within the pocket watch. Silvery light slowly overflowed from the watch dial, forming a miniature time bubble that enveloped him completely. Time exhibited a peculiar distortion within this tiny space. Ron felt the pollution invading his spirit, gradually being erased. His spiritual level was like a piece of paper filled with chaotic lines, being forcefully restored to blankness by an eraser. His thoughts gradually became clear. The colors and shapes that shouldn't exist in his vision slowly disappeared, and the whispers in his ear returned to silence. Reset complete, energy 20. Remaining energy quota, 18/50. Pocket watch trait triggered. Detected trace amounts of time hound energy residue absorbed. Energy quota limit increased, 50 right arrow 60. Remaining energy quota, 28/60. Ron raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at this unexpectedly pleasant notification. This unexpected gain isn't bad. He felt a bit of joy in his heart, his fingertips gently caressing the fine engravings on the watch's surface. In the confrontation with the time hound, the pocket watch actually absorbed part of its time energy and enhanced itself. This trait couldn't help but remind him of the potential origins of the pocket watch. Was it a coincidence? Or did this pocket watch inherently have some connection with the time hound? Carefully putting the pocket watch back on his chest, Ron fell into deep thought. This breakthrough in meditation could be said to be a mix of blessings and curses. On one hand, he successfully lit up the Hermit Star, obtaining the valuable Hermit's Knowledge trait. His spiritual power broke through to 5.5, and his magic power also increased to 4.6, which was substantial gains. But on the other hand, during the stargazing, he glimpsed those memory fragments about the Hermit and the Devourer, which also made him feel puzzled, even with a certain indescribable fear. The Hermit was once an ancient and powerful existence, yet it was disassembled and devoured by the tentacles of the Devourer. And through the Star Eater's ravings, I am contemplating exactly that terrifying galaxy devourer. What does that mean? Ron's thoughts raced, piecing together all the tiny fragments of information, trying to outline a complete picture. The Star Eater's ravings guides me to contemplate the devourer, while also connecting me with those existences already consumed by the devourer, like the hermit star. This guidance is extremely contradictory. At this moment, a dark thought gradually formed in his mind. Is it possible that the Star Eater's ravings is not merely a channel for power inheritance? Was its true design purpose actually to find more spare fodder for the devourer? Who exactly created this meditation technique, and what was their true intent? Ron rubbed his temples, trying to relieve the pressure brought on by these heavy thoughts. No matter what kind of secrets are hidden behind the Star Eater's ravings, he currently does not have enough ability and information to obtain definite answers. Rather than fall into endless speculation and self-doubt, it's better to focus on the growth at hand. His worries cannot solve any problems, and with the assistance of the panel system, perhaps he can avoid traps and risks faced by regular cultivators. At least I am indeed becoming stronger now. Ron consoled himself while silently warning in his heart. I must explore this path more cautiously, find a way to gather more information. The newly acquired hermit's knowledge not only increases thinking speed but also provides a deeper insight capability, able to see through appearances and touch the essence. When combined with extraordinary recognition and elemental perception, it forms an almost omniscient sensory experience. If I hadn't acquired this ability then, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to discover the hound's presence in time, let alone identify their weakness of only being able to attack from certain shadow angles. Ron couldn't help but sigh. Danger and opportunity often go hand in hand. This endless cycle of cause and effect is almost like some fate-designed test. Taking a deep breath, Ron stood up, moving his limbs which had become a bit stiff from maintaining the same posture for a long time. Now he needs to quickly adjust his state to prepare for the work and research ahead. In any case, the gains this time outweigh the risks. He finally concluded. Just in time, in a few days I will meet Professor Udall for the routine activity of analyzing the memory crystal. I might as well ask him about the time hound then. In the special containment center of the observatory, it was others' personal mentoring time for Ron. Ron stood in a sealed analysis room, with a transparent light blue memory crystal placed in front of him. This memory crystal appeared smooth on the surface, but extraordinary recognition clearly captured the complex energy patterns inside it, layer upon layer like a three-dimensional maze. This was already his fourth time participating in memory crystal analysis work. In previous attempts, he started from the most basic energy detection, gradually learning how to establish a safe spiritual link and extract information fragments from the memory crystal. Every attempt was accompanied by considerable risk, but under others' guidance, he could always pull back in time before the danger became uncontrollable. The analysis room was filled with precise energy control runes, interlocking, forming a complete protective network. These runes not only ensure that any energy leakage during the analysis process is promptly sealed off, but also forcibly cut off the link between the analyzer and the memory crystal in emergency situations. This memory crystal comes from the Abyss fourth layer, and it's a more complex existence than the samples you attempted before. Others' hologram floated around the memory crystal, with silver light reflecting on the crystal's surface, causing subtle energy resonance. Begin, let me see the results of your recent learnings. Other floated backward, giving Ron enough operational space, while ready to intervene at any moment. Ron nodded, focusing his attention entirely on the memory crystal in front of him. He first activated extraordinary recognition and the newly acquired hermit's knowledge to perform a comprehensive scan of the memory crystal, attempting to gather as much surface information as possible before deeper exploration. In his perception, the energy within the memory crystal presented relatively stable waveforms, with most areas showing a healthy blue-green glow. However, deep within the crystal, he noticed several anomalous energy nodes. The energy fluctuation frequency there was evidently higher than the surrounding areas, forming local hotspots. More concerning was the core region of the crystal, surrounded by a layer of pale purple energy barrier. This structure had never appeared in the memory crystals he had previously analyzed. The internal energy fluctuations are relatively stable, with no obvious malevolent traits. But the central core area has an anomalous barrier that may require special attention. Moreover, a few unstable energy nodes were detected, which should be avoided during the analysis process. Others' hologram flickered slightly, showing approval. Very detailed observations. Indeed, a thorough preliminary assessment often prevents many unnecessary risks in memory crystal analysis, especially that core region's barrier. It's usually where the critical events forming the memory crystal occur. Encouraged, Ron took a deep breath and began the analysis. He gently placed his palm above the surface of the memory crystal, carefully releasing strands of spiritual power. Unlike his previous rough attempts, this time his spiritual power distribution was more refined, like a spider's web covering every crucial node of the memory crystal. With the thought acceleration brought by Hermit's knowledge, he could simultaneously monitor the energy feedback from dozens of contact points, adjusting the intensity and frequency of spiritual power in each spot timely. When the spiritual power network was fully spread, Ron began looking for the most suitable entry point. On the surface of the memory crystal, he found an area with relatively weak energy fluctuation, where the barrier was thinnest and was the ideal breakthrough point. Found it, Ron murmured, focusing his spiritual power on that spot, starting to penetrate carefully. The process of breaking through the surface barrier was not smooth. Whenever his spiritual power attempted to go deeper, the memory crystal exhibited an instinctive rejection reaction, like an immune system resisting an invader. But Ron did not rush. He patiently adjusted the frequency of his spiritual power, trying to achieve a kind of harmonic resonance with the memory crystal's energy fluctuations. After nearly 10 minutes of repeated attempts, he finally found the suitable frequency. His spiritual power, like a precise key, effortlessly unlocked the memory crystal's outer defenses. Good, other encouraged. Now try to establish an initial information channel, but do not touch that core region yet. Ron nodded, continuing to guide his spiritual power deeper into the memory crystal. He carefully avoided the unstable energy nodes, focusing on constructing a safe circuit for information extraction. This was the most meticulous work in the analysis process. He needed to maintain a stable connection with the memory crystal simultaneously, avoid potentially dangerous areas, and establish a protective layer that could filter harmful energy. Any issue in these steps could lead to spiritual contamination or even more severe consequences. With the aid of features such as Hermit's knowledge, microstructure adaptation, and essential insight, Ron's spiritual control reached an unprecedented level of precision. He could divide his spiritual power into dozens of streams, executing different tasks simultaneously, like a musician conducting a complex symphony, ensuring every note was in place. Gradually, a stable information channel took shape. Ron could feel the information within the memory crystal beginning to flow into his consciousness at a controllable rate, like a clear stream rather than a torrential flood. The information flow initially consisted of fragmented images and perceptions, but as the link deepened, they gradually became coherent, forming a complete memory. A bizarre abyssal scene appeared in Ron's consciousness. On the purple-black soil, a plant similar to a fern was growing, but its leaves had a metallic texture, with edges sharp as knives. What was more eerie was that these leaves continuously changed shape, as if engaging in some complex breathing or communication. A faint purple mist permeated the air, seeming to have a weak consciousness that would actively avoid the paths of explorers. In the distance, several fountain-like energy outflows were constantly releasing deep purple light, illuminating the entire region. The explorer, the owner of the memory, was cautiously collecting samples while recording the surrounding energy fluctuations with some special device. Through his perspective, Ron observed a peculiar symbiotic relationship existing among the plants. They were connected through their root systems, forming a vast network where energy flowed and exchanged, much like an organic computing system. As the explorer focused on recording data, he sensed some unusual pressure. The image wobbled, and the explorer looked up. At the edge of his vision, a vague, gigantic silhouette flickered in and out, seemingly observing this layer from the deeper abyss layers. Ron's heartbeat quickened slightly, a sense of alertness rising within him. Logically, such memory fragments, which were clearly likely to cause spiritual contamination, should trigger his extraordinary recognition and hunting evil warning skills. In previous analyses, these skills had repeatedly helped him avoid danger in time. However, at this moment, the warning system was completely silent, showing no reaction to this obviously dangerous memory fragment. Ron frowned slightly, but did not interrupt the connection. On the contrary, he further adjusted the output mode of his spiritual power, exploring the memory with increased caution. As the explorer's consciousness delved deeper, the vague outline gradually became clear. It was an existence beyond comprehension, its form constantly changing, each change defying the fundamental laws of the physical world. Sometimes it resembled a giant sphere with countless tentacles, with eyes, mouths, and various organs growing at the ends of the tentacles. Sometimes it appeared as a mountain composed of living tissue, with every surface continuously writhing, growing new limbs, only to swiftly wither again. Even more frightful was that this entity seemed to exist simultaneously in multiple dimensions, causing its form to remain in an indescribable superposed state. Staring at it for more than 2 seconds induced intense dizziness and nausea, as if the brain were forced to process some informational structure it wasn't meant to comprehend. The scene should have triggered a strong reaction of spiritual contamination, at least causing the hunting evil skill to issue a severe warning. But bizarrely, Ron still did not feel any signs of contamination. There was only a pure sense of discomfort, like the instinctive reaction caused by seeing a nauseating image, rather than the soul deep pain of contamination. Interesting, Ron murmured internally, his mind racing. An apostle revealing its true form, yet not triggering spiritual contamination. There is only one explanation for this anomaly: the apostle is fake. The explorer in the picture clearly did not possess Ron's composure and analytical ability. When he saw the giant entity slowly moving, with countless bizarre organs simultaneously turning their gaze toward him, fear instantly drowned his rationality. A pure primal fear erupted in the explorer's heart. Fear far beyond normal experience, as if the soul itself was screaming. As the fear continually accumulated, the explorer's vision began to distort, shatter, and then completely fall into darkness. He lost consciousness. As for what happened afterward, the memory crystal left no clues. Whether the explorer was consumed by this fake apostle or escaped by sheer luck remains unknown. After all, the memory crystal generated by the abyss only records what the observer witnessed. Terminate connection, analysis complete. Ron said calmly, carefully withdrawing his spiritual power, ensuring that no residual effects or possible entangling, follow-up effects remained. He opened his eyes to find others' virtual phantom observing him in an unusual manner. It was quite a fruitful analysis, wasn't it? The old man's voice was slightly more cheerful than usual. Ron looked at the memory crystal and, after pondering for a moment, got straight to the point. I discovered some anomalies. The apostle appearing in this memory crystal is very likely a fake. Oh, others' phantom wavered slightly, showing some curiosity. Tell me your analysis. Firstly, my contamination detection system did not react at all when it appeared. Ron explained clearly. Normally, even a memory projection of an apostle should carry intense, abyssal high-level contamination. But I did not sense any signs of contamination, only a purely visual discomfort. He paused for a moment, then continued. Secondly, the behavior pattern of this apostle is overly theatrical, as if deliberately creating a terrifying effect. Real apostles are usually more efficient. They rarely spend time on visual intimidation of their prey, preferring direct spiritual intrusion or energy absorption. As Ron spoke to this point, he suddenly realized that his description might seem too expert, not fitting the image of a novice just entering abyss research. Others' phantom remained silent for a moment, with the silvery light in the air flowing slowly as if engaged in some deep level of thinking. Very precise observation and analysis, Ron. Others' tone carried evident praise, yet also a difficult-to-grasp deeper meaning. Your understanding of abyssal creatures seems far beyond a beginner's level. especially those insights about apostle behavior patterns. Very interesting. Ron could feel the silver eyes within the phantom deeply observing him, seemingly trying to discern some hidden secret. But he had long since learned to remain calm under any circumstances, and facing such veiled inquiry, he merely smiled slightly, his gaze untroubled. I have always had a special interest in abyss research, and have obtained some non-public information through various channels while at the Black Mist School. Others' phantoms swayed gently in the air, chuckling softly. He evidently saw through the subtle control in Ron's words, and did not pursue further, instead turning to a more scholarly discussion. Your observation is entirely correct. It's not a real apostle, but rather a disguise of an extremely rare abyssal plant, peller grass. Peller grass. Ron raised an eyebrow. The name indeed sounded a bit peculiar. It is an abyssal subspecies of extraordinary plants. Others' tone shifted to the steady rhythm typical of when explaining professional knowledge. They are one of the few highly intelligent plant life forms in the abyss, capable of detecting the source of fear in approaching creatures through special sensory abilities, and then projecting it into illusions. For an abyssal explorer, the greatest fear is encountering an apostle, so they often create illusions of apostles. Ron squinted his eyes. The traits of such organisms indeed held significant research value. Why do they do this? For predation, defense, or some form of communication. Primarily as a defense mechanism, Other replied. The physical defense ability of the Payaro grass is very weak, but their illusion-generating ability is extremely sophisticated, capable of scaring away most potential threats. In the abyss ecosystem, they occupy a very unique position, not top predators, nor merely prey, but surviving through this unique means of deception. Ron couldn't help but have more questions. Then, if the explorer isn't frightened by the illusion, what subsequent reaction does the Payaro grass have? Interesting question. Other's spectral image flickered slightly. Typically, they will attempt stronger fear stimuli, trying to evoke as much fear within the target as possible. If that still proves ineffective, they release a special neurotoxin, attempting to directly render the intruder unconscious. Their last resort is a collective retreat, leaving some members as sacrifices to save the majority of the group. Based on the energy decay level of the memory crystal, I can judge this memory formed roughly 2 months ago. Other continued, with a tone tinged with anticipation. This means we are very likely to find this rare plant in the same area. Does it have any special value? Ron's eyes lit with a pragmatic gleam. Considerable value. Other's spectral image became more solid, this topic clearly piquing his great interest. The secretions of the Payaro grass contain a special energy crystal known as illusion crystal, a core component for making the highest grade illusion techniques. A small piece of illusion crystal can sell for hundreds of magic stones on the market. He paused for a moment, his voice growing more serious. But its true value lies in research. The energy structure of the Payaro grass provides a natural understanding of consciousness projection, which is uniquely valuable for constructing phantom skeleton prototypes. Ron immediately grasped the significance of this discovery. For any wizard preparing to advance to the rank of great wizard, any research material that aids in constructing a phantom skeleton prototype is invaluable. Carefully placing the memory crystal back into the specially designed container, Ron pondered for a moment, his gaze returning to Other. Professor, regarding the time hounds briefly mentioned by Her Highness Eve earlier, I have some questions to ask. Other's spectral image suddenly froze for a moment, the silvery flow completely pausing. Then he revitalized, but the frequency was noticeably lower and more slow. You've encountered them. This was an affirmative statement. Ron did not deny, simply nodding slightly. During the latest breakthrough in meditation, I might have stumbled upon some memory fragments that shouldn't have been touched. He selectively omitted specifics about the hermit and the devourer, providing only enough information for the other to understand the situation. Other's spectral image floated in mid-air. Ron could feel that he was being observed, the kind of observation that was deep and comprehensive, as if evaluating something. Ultimately, Other let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Since you have already experienced it personally, You must have made your own observations and conclusions. Tell me, young man, what did you learn from this dangerous encounter? They are far more dangerous than I anticipated, Ron admitted frankly. Upon first contact, I was almost defenseless. Their attack methods are extremely peculiar, as if their jaws can bypass any conventional spiritual defense and they move too quickly to react to. Additionally, they possess some ability to reset their own state, negating any damage they have received. He paused briefly before continuing. But in the midst of crisis, I also discovered some potentially weak traits. They seem to rely on certain special shadow angles for their attacks. These angles resemble intersections of temporal flow. If these shadows can be eliminated, one could potentially limit their range of activity and attack capability to some extent. Other spectral image expanded slightly. A very precise observation. Even an experienced wizard may not detect this key detail upon first encounter. His tone was full of admiration. Time hounds do indeed need to utilize what you call shadow angles, which are actually special points of subtle temporal flow intersections, to unleash their omnipotent attack capabilities. But I also found that even if you use light to dispel the shadows and limit their activity, it's still very difficult to truly defeat them. Ron recalled that thrilling ordeal. Especially facing their ability to reset their own state, it seems almost unsolvable. Time reset, other nodded in confirmation. This is indeed one of the most fearsome abilities of the time hounds. They can negate any damage they have received, as if those damages never occurred. Many moon-level wizards also choose to avoid battle when facing time hounds. So, is there a way to truly defeat them? Ron asked directly, his eyes twinkling with a kind of thirst for knowledge. Others Phantom paused in mid-air, as if weighing something. To truly kill a time hound, you need to meet 3 key conditions. He extended a finger made of silver light. First, you must have spiritual power intensity above moon level, able to act on multiple points in time simultaneously. This is a fundamental condition. Without sufficient spiritual power, it is impossible to stably capture the true form of a time hound. The second finger lit up. Secondly, you need to master at least one special magic that can solidify time, such as time anchoring. These spells can temporarily imprison the time manipulation ability of time hounds, preventing them from resetting. However, such spells are extremely rare. The exchange list of the school's contribution points should have it, generally requiring thousands of contribution points. The third finger followed and lit up. Finally, and most critically, you must be able to attack their past, present, and future states simultaneously. This requires a special spiritual attack technique, which we call 3-phase shock burst, an advanced variant of spiritual shock that can trigger spiritual shockwaves at multiple points in time simultaneously. Ron carefully noted down this information, beginning to construct possible cultivation paths in his mind. Time anchoring and 3-phase shock burst. These are quite interesting advanced fields, although not something to try immediately. Understanding more never hurts. Are there specific training methods to enhance abilities in this area? He further inquired. Of course. Other nodded, seeming satisfied with Ron's thirst for knowledge. Regarding time anchoring, it is too far from your current reach, and because of confidentiality agreements, I cannot just tell you. Ron did not feel disappointed, preparing to thank politely, but others suddenly changed his tone. However, I can talk a bit about the training method for 3-phase shock burst, which may help improve your spiritual shock. The training for 3-phase shock burst is extremely complex, Other continued. It requires a kind of mental fragmentation training method under the premise of mastering basic spiritual shock. This training demands dividing one's consciousness into 3 parts fixed at specific time points in the past, present, and future, and then launching a spiritual attack at these 3 time points simultaneously. His tone became more cautious. I must warn you, this training is extremely dangerous. Excessive fragmentation of consciousness may lead to permanent mental damage or even personality disorder. Never attempt it without sufficient spiritual power foundation and professional guidance. Perhaps to change the topic, Other's tone suddenly became somewhat ethereal, as if lost in some memory. Speaking of time hounds, I can tell you the story of the Clock King and the King of Hounds. Ron sat up slightly, his eyes showing intense interest. Other rarely mentioned such historical anecdotes in solitary meetings with him. The sharing at this moment undoubtedly carried a special significance. Not all time hounds are solitary hunters. Others' voice carried a note of warning. They are divided into different levels. The weakest are the drifters, mainly wandering in the shallows of the river of time, preying on weak consciousnesses that accidentally touch the edges of time. The middle ones are centralized hunters, possessing stronger space-time perception ability, capable of actively tracking targets. And at the apex are the King of Hounds. Kings of Hounds are different from ordinary time hounds. They are the leaders of their respective clans. Not only do they far surpass ordinary hounds in all-round qualities, they can also command ordinary hounds to form hunting squads. Others' voice lowered. The scariest part is that Kings of Hounds can autonomously create dimensional angles in the hunting grounds of the consciousness realm for movement and attack. This means they no longer rely on naturally formed space-time gaps, but can actively create attack paths. Ron couldn't help but recall his thrilling confrontation with a time hound. If the opponent had the ability to create dimensional angles, the outcome of that battle would have been entirely different. A hunting squad led by a King of Hounds is enough to threaten most great wizards, and even some top great wizards with poor compatibility can only choose to flee when facing a King of Hounds squad. And Clock King Erica was the only wizard to break this limitation. Others' tone suddenly became somewhat mournful. She was one of the most remarkable wizards of the Middle Second Era. The only one to be honored as a king among top great wizards before becoming one. It is said she could contend briefly with numerous true witch kings, her precision in time manipulation still unmatched. Others' phantom dimmed slightly, and her most well-known feat was finding the fatal weakness of time hounds, then specializing in hunting these creatures. This behavior quickly attracted the attention of the King of Hounds. Without having become a great wizard, Erica designed the killing of a King of Hounds and integrated its core structure into her soul anchor. This caused a great sensation at the time and earned her the title Clock King. Soul anchor. Ron gently repeated the term, his face full of thoughtful expressions. This term was not unfamiliar to him. There was a detailed record of it in the Abyssal Creatures Atlas, a special item created by great wizards to counter abyssal curses. In fact, due to recent progress in historical research skills, he had already speculated much about the origins of his curio. And combining the powerful time capabilities his pocket watch exhibited, along with the convergence between the Clock King title and the pocket watch. Then what? With this thought in mind, he continued to ask, trying to understand more details. I remember the Clock King never became the Witch King. Others' specter sighed. Yes, she successfully advanced to the rank of Great Wizard, and in the following centuries also created many unprecedented time magic techniques. But the end of the story was not perfect. He paused for a moment, his voice tinged with obvious sadness. During a massive primordial abyss erosion event in the later stages of the Second Era, the Clock King, as a rare time specialist, would be immensely beneficial if devoured by the awakened. Thus she faced the greatest pressure, attacked by as many as a dozen apostles. Even with her mastery of time, facing such a scale of enemies, she could only choose a nearly suicidal defense strategy. That is, creating a huge time stasis field that isolated the entire battlefield from the outside world. When all the dust settled, Erica's spectral remains had long disappeared. Only the ceaselessly layering clock chimes echoed over that ancient battlefield, and to this day, bells still resonate there. Others' voice became extraordinarily heavy. Some say she died in the Apostles' siege, but more rumors suggest that she might have somehow transferred her consciousness into the anchor and chosen an entirely new way of existence. This rumor has never been confirmed. That anchor disappeared without a trace in the turmoil that followed. This story left Ron deep in thought. Perhaps this is also why the previous silver pocket watch and time hound possessed the time reset ability. After all, according to what other just said, Erica integrated the structure of the Hound King when forging the soul anchor. A tragic and great story. Ron finally commented, his tone containing both respect for the great wizard and reflection on similar fates. Every path to power seems to be accompanied by corresponding costs. It's not just about the cost, Ron. Other's voice became extraordinarily heavy, and the specter dimmed slightly. Erica's tragedy unveils the cruelest nature of this universe. What we wizards represent, orderly power, is forever the minority in the entire universe. His specter swayed slowly in the air, the silver glow appearing particularly dim. You know, every time an abyssal explorer falls into the abyss, countless twisted creatures born from its power are nurtured within. And when an official wizard falls there, the abyss segregates some unique abyss creatures, as if enjoying a delicious snack. Others' voice carried a deep sense of powerlessness. What's more terrifying is that those abyss creatures and apostles gain the knowledge and skills of the devoured. Each time, they successfully devour a strong figure from our side. An aberration originally acting only on instinct can gain a degree of intelligence and similar magic-like technique wisdom after devouring a moon-level wizard. He paused for a moment, his voice becoming darker. That's why Erica faced a joint assault from over a dozen apostles. Her mastery of time manipulation was a source of nutrition that chaos immensely craved. Imagine if those apostles succeeded in devouring her. They might gain the ability to manipulate time, a group of apostles able to reset battle outcomes and foresee future attacks would spell the end for the entire orderly world. Other specter shuddered slightly. The more powerful Erica became, the more deadly the allure of her to chaotic power. Her very existence was a provocation to the abyss. Her every breakthrough declared to those ravenous aberrations, here lies a bountiful feast. His voice turned nearly despairing. The most ironic thing is, if Erica chose mediocrity, chose to be an ordinary wizard, she might have safely spent her life. But it was her pursuit of power, her thirst for perfection, that pushed her to the inevitable abyss. This is the fate of orderly power. We strive to become stronger to protect something. But the stronger we become, the more and stronger and more insane the enemies we face. Once we are defeated, the benefits the enemy gains far exceed everything we have accumulated. Other's specter became almost translucent. At the entrance of the Abyssal Research Center, there's a warning. Order is like a candle flame, chaos like a wild wind. The brighter the flame, the fiercer the storm. Once the fire is out, darkness is eternal. That's why. Even someone as strong as Erica ultimately had no choice but to perish with the enemy. Power is not a blessing. Ron. In this universe, every strong person is prey in the eyes of chaos, a marked lamb. Our so-called growth is nothing more than a countdown to our own demise. Professor, I will remember your teaching. After finishing the conversation with Other, Ron returned to his residence with heavy thoughts. The night was deep, the starry sky above the central land still dazzling, but he had no heart to admire those distant lights. His mind echoed with the information he had just heard. The weakness of the time hound, the principles of the three-phase shock burst, the legendary story of the Clock King, the chaotic nature of the universe. Every detail was worth pondering over and over. Speaking of which, it's been over 2 months since I returned from the Abyssal Outpost. Ron sat at his desk, took out a detailed schedule record, and began sorting out the progress of this period. The speed of improving historical research skills is faster than expected. Each exchange with Professor Udall brings significant progress. At the current pace, I should be able to break through to the skilled level in about half a month. He gently flipped through the record book, with densely packed symbols and annotations documenting his research achievements day by day. From the initial stumbling to now being able to relatively skillfully analyze low-level memory crystals, this rate of progress is astounding, even in the genius-filled Crystal Tower. But Ron knew deeply that behind this rapid progress, aside from his own talent and effort, he heavily relied on the careful guidance of Other. This top-tier historian, in every memory crystal analysis class, the old professor personally demonstrated the most exquisite techniques. The practical experiences that absolutely couldn't be learned from books were the key to his rapid growth. However, in recent exchanges, Ron keenly noticed some subtle changes. Other occasionally showed a faint worry, a kind of expression that never appeared while discussing academic knowledge. The professor seems to have something on his mind recently. Ron recalled the slight fluctuations, in Udall's imaginary projection tonight. And not just him, even Eve has seemed a bit off lately. Although she still actively participates in my classes, there's always a sense of distraction about her. As an observant person, Ron found it hard to ignore these details, especially when such anomalies appeared simultaneously on two core members of the Crown clan. It likely indicated some deeper issue. Coming to this realization, he couldn't help but remember some rumors he heard not long ago. In the Crystal Tower's interior, there seemed to be some sort of distribution mechanism he had yet to fully understand. Though everything appeared orderly on the surface, the undercurrent of rivalry never ceased. Speaking of which, Eve mentioned something to me recently, that her mother, Cassandra, seems to be coming back soon. Ron pondered on this information, but frowned in confusion. But it doesn't make sense. Cassandra Tower Master's return from expedition should undoubtedly be good news for both Udall and Eve. Why would Eve feel unhappy about her mother returning triumphantly from the other world? He thought back to an inadvertent observation a few days ago. At the time, he was heading to submit his new paper to the review committee. He happened to see several usually stern lecturers gathered together communicating in silence, their expressions unusually serious. Among them was even the usually calm William, the associate professor, showing signs of apparent concern on his face. Be more cautious, more dedicated, Ron warned himself in his heart. No matter what changes occur among the high ranks, for a mid-level wizard like me, the most important thing is still to enhance my own strength. Only by being strong enough can I protect myself. Amidst any changes, he closed the schedule record and took out the silver pocket watch from the drawer. Moonlight spilled through the crystal window onto its surface, imbuing the pocket watch with a mysterious and ancient glow. Since tonight's historical research training hasn't been conducted yet, perhaps I should give it a try. Ron took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Last time I failed, let's try again this time. Once the power of the time hound is injected, it feels as if something within the pocket watch was awakened. This idea had been brewing in his mind for a long time. Since obtaining this pocket watch, it had shown abilities beyond imagination. But he knew very little about its origins and creator. Just now, Udall's discussion about the Clock King further ignited his intense curiosity. That time reset ability and the time laws contained within the pocket watch truly aligns with the legends of the Clock King. He carefully placed the pocket watch on a specially crafted sensing platform, then began entering a specialized meditation state for historical research. This was an advanced technique taught by Udall, allowing him to perceive the residual time marks on objects through a unique operation of spiritual power. As his consciousness gradually sank, the surrounding real world began to blur, replaced by a peculiar state of perception. In this state, the pocket watch was no longer a simple object, but a vessel containing countless fragments of time. Each scratch everywhere recorded specific historical moments. Ron's spiritual power extended like a thread, gently touching the time marks on the pocket watch's surface. Initially, only some vague fragments flashed by. The battlefield of blood and fire, complex alchemy ceremonies, countless precise adjustments. But as he skillfully applied his techniques, these fragments began to clarify. Suddenly, a breathtaking scene appeared in his mind. It was a magnificent clock tower, towering into the clouds, its body cast from some special metal, emitting a faint glow. On the colossal clock face, the hands did not move according to the regular 12-hour system, but followed a complex trajectory, as if documenting the passage of multiple time dimensions. In the workshop at the top of the tower, a tall woman was working intently. She had long silver-gray hair, and her eyes appeared in a peculiar indigo color, as if containing the depth of time. But most striking was the countless translucent clock phantoms surrounding her, each operating at a different speed. Clock King Erica. Ron's heartbeat slightly accelerated. He knew he was witnessing an extremely precious historical fragment. In the image, Erica was crafting something, each of her movements precise to an awe-inspiring degree. Various rare materials flowed and fused in her hands as if they were alive, while the clock shadows precisely controlled the timing of each step in the process. Ron could see that she was forging the very pocket watch he held in his hand. But the crafting process was far more complex than imagined, requiring not only top-tier alchemy techniques, but also a profound understanding of the laws of time. The picture suddenly shifted, and Ron's perspective came to a bizarre temporal fissure. Here there was no fixed ground or sky. There were only numerous twisted time streams intertwined, forming a chaotic and dangerous hunting ground. Erica stood in the center of this perilous area, surrounded by at least 7 or 8 time hounds. They constantly shuttled between different time flows, launching attacks from different angles and temporal points. Is this the time hound's lair? Ron watched in amazement. Erica was not fighting the time hounds in conventional space, but had actively entered their home ground, the temporal fissure itself. The first time hound launched an attack from the side, its maw darting toward Erica's head like lightning. But just at the moment of impact, Erica's figure suddenly vanished, appearing the next second behind the hound. Ron observed Erica's techniques intently. He found that she was not simply instantaneously moving, but fine-tuning along the timeline, temporarily jumping out of the current moment. The second and third time hounds immediately joined the fray, with the encirclement from 3 directions putting Erica in a dangerous position. But her way of coping was even more astounding. She simultaneously released 3 spiritual shocks, hitting the 3 hounds respectively. 3-phase shock burst. Ron's eyes lit up. It was the advanced skill Other had mentioned. He focused intently on observing Erica's casting process, trying to understand the mysteries within. The key to 3-phase shock burst was not simple consciousness splitting, but learning to exist simultaneously at multiple temporal points. Erica, through a special time perception ability, anchored her consciousness at 3 temporal points: past, present, and future. Then she released spiritual shock at these 3 points, forming a continuous attack across time. This attack method was almost impossible to defend against, as the target needed to repel impacts from 3 different times simultaneously. The time hounds were clearly thrown off balance by this attack, but they quickly demonstrated the terrifying nature of group cooperation. The remaining hounds began to methodically adjust their attack rhythm, attempting to form an inescapable attack cycle through time reset cooperation. Erica realized the danger, her expression becoming intensely focused. Her hands rapidly wove signs. The surrounding time streams suddenly became thick, like the air turning into gel. Ron recognized the technique, precisely the magic Other had mentioned that could confine the time hound's resetting ability. Under the effect of time anchoring, the time hounds lost their greatest advantage, unable to reset their states anymore. Erica seized this opportunity to launch a truly meaningful slaughter. Her attack skills far surpassed Ron's imagination, with each shock precisely hitting the time hound's weaknesses. Besides, she seemed able to predict each hound's movement trajectory, always responding optimally ahead of time. This is the strength of a top-tier combat wizard. Ron was shaken in heart, the battle before his eyes granting him a direct understanding of higher realms. Erica's every move demonstrated perfect mastery over her power, with no waste. Each attack was executed just right. The battle quickly approached its end. Most of the time hounds had already been defeated. Only the last one remained the largest among them, presumably the so-called Hound King. The Hound King evidently realized the defeat was certain, beginning to unleash an ability Ron had never seen before. The entire temporal fissure started to shake violently, countless time fragments raining down like raindrops, each containing formidable twisting power. But Erica did not panic. She slowly raised her right hand, revealing a beautiful silver pocket watch in her palm. Ron suddenly understood. The pocket watch in Erica's hand was the very one he now possessed. The whole hunt itself was to complete the final forging step of the pocket watch, integrating the Hound King's time core into it. As the pocket watch activated, the surrounding time fragments converged upon it like rivers returning to the sea. The Hound King struggled desperately, but before the powerful time attraction of the pocket watch, its resistance seemed so futile. The pocket watch emitted a dazzling light, like a newly born star. Erica looked at the finished product in her hand with satisfaction, her eyes revealing the pride of a creator. However, at that moment, she suddenly lifted her head. Her indigo eyes pierced through space-time, directly staring at Ron, who was observing all this. The feeling was extremely eerie, as if she had long known. that a future observer would study this experience through historical research. Erica's lips slowly curved into a meaningful smile. The smile contained wisdom transcending time and a certain indescribable expectation. A curious little fellow. Erica's voice clearly entered Ron's consciousness, despite the long river of time. Being able to glimpse these memories, it seems you have already mastered quite good historical research techniques. Her image began to blur, indicating the memory was about to end. Use it well, it's the crystallization of my life's work. Remember, time is the most impartial judge and also the toughest enemy. The image completely dissipated, and Ron's consciousness returned to the real world. He opened his eyes to find the pocket watch in his hand was emitting faint warmth, as if responding to the historical rewind just now. Special historical fragment detected, gaining additional skill insight. Historical research, beginner, experience points +1. Historical research, beginner, experience points +1. Historical research, beginner, experience points +1. Current progress, historical research, beginner 45/50, detect. D. 3-phase shock burst, skill essence. Providing direction for spiritual shock skill upgrade. When the images of history completely faded, Ron remained seated in the chair, unmoving for a long time. The strange experience of traveling through time still echoed in his heart, as if Erica's indigo eyes continued to gaze at him through the river of time. The silver pocket watch in his hand emitted a subtle warmth, like a heart that still retained residual heat. He gently caressed the intricate carvings on the surface of the pocket watch, each mark recording the creator's dedication. Essentially, it's an extreme acceleration of self-time, enhancing the speed of one's consciousness and physical operation to a level beyond ordinary understanding. Although the moving distance is limited and the magic power consumption is substantial, one can maintain complete attack capabilities during movement. This technique aligns exceptionally well with his current mastery of abilities. Traditional instant movement may cover greater distances and consume less, but it leaves a tactical gap during transmission where no action can be taken. On the contrary, time jump, although restricted in range, offers a perfect attack opportunity within the process of movement itself. More importantly, a thoughtful glint flashed in Ron's eyes. Erica seemed to deliberately showcase the essence of this technique in that memory, and the power level remained precisely at the peak of Moon. She anticipated future observers of this piece of history and hoped to pass on this skill. He stood up, took a deep breath, and attempted to activate the record function of 1,000 transformations. Silver light flickered deep in his pupils. The peculiar energy fluctuations started surging within his body. Unlike recording simple skills normally, this process was extraordinarily complex. Erica's technique level was too advanced. The understanding of the law of time embedded far exceeded his current scope of knowledge. The entire recording process lasted nearly 10 minutes, during which fine beads of sweat appeared on Ron's forehead, his spiritual power nearly squeezed to its limit. Skill record detected. Ability recorded, time jump. Warning, this skill has a huge consumption and requires a high level of spiritual power from the caster. Warning, continuous use may cause time perception disorder. Indeed, it's not so easy to grasp. Ron wiped the sweat from his forehead, yet the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. However, since I've successfully recorded it, it means I can use it. He gingerly attempted it for the first time. With the surge of 1,000 transformations energy, an unprecedented sensation enveloped his entire body. Time seemed to turn into sticky honey. Everything around him plunged into extreme slow motion, while his own thoughts and limbs maintained their normal, supernormal operational speed. In this bizarre state, Ron casually strolled from one end of the room to the other. To an outsider, it appeared as a momentary teleportation, but he distinctly felt every step of the movement process. Moreover, to his surprise, he could fully perform complex casting actions in the accelerated time state. This feeling, it's as if I possess the power to control time in an instant. Ron paused, carefully reflecting on the experience he just had. Moreover, it consumes 1,000 transformations reserve energy, not my own magic power. This means I can use it consecutively without worrying about exhausting my magic power. A bolder idea emerged in his mind. If he were to combine time jump with the pocket watch's time stasis capability, what effect would be produced? A hint of danger flashed in his eyes. While I move at hyper speed, let the enemy fall into time stasis. Such a sudden attack is nearly undefendable. Even an official wizard of the same level might struggle to survive in this state. However, the risks associated with this technique are equally significant. Continuous usage may lead to time perception disorders, potentially affecting his basic life abilities. In the afternoon, warm sunlight poured through the skylights of the training room. Ron approached this area specifically designed for high-intensity combat, preparing for another round of weapon technique training. Through these past months of training, basic swordsmanship has reached a considerable level. Ron checked the weapon in his hand, a fine piece crafted by the Crystal Tower Workshop. But Axa had said, a true weapon master must master the combination of various weapons. Let's try more complex combinations today. He walked to the control platform of the simulation battle device, softly tapping the mystical rune array. Activate high-intensity simulation mode, adjust Axa's combat strength to Morning Star level peak. Also, activate my stand-in puppet as assistance. A low hum resonated from inside the device. Massive energy began to accumulate. Unlike usual, the energy consumption this time was noticeably greater, the entire device lightly trembling, indicating the forthcoming intensity of the combat. He sat back in the chair, expertly closed his eyes, then opened them again. In the flashing light, Axa's familiar Tiger Man silhouette appeared at the center of the arena. But this time, his aura was entirely different. The already burly physique became even more robust, muscles as hard as forged steel. Every breath brought slight fluctuations in the surrounding air. The beast-like ferocity gleamed in his tiger eyes, yet maintained the calm and precision unique to a weapon master. I truly miss this feeling. Axa flexed his arms, joints emitting a series of crisp sounds, like a hail of bullets in succession. Back in the virtual arena of the Central Lands, I defeated 17 challengers in a row in this state, ultimately earning the title of Blade Tiger. His gaze fell upon Ron. Eyes sparkling with battle intent, kid. Today won't be like usual when I hold back with my enhanced state. I stand a 50-50 chance, even against a typical Morning Star wizard, of course. That is, if the opponent doesn't use spiritual shock to control me right at the start, almost simultaneously. The stand-in puppet beside Ron completed its activation sequence, nurtured long-term by the energy from the Abyss Crystal. The puppet had undergone significant transformation. Its height increased to nearly 2 meters, taller than Ron by a head. Muscle lines were extremely distinct, each one perfect like a sculpture, with scales on its skin surface displaying a deep purplish-black hue, edges shimmering with starlight. The most striking feature was its compound eyes, like two purple gems embedded in the night sky, revealing intelligence and savagery beyond conventional creatures. Today, we'll try a different combination. Ron took an advanced steel spear off the weapon rack. The spear was approximately 3 meters long, its tip razor-sharp, perfectly weighted and balanced. I will use the spear for mid-range attacks, while the puppet will handle throwing short knives and close-range assaults. The test is for the efficiency of multi-weapon coordinated combat. He handed a set of finely crafted throwing short knives to the stand-in puppet, each balanced perfectly for long-range throwing. Of course, my goal isn't to defeat you, Master Axa, but to improve my melee skill, as much as possible in the process. Axa grinned, showing sharp teeth. A good idea, but... He bent down to pick up a two-handed war axe from the ground, the axe blade broad and heavy, capable of easily cleaving through armor and shields. I also use a variety of weapons in combination. The true fearsome aspect of a weapon master is being able to switch to the most suitable weapon as the battle unfolds. The battle was imminent. In the center of the arena, 3 figures stood in a triangular standoff. The air was filled with an intense and dangerous aura, ready to erupt into a cataclysmic conflict at any moment. Ron shouted lowly, his figure darting out like an arrow. The spear in his hand moved like a snake, the tip piercing towards Axa's heart with a chilling sound. This strike embodied months of training, with perfect speed, strength, and angle. Simultaneously, the stand-in puppet ghosted from the flank, throwing 3 short knives at once. Each targeted Axe's critical points: left shoulder, right knee, back neck, sealing off most of his escape routes. This coordination they had practiced countless times, and the timing was impeccable. However, Axe's reaction stunned both of them. Faced with the pincer attack, he did not panic, but instead revealed a predatory smile. The two-handed war axe in his hands suddenly split, transforming into a single-handed axe and a small round shield. This is the first lesson of a weapon master adaptability. He effortlessly parried Ron's spear thrust with the round shield, the angle so deft it diverted the spear's trajectory to one side. Almost simultaneously, the single-handed axe swung at an incredible angle, knocking down all 3 throwing knives. The entire move flowed smoothly, without any unnecessary actions. Ron's pupils contracted, shocked by the scene. That angle shouldn't be able to defend against attacks from 2 directions simultaneously. Kid, this is the gap in experience. Axe smugly rotated the weapon in his hand. Every weapon has its best use case. The key is whether you can make the right judgment in an instant. The two-handed war axe is suitable for open terrain with sweeping attacks, but when facing multiple targets, splitting into single-handed weapons is more agile. Before finishing his words, he was already launching a counterattack. The single-handed axe flew towards the stand-in puppet, while he himself charged towards Ron with the shield. This offense and defense tactic put immense pressure on both of them. The thrown single-handed axe carried terrifying spinning force, tearing through the air with a sharp screeching sound. The stand-in puppet tried to dodge, but found that the axe's flight path seemed to have predicted its movement route. Helpless, the puppet had no choice but to take the hit. The immense impact forced the puppet to step back several steps, with apparent dents on its chest scale. Meanwhile, the shield-wielding axe already closed in on Ron. The edge of the shield was sharp as a blade, forming a silver line aiming straight for Ron's face during the charge. Ron hurriedly raised his spear to block, but Axe's strength was too overwhelming. The force from the shield strike transmitted through the spear, numbing his arms and nearly making him lose grip on the weapon. Strength, speed, skill, you're still far off. Axe pursued relentlessly, drawing a single-handed sword from his waist, forming a perfect defense-defense combination with the shield. The longsword struck like a snake, each attack targeting Ron's weak spots. Ron was forced to defend, his spear spinning into a silver light, barely warding off Axe's relentless attack. But as the battle deepened, he felt increasing pressure. Axe's attack rhythm changed unpredictably, sometimes as dense as a storm, sometimes suddenly pausing, enticing the opponent to expose weaknesses. This rhythm controllability is precisely the most terrifying aspect of a weapon master. Axe suddenly withdrew his sword and stepped back. With a wave of his right hand, a finely crafted throwing knife appeared in his palm. The next second, the knife turned into a silver light and shot towards Ron, so fast that even the afterimage was hard to capture. At the same time, his left hand released the round shield, which attacked from the side on a bizarre arc. In an instant, Ron faced attacks from 3 directions. The knife in front, the shield to the side, and Axe himself charging with the longsword. This 3-dimensional attack method fully showed the weapon master's control over the battlefield. Flowing shield wall. Ron instinctively released his most reliable defense magic. The silvery gray liquid instantly formed a layer of flowing barrier around him, his way of survival in countless fights. However, what shocked him happened. The longsword in Axe's hand suddenly emitted a strange light. The sword tip seemed to find a specific target, precisely piercing into an almost invisible weak point on the shield wall. Gap-seeking technique. Ron's pupils contracted sharply, remembering the ultimate weapon master technique Axe had mentioned before. It's a terrifying ability to insight into any defense. Flaws, even the most perfect defenses, have their weak points. The sound of shattering glass echoed, and Ron's prideful flowing shield wall was pierced by the sword. The longsword continued advancing with fierce sword energy, directly targeting his heart's vital. At the critical moment, the stand-in puppet arrived just in time. It rushed towards Axe recklessly, claws aiming at the Tiger Man's back neck. Axe helplessly withdrew his sword to defend, allowing Ron to escape the calamity. Brilliant coordination. Axa nodded approvingly. But you're still too inexperienced. He suddenly let go of all weapons, facing the puppet's claws with bare hands. Under Ron's astonished gaze, Axa's hands accurately grabbed its wrists and then performed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw, smashing it heavily to the ground. The entire arena trembled from the impact, with spider web-like cracks appearing on the ground. Although the stand-in puppet had amazing defense, this blow temporarily disabled its movements. Without the puppet's support, Ron immediately fell into more danger. Axa picked up a weapon again, this time choosing a double-edged longsword. The sword light flowed like mercury, each strike carrying deadly threats. The battle entered a feverish stage, and the entire arena was no longer smooth as it was initially. The ground was filled with deep grooves, the marks left by Axa's axe strikes. Fist-sized holes were everywhere on the walls, results of Ron's spear thrust. The stand-in puppet's claws left alarming scratches on the steel floor. The power of each attack exceeded ordinary imagination, capable of easily destroying steel buildings with any strike. However, what's even more surprising is that despite the striking destruction, the precision of the fight had not diminished at all. Every ounce of power was projected precisely onto the target, without wasting a bit. This was the characteristic of advanced extraordinary combat, utmost precise control. It seems that simple skill improvement can no longer bridge the gap in strength. Ron struggled to parry while considering strategies to turn the tide. I must use stronger power. He took a deep breath and issued a special spirit command to the stand-in puppet. The puppet, entangled with Axa, immediately received the signal and disengaged, quickly rushing towards Ron's direction. Planning a joint attack, too late. Axa sneered, his longsword transforming into a silver lightning bolt, chasing after the puppet. However, the puppet's action was beyond his expectations. It didn't stop to fight alongside Ron, but rather jumped into the air 3 meters away. Its entire body started a strange transformation. Purple-black scales began to soften and flow, with hard muscles turning into a liquid-like state. In Axa's shocked gaze, the stand-in puppet wrapped around Ron's right arm like a living symbiote. This process was both bizarre and striking. Like the symbiote Venom attaching in a movie. The black-purple liquid quickly seeped into Ron's skin, merging with his flesh. Visible changes began to occur immediately. Ron's right arm started bulking up, his veins revealing purple-black patterns under the skin. This is incarnation form. He grasped the long spear, feeling the surging tide like power within him. It's not a simple accumulation of strength, but a temporary enhancement on the physical level. His physique was transformed in an instant. Muscle density increased several times. Nerve reaction speed greatly enhanced. Even his perception of time became sharper. Most importantly, the combat instincts originally scattered in the puppet now completely merged with his consciousness. That was an almost beast-like killing intuition, capable of immediately finding the enemy's fatal weakness. Axa, instead of feeling frightened, excitedly licked his lips. Let me see how strong you are in this state. He gripped his sword with both hands, assuming the most standard attack stance. However, what happened next completely exceeded his expectations. Ron's figure suddenly vanished from his place, his speed so fast that Axa could only capture a vague afterimage. Before he could react, the spear tip was already at his throat. Purple-black energy surged at the spear tip, emitting a chilling death aura. The speed and power of this strike far surpassed any previous attacks, even leaving a visible energy trail in space. The spear effortlessly pierced through Axa's throat. The purple-black energy exploded instantly, tearing apart the image of the Tiger Man weapon master. I stood up, defeated with one move. What's there to say? The simulation battle ended. Ron stood in the ravaged center of the arena, breathing heavily. Though the incarnation form was powerful, it also consumed an enormous amount. Not only did it result in a great loss of magic power, but his body also bore a tremendous load, as if every cell was screaming. Even more terrifying was his sensing that this state caused some permanent damage to his body. Muscle fibers showed slight tears, and the nervous system had minor misalignments. If used in reality, he might need to expend the pocket watch's time reset ability for full recovery. Simulation battle ended. Battle evaluation, complete victory. Cold weapon combat, proficient, experience points +5. Intuitive reflex, beginner, experience points +2. The incarnation form's duration is only less than 30 seconds, and the side effects are extremely severe. Ron analyzed the battle process just now. But undeniably, combat power in this state is indeed terrifying. The power of the last strike is probably enough to severely injure most wizards of the same level. Regarding moon level, still needs to be tested. He walked to the edge of the arena, looking at the traces left by the battle. The originally flat ground now resembled the surface. The moon with pits and craters, the walls were also full of cracks and holes. Official wizard-level battle caused astonishing environmental destruction indeed. But there's a very critical issue. My control over the enhanced physical strength isn't precise enough. Axa had great destructive power, but each of his strikes had a clear target, causing little irrelevant collateral damage. This gap highlighted the importance of experience. An experienced extraordinary, after prolonged training, could precisely project power onto the target without causing unnecessary destruction to the surrounding environment. This is not only for energy-saving considerations, but also a reflection of advanced combat skills. Looks like I need more practical combat practice. Ron mentally set the next step of his training plan. Especially control over the incarnation form must minimize side effects while ensuring power. Time slips away like fine sand between fingers. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, Ron's life is surging with undercurrents. His routine has been adjusted to an almost exacting precision. Waking up at dawn for meditation, using the star projection trait to absorb star energy. Handling various experiments and research at daybreak. Conducting teaching work in the morning. Afternoons are devoted to memory crystal analysis and academic exchange, practicing magic and weapon skills deep into the night. Such a pace of life would certainly be a torment for ordinary people, but for Ron, it's the necessary path to achieve higher realms. Master Ink is mimicking your actions again. Alan's gentle voice came from the other side of the experiment table. Her green eyes showing a hint of helplessness, but more with fondness. Ron raised his head, his gaze falling on the black slime in the corner, which was diligently learning. Since successfully cultivating this autophagic slime monster, it has become the most active presence in the workshop. Dale named it Ink, which really fits. Its body is almost perfectly spherical, smooth as a mirror, yet changes into strange patterns and protrusions according to moods. At the moment, Ink is attempting to mimic Ron's pen-holding and writing actions. A slender tentacle extends from its main body, wobbly holding a feather pen, leaving crooked but barely recognizable lines on the paper. The focused appearance, along with the continually changing ripple patterns on its body, makes it seem both amusing and touching. Its learning ability is truly impressive. Ron put down the rune pen in his hand, observing Ink's attempts with interest. Even though it lacks a fixed body structure, its mimicry of complex actions has reached a fairly high standard. More importantly, it's extremely keen on the perception and reaction to bloodline energy. He stretched out his hand, gently stroking the smooth surface of Ink. The little creature immediately emitted a faint buzzing sound, its body color gradually shifting from pitch black to deep purple, indicating it was analyzing the bloodline composition and energy characteristics of the one in contact. Seconds later, part of Ink's body began to exhibit energy fluctuation frequencies similar to Ron's. Though the intensity is so weak it's almost negligible, the precision of the mimicry is awe-inspiring. This is precisely the perfect experimental subject I need. Ron's eyes shone with satisfaction as his mind began to conceive various experimental plans. By rehearsing various bloodline modulation techniques on Ink, I can significantly reduce the risk coefficient of conducting experiments on myself and companions. After all, any theory needs to be validated by practice, and blind experimentation is often more dangerous than ignorance. In the following days, Ron systematically utilized Ink for bloodline modulation experiments. He first attempted further optimization and expansion of the Chimera bloodline. Through a carefully designed potion formula, he successfully enabled part of Ink's body to temporarily acquire a bloodline. Duplication ability. Although the duration was a mere few minutes, it was enough to validate the correctness of his theoretical system. Seventh experiment, duration extended to 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Ron meticulously recorded every detail in the experiment records. After increasing the dosage of bloodline stabilizer by 18%, the effect significantly improved. The next step could be to try adding an extract of abyss. Theoretically, it should further extend the duration. Ink was always extremely cooperative in participating in various experiments, never showing discomfort or resistance. As an autophagic slime monster, it not only naturally possesses a strong adaptability, but can endure bloodline shocks that conventional creatures find unbearable. More importantly, it seems to gain a certain growth and evolution from these experiments. After each successful bloodline fusion experiment, Ink's intelligence level would exhibit small but perceptible improvements. This phenomenon led Ron to a bold hypothesis: whether continual bloodline modulation experiments could cultivate Ink into a truly living bloodline library. Bloodline shaping, proficient experience points +1. Bloodline shaping, proficient experience points +1. Bloodline shaping, proficient experience points +1. Current progress, bloodline shaping, proficient 82/100. At this progress rate, in another 2 to 3 months, I should be able to break through to the master level. Ron contently surveyed the data on the skill panel, with his future plans becoming increasingly clear. Master-level bloodline shaping, even in the entire Central Lands, is considered a rare talent. Meanwhile, the biweekly memory crystal analysis course has become his most anticipated academic activity. Professor Other's guidance is increasingly in-depth, and the skills taught gradually touch upon high-tier arcane techniques only mastered by seasoned historians. Today, we will analyze a high-level memory crystal. Other's void remains projection slowly emerged in the analysis room, the silver light more solid than usual, showing his emphasis on this lesson. This is the highest grade sample you have encountered so far. Its complexity and potential risks far exceed all previous exercises. Ron cautiously observed the memory crystal before him. Unlike the samples previously encountered, this crystal appeared in a profound indigo shade. Inside is an extremely complex spiral structure, like a miniature galaxy compressed within the crystal. Just gazing at its surface, one can feel a subtle, yet dangerous energy fluctuation. High-tier memory crystals usually come from areas below the Abyss 6th layer, and the memories they contain often involve the direct activities of apostles or the confidential information of the Abyss core regions. Other's voice became particularly solemn, and the silver light of the void remains projection also slightly retracted. During the analysis process, you are likely to encounter some, not very pleasant truths. Prepare yourself mentally, and if you feel any discomfort, I will forcibly sever your link. Ron took a deep breath, nodded to show his understanding, and then began to establish a spirit connection with the memory crystal. As the link gradually deepened, a shocking scene slowly unfolded in his consciousness. It was the terrifying sight of the Abyss 7th layer. In the boundless darkness, enormous blood-red altars were arranged according to some complex and evil geometric pattern. On each altar, a humanoid creature was bound, but they could no longer be called human. Their bodies were severely distorted by abyssal energy, turning into horrific existences between human and abyssal creatures. More horrifyingly, these twisted beings still maintained conscious awareness. Their eyes revealed complex emotions of despair, pain, anger, and pleading. Their lips trembled incessantly, yet they couldn't utter any sound. That silent scream was more soul-stirring than any wail. In the center of the scene, a tall and indistinct figure was presiding over some evil ritual. Although the specific features could not be seen, judging by the terrifying energy fluctuations surrounding it, this was undoubtedly a true apostle. High-tier abyss presence whose gaze alone could lead to spiritual contamination. Is this a large-scale artificial creation? Ron suppressed the nausea and anger rising in his heart, continuing to carefully observe this abhorrent scene. Through the eyes of the memory's owner, an unfortunate abyssal explorer's first-person perspective. He witnessed how the apostles systematically transformed captives into a certain type of special abyssal creature. This was not a simple and brutal slaughter or devour, but a meticulously designed sublimation process. The purpose was evidently to create a dreadful hybrid that combined the intelligence and cunning of sentient beings with the abyssal power and cruelty. You've seen things you shouldn't have seen. When Ron finished the analysis, others' tone became unusually heavy. This memory crystal records the internal conditions of a highly classified experimental base in the abyss. Those apostles are attempting to create an entirely new warfare species, perfect soldiers that combine human intelligence and abyssal power. Ron asked, though he already had a foreboding sense in his heart, to prepare for a large-scale infiltration and invasion of the real world. Others' projection of the void remains dimmed slightly, his voice filled with deep concern. Once these hybrids are successfully created, they will be able to perfectly infiltrate human society, initiating deadly betrayals at critical moments. The most terrifying part is that they completely retain human memories, emotions, and social relationships, making them nearly undetectable by any conventional means. This discovery left Ron deeply shaken. If the Abyss is truly preparing for such large-scale infiltration, then the entire human civilization will face an unprecedented existential threat. Historical Research Beginner Experience Points +1. Historical Research Beginner Experience Points +1. Historical Research Beginner Experience Points +1. Current Progress Historical Research Beginner 96/100. Besides the academic activity of memory crystal analysis, Ron regularly participated in Eve's private stargazing gatherings. These were not large academic salons, but private exchanges involving only the two of them. Each stargazing gathering was held on the meticulously arranged observatory atop the Jadate Pavilion, surrounded by complex soundproofing and anti-eavesdropping arrays, ensuring that the conversation would not be detected by any outsider. Tonight's astrological configuration is particularly special. Eve stood at the center of the observatory, holding a finely crafted astrological instrument in her hand, her amethyst-like eyes shimmering with a profound glow in the starlight. The vanishing star cluster and the Gemini star system are forming a rare triangular conjunction, a phenomenon that occurs only once every 7 years. Her physical condition had significantly improved compared to a few months ago. The symptoms of demon devouring had been effectively controlled, and her complexion had regained a healthy flush. But Ron, with his keen observation, could still catch hints of deep-seated worry in her occasional glances, as if some heavy concern weighed on her heart. According to ancient astrological texts, such a celestial phenomenon typically heralds major changes on the horizon. Eve's voice was gentle and distant, but the weight within it couldn't be ignored. Historically, almost every major shift in political structures has been accompanied by similar astrological omens. The stars do not lie, they merely reflect the subtle shifts in the cosmic balance of power. Her gaze inadvertently swept over Ron, her eyes reflecting a complex light. After the stargazing activity concluded, the two engaged in deeper conversation on the observatory as usual. The night breeze gently brushed, and the starlight flowed like water, creating an ambience that was both romantic and mysterious for this crucial dialogue. "Master, there is something I wish to tell you." Eve's voice was softer than usual, but Ron could sense the weight and determination within it. "About my true identity. About the real purpose of my existence and about the destiny I am about to face." Moonlight filtered through the crystal dome overhead, casting a dreamy glow on the two of them, adding a touch of fantasy to this midnight conversation. "Do you know why I developed symptoms of demon devouring?" Eve didn't wait for an answer, but continued talking to herself. "Ever since I can remember, my mother has told me that this is a rare congenital disease, an unfortunate mutation that occasionally appears in the Crown clan's bloodline. She said that while the symptoms are painful, they also grant me exceptional sensitivity to magic power and the ability to control spiritual power." She gave a bitter smile. "For a long time I believed this explanation. After all, who would doubt the words of their loving mother? But as I grew older and deepened my understanding of wizardry and bloodline studies, I began to notice some discrepancies. Eve's voice began to tremble slightly. The pattern of demon-devouring symptom outbreaks was too precise, the degree of pain always precisely at the limit I could bear. Moreover, whenever the symptoms were about to worsen to a dangerous level, appropriate relief measures always appeared in time. She turned to Ron, her purple crystal eyes showing a depth and sadness beyond her years. This precise control is not something a natural disease could achieve. It seems more like a process of artificial design and modulation. Ron listened in silence, his mind rapidly analyzing the information revealed in Eve's words. With his expertise in bloodline modulation, he could indeed understand the reasonableness of Eve's suspicions. Later, I began to secretly study the history and bloodline characteristics of the Crown clan. Eve continued, her voice carrying an almost despairing calm. I discovered a shocking truth. The ancestor of our clan, the King of Absurdity, while successfully ascending to Witch King, also imposed an unbreakable restriction on his descendants. What restriction? Ron finally asked. Eve's voice was like an echo from the abyss. No matter how talented or how diligently cultivated, the descendants of the King of Absurdity can never break through the great wizard's realm. This is an absolute shackle etched deep within the bloodline, one that no one has broken for centuries. Her eyes revealed complex emotions, reverence for the ancestor, and resentment towards destiny. As the strongest in the current Crown clan, my mother naturally refused to be limited by this. She sought to break through the bloodline lock and become the second Witch King in clan history. Eve's voice grew weaker. I am the experimental attempt she undertook to break through the bloodline lock. Yes, I am not a naturally born child. Eve's words were like a blade, cutting through a surde, an expectation deep within Ron's heart. I am what my mother artificially created through bloodline modulation technology. Manufactured genius, my symptoms of demon devouring. My special constitution, my ability to control spiritual power, all are the result of meticulous design. Her voice carried a deep self-mockery. My mother hoped to create a perfect bloodline vessel, to attempt to circumvent or break through the bloodline lock set by the King of Absurdity. If successful, she could, through some form of bloodline resonance or transfer, gain the possibility to break through to the Witch King realm. This truth gave Ron a new understanding of Cassandra, the great wizard. A loving mother, yet also an ambitious figure who would resort to any means for power. The contrast in this complex humanity is the truest reflection of the wizard world. You told me this hoping I would do what? Ron asked directly. Eve shook her head honestly, her eyes showing a deep sense of confusion and helplessness. Perhaps I just want someone who can understand my plight, who knows my real thoughts and feelings. Or, before everything settles, someone who can remember the life I should have had. Her words carried a heart-wrenching despair and loneliness, a final cry in the face of an unchangeable future from a girl manipulated by destiny. Her words carried a heart-wrenching despair and loneliness, a final cry in the face of an unchangeable future from a girl manipulated by destiny. Eve stood at the edge of the observatory, the night wind gently brushing through her black hair. The confession about her own background just now gave her an unprecedented feeling of relief. It was as if a heavy stone pressed at the bottom of her heart for years had finally been moved away. But what followed was a deep unease. As the princess of the Crown clan, she had been taught since childhood to control her emotions and never show vulnerability to outsiders. The genuine emotion she displayed just now was already considered a lapse for her. The young lady took a deep breath, letting the cool night breeze calm her inner turmoil. Her amethyst eyes regained their clarity and focus. The noble aura belonging to the Crown bloodline returned to her like a tide. Emotional indulgence ends here. Her voice became calm and orderly again, as if the vulnerability she showed just now was merely an illusion. We should discuss more practical matters now. This personality switch like transformation made Ron raise an eyebrow slightly. He could feel Eve's inner struggle, but more than that, he admired her self-restraint. The ability to regain control over her emotions in such a short time is rare even among experienced official wizards. Regarding the deep operation mechanism, of the rules of favor. Eve walked back to the stone table, her slender fingers brushing lightly over the crystal patterns on the surface. This knowledge is crucial for your upcoming development, and many of its details are seldom covered even in the public archives of the Crystal Tower. Ron leaned slightly forward, showing keen interest. In his view, any knowledge that could be transformed into actual power was worth delving into. First, I need to correct a common misunderstanding. Eve's voice carried the rigor unique to a scholar. Not every teaching relationship can create a true master-student favor link. In most cases, the favor feedback generated when a student learns knowledge from a teacher is like a courteous thank you, which tends to diminish to nothing once the continuous teaching ceases. She paused slightly as her gaze became deep. Only when both the master and the student invest real and deep emotions, when the student truly regards the teacher as a life mentor and the teacher genuinely cares for the student's growth, can a true favor link be formed. Ron thought of Lady Allen, and a warm current surged in his heart. That strict yet loving old lady indeed played an irreplaceable role in his growth path. Once a true master-student link is established, no matter how far apart they are, the teacher can feel each breakthrough and growth of the student, gaining tremendous favor feedback from it. Eve's tone became somewhat envious. This is also why true masters give their students everything they have, holding nothing back. Because the stronger the student, the purer and richer the favor the teacher receives. Ron quickly analyzed the deep logic of this mechanism in his mind. He thought of mentors Sauron, Uni, Hayek, and Magnus, realizing that they also obviously gained some feedback when guiding him. When he advanced to become an official wizard, he too received a significant favor. But that feedback clearly couldn't compare to Lady Allen's. Among my students, only one currently has established a true master-student link. Ron said truthfully, as Lily's face appeared in his mind. Every time she makes progress, it indeed makes me feel the pure favor feedback, and this feeling has persisted to this day. That's normal. A true master-student relationship requires time to cultivate and the resonance of both party spirits. Her gaze lingered on Ron's face for a moment. I believe, as time goes by, more students will establish such a deep connection with you. Another key point to note is that once the master-student link is established, it creates a mandatory constraint. Eve's tone turned serious. Neither party can intentionally harm the other, otherwise they will suffer soul-level rebound. For students, this constraint is even more severe. If a student betrays or actively harms the teacher, the favor circuit will instantly reverse, converting all the received favor into spiritual contamination, directly injecting it into the betrayer's consciousness. What are the consequences? Ron was very interested in this part. At the mildest, mental disturbance; at the worst, soul-shattering. Eve said without exaggeration. Historically, there was a dark sun-level wizard who became an idiot immediately after betraying his mentor, never able to recover for life. This is the iron law of the favor rules. Even the Witch King cannot defy it. That's why there are numerous stories of relatives killing each other in history, but very few examples of betrayal between master and student. In some sense, this rule makes the master-student relationship even stronger than familial ties. Saying this, the young girl glanced at him casually, then continued. Secondly, regarding the mechanism of favor acquisition through academic achievement publication. When your research findings are published and gain peer recognition, a special inheritance favor is generated. This favor is different from master-student feedback, as it stems from the dissemination of knowledge itself. Excitement appeared in Eve's eyes. Each time someone derives inspiration from your paper, you receive a minute amount of favor feedback. It may seem insignificant, but if the paper's influence is broad enough, her voice became somewhat ethereal. An exceptional paper in a secondary journal can bring an amount of favor equivalent to several dozen ordinary students total for a year. A primary journal can bring several times more than this. Eve took a deep breath. It is said that the purity of such favor can even help Dark Sun wizards maintain mental clarity when constructing the Phantom Skeleton prototype. As for the Monument of Truth, her tone became reverent, as if describing some kind of sacred existence. It is the highest academic sanctuary of wizard civilization. Those who can publish their achievements, they have made discoveries significant enough to alter the entire course of civilization. Historically, many have become great wizards directly through their unique academic achievements. Ron thought of the paper he was writing on further expansion research of the simulation battle device, and those unique theories on bloodline modulation and magic potion making. Perhaps the value of these achievements is greater than he imagined. Finally, and most importantly, Eve's tone became exceptionally serious. If your current level of spiritual contamination is not severe, I strongly recommend storing the favor as much as possible, rather than using it immediately for cleansing. Why? Ron's eyes became sharp, his intuition telling him there was important information here. Because at higher levels, the role of favor goes far beyond simply cleansing contamination. Eve explained, the purple crystal in her eyes shimmering with profound light. Moonlight-level mages, when constructing combined magic circuits, require a large amount of pure favor to stabilize the energy resonance between multiple spells. Dark Sun-level wizards, when refining the phantom skeleton prototype, favor is the indispensable soul adhesive. Great wizards wanting to transform a conquered otherworld into their exclusive domain. Her voice became somewhat distant. The amount of favor it is almost despair-inducing. Ron leaned slightly forward. Could you elaborate? To establish a complete realm, one must bring all the population, civilization, and even the rules of that world under the conqueror's control. Eve's tone carried a depth beyond her years. This is not just a conquest by force, but a complete assimilation at a high-dimensional level, and favor is the lubricant of this assimilation process. She shook her head with a wry smile. Mother once mentioned that even to establish a small otherworld domain far from a true realm, the total favor produced by thousands of ordinary apprentices in their lifetime is merely a drop in the ocean. Ron silently calculated this astronomical number, gaining a new understanding of the realm of great wizards. No wonder Lady Allen would say that the gap between great wizards and official wizards can no longer be measured simply by comparing powers. All right, let's proceed with today's magic model optimization training. Eve stood up again, extreme focus returned to her eyes. Please demonstrate your spiritual shock. Let me see your current precision in construction. Ron nodded and began to gather spiritual power. Eve observed intently, those purple crystal eyes able to see through every detail of energy structure. As someone forced to devote all her energy to spiritual power research, her understanding of magic models had reached an astonishing level. The basic framework is quite solid, and the distribution of energy density is reasonable. She nodded in approval and then frowned slightly. However, there are a few areas that can further be optimized. Under her guidance, Ron could clearly sense the subtle but existent disharmony within his spell structure. Look at the energy flow here. Eve's spiritual power was as delicate as threads, outlining more precise paths within the energy cluster. If you adjust the straight line impact to a spiral progression, it can enhance penetration effect and reduce a little magic power consumption. This seemingly simple adjustment actually involves fluid dynamics. With her guidance, Ron felt his spiritual shock indeed becoming more refined and efficient. This improvement wasn't an earth-shattering change, but rather a craftsman's meticulous refinement. A thoughtful glint flashed in Eve's eyes. Based on my observations, it seems you've encountered relevant theories of the time element. I can sense some very subtle time fluctuations in your spiritual shock. Ron's heartbeat slightly accelerated. He indeed witnessed three-phase shock burst when observing Erica's historical memory, but didn't expect traces to remain in his own magic. I have indeed gained some understanding, he cautiously admitted. A trace of approval and excitement flashed in Eve's eyes. That's excellent. Three-phase shock burst is an advanced form of spiritual attack, requiring an assault at the past, present, and future time nodes simultaneously. Her voice became exceptionally serious. While mastering this technique completely requires moonlight level or above spiritual power intensity, you can start by attempting to construct the two-phase shock burst prototype. Through the time-delayed release of spiritual power, you can form successive impacts in a very short time. In the next half hour, Eve thoroughly explained the key points of the time-delayed attack technique. Her theoretical knowledge was so rich that even someone as knowledgeable as Ron felt astonished. The key lies in the layered anchoring of spiritual power. Eve explained while using spiritual power to construct an illustration in the air. You need to divide spiritual power into 2 layers, release the first layer immediately, and release the second layer after a delay, creating an overlap effect. The challenge of this technique is to accurately control the timing of the second attack while maintaining the power of the first attack. Under Eve's patient guidance, Ron began to attempt this entirely new attack mode. Although it is still far from a true 3-phase shock burst, this dual layering effect has indeed significantly enhanced the power of his spiritual attack. After returning to his residence, Ron went directly to the meditation room. This evening's exchange yielded him great gains, especially Eve's deep explanation of the favor rules and the theoretical guidance on the 3-phase shock burst. He could feel that his spiritual shock was already on the verge of some breakthrough, like a cocoon about to emerge into a butterfly. It's time for the final exploration. He took out the silver pocket watch, feeling the subtle warmth emanating from its surface. In Erica's combat memory, there must be an essence of skills that I have yet to fully understand. Ron re-entered the historical research meditation state, his spiritual power extending like a probe, once again touching those ancient time marks on the pocket watch. This time he did not watch the intense battle with the time hound, but instead focused his full attention on the moment Erica cast the 3-phase shock burst. In the almost static flow of time, he clearly saw how the legendary wizard controlled their spiritual power. Erica's spiritual world presented a complex structure beyond understanding, countless silver threads weaving a time network within. When she launched the 3-phase shock burst, these threads instantly split into 3 beams, anchoring at the 3 time nodes of past, present, and future, respectively. Not a simple division of spirit. Ron suddenly realized it's a time duplication of spiritual power, projecting the same attack intention along the time axis. The finesse of this skill far exceeded his imagination. Erica wasn't maintaining 3 different attacks simultaneously, but rather allowed the same attack to occur repeatedly at different points in time, forming a perfect overlay across time. As his comprehension deepened, Ron felt his spiritual world begin to undergo subtle changes. The originally simple spiritual shock structure started to layer, reconstructing itself into a more complex and precise energy pattern. The feeling was akin to transitioning from flat painting to 3-dimensional sculpture, granting the entire attack mode a new dimension. Spiritual shock, proficient, experience points +1 breakthrough. Spiritual shock, proficient 100/100, right arrow spiritual shock. Mastery 1/300. Traits lag circle, right arrow advanced traits, chaotic fluctuation. Chaotic fluctuation. Upon hitting the target, the spiritual attack forms a miniature distortion field around it. The distortion field not only extends the chaotic effect, but also interferes with time-related abilities. At the moment of breakthrough, Ron felt an unprecedented inspiration surge through him. It was not merely a skills level increase, but a new understanding of the essence of power. He attempted to cast the improved spiritual shock, and immediately felt a qualitative change. The attack was no longer a momentary impact, but transformed into a continuous spiritual resonance. Like a stone dropped in the consciousness of the target, stirring layer upon layer of ripples. The newly acquired, chaotic fluctuation traits enabled him to initially possess the ability for a 2-phase shock burst. Although he still couldn't achieve a true simultaneous attack at 3 time nodes, he was already able to precisely control and launch 2 spiritual attacks in quick succession. This is the key to advancing to the moon level. Ron took a deep breath, recalling others' mention of the 3 major goals for advancing to the moon level. The first requirement is a combined magic circuit. Morning Star wizards can typically maintain only 1 or 2 spells simultaneously, and auxiliary spells are often weak in effect. In contrast, moon-level wizards can construct a complete spell circuit network, precisely controlling the intensity and effect of multiple auxiliary spells while casting the main spell. This is not merely an increase in quantity, but a Qualitative change in control precision. To construct a combined magic circuit, you need to integrate the spiritual power diversion technique into your daily casting. Thus, when you cast a main spell, surplus spiritual power automatically diverts to auxiliary spells, forming a mutually enhancing energy network. Others Phantom sketched a complex symbol in the air, a miniature energy structure diagram. Like this, the main spell at the center, auxiliary spells surrounding it, connected through specific energy channels to form a complete Ling system. The second core system is the spiritual shock grid, he continued. This is an advanced application of spiritual shock, requiring the upgrade of your spiritual attack capability from a single impact to a multi-net format attack. Morningstar wizards usually have linear spiritual attacks, whereas moon-level wizards use a three-dimensional net format, capable of launching spiritual assaults on the target from multiple angles and layers simultaneously. Constructing the spiritual shock grid requires mastering the energy structure layering technique. With this technique, your spiritual attack is no longer a simple shockwave, but a composite structure composed of multi-layered energy grids capable of bypassing most spiritual defenses, directly attacking the core of the target's consciousness. The third core system is the radiation field control matrix. Other looked at him, his voice filled with eager anticipation. Based on your star projection traits, this should be relatively easy for you to master. The radiation field of a moon-level wizard is no longer simply energy overflow, but a multi-layered, multifunctional control system capable of dividing the radiation field into different functional layers as needed, simultaneously achieving defense, attack, and perception. To construct the radiation field control matrix, you need to master the domain separation and fusion technique. This technique allows your radiation field to expand and contract like breathing, freely switching between different ranges and intensities. Ron carefully recorded the key information in his mind, pondering how to incorporate it into his training plan. In short, Other concluded, Moon level is not only about power increase, but is a qualitative shift in control, precision, and complexity. A true moon level wizard can maintain 3 to 5 auxiliary spells while casting a main spell, adjusting the environment through the radiation field in minute detail, maintaining a high level of strategic flexibility even in fierce battles. That's why there's such an evident gap between moon level and morning star level. Ron mused, it's not just about the accumulation of quantity but a leap in quality. Precisely, Other agreed with a nod. The transition from moon level to dark sun level then becomes an even further fundamental change. Dark sun level wizards begin constructing the Phantom skeleton prototype, preparing for the life level qualitative change of the Great Wizard. This no longer involves external energy manipulation, but a fundamental change in the form of one's existence. Moon-level wizard, anywhere, is considered elite and capable of handling things independently. Even within top-notch wizard forces like the Crystal Tower, they are the absolute mainstay. Someone like Hayek, sent outside, can directly ascend to the highest leadership. With the breakthrough in spiritual shock, he has already made substantial progress in the spiritual shock grid. The next step is to expand this dual attack into a three-dimensional grid, forming a truly multi-dimensional spiritual attack system. As his strength increased, Ron became keenly aware that he would face an increasingly complex situation. According to Other's previous explanations, great power is both a protection and a curse. Each breakthrough brings more attention, higher expectations, and more dangerous enemies. In 3 months, Cassandra will be returning. He gazed at the starry sky outside the window. By then, the Crystal Tower, and perhaps the entire Central Lands, may experience an undercurrent. I must prepare early. Inside the containment chamber of the Abyss Research Center, the air felt so heavy that it seemed as if one could wring water from it. Ron stood in front of the display, his gaze fixed on a memory crystal that was a deep, dark purple throughout. This crystal was completely different from any sample he had seen before. The energy flow within it formed an incredibly complex multi-layer spiral structure. Each spiral throbbed at different frequencies, like a miniature universe slowly breathing. The unsettling part was that merely staring at this memory crystal for more than a few seconds would induce a peculiar sense of dizziness. It wasn't ordinary visual fatigue, but a deeper kind of cognitive chaos. Consciousness was being slowly dragged by some invisible force, intending to draw the observer's very existence into it. Do you feel it, that subtle tugging sensation? Others' projection of void remained slowly coalesced in the containment chamber. Today he appeared more solid than usual, a rare solemnity illuminating the silver glow. This is the main character of today's lesson. Ron nodded slightly, discreetly activating his extraordinary recognition and hunting evil perceptive skills at the same time. The sensing was very faint, the feeling was as if what it contained was not evil or dangerous, but a more intrinsic kind of void. The owner of the memory was a veteran explorer named Edmund, a bloodline knight and an experienced abyss guide. Others' voice carried an indescribable regret. Edmund discovered an extremely rare land of oblivion deep in the labyrinth. This finding should have brought some progress to the abyss survey, but the old professor's projection slightly dimmed. But Edmund never walked out of there again. No, to be precise, he never even truly entered it. Never entered. Ron keenly caught this keyword. The land of oblivion is one of the most mysterious and terrifying places in the abyss. Others' tone turned particularly cautious, his projection gently swaying in the air. These places possess a certain supernatural erasure ability that can cause entities that come into contact with them to disappear completely from reality, not just death, but the erasure of existence itself. He paused, a deep concern flickering through the silver glow. Those devoured by it will not only disappear from the real world, but all memories, records, and even historical traces of them will also be erased, as if they never existed in this world at all. If this memory crystal hadn't been solidified and preserved at the last moment, we wouldn't even know that Edmund ever existed. Ron's heart shook, an inexplicable sense of unease surging up. The discord that had been plaguing him surfaced once again. It was as if something had been forgotten, a face flickering blurrily at the edge of memory, yet never clear. That feeling was like a word at the tip of the tongue, obviously right there, but always just a little out of reach. Professor, is this erasure permanent? He forced himself to maintain outward calm, but a hint of tension still leaked into his voice. Others seemed to notice the subtle change in Ron's tone, his silver eyes flickering in the projection. Theoretically, it is permanent and complete, but there are always exceptions. His voice grew deeper. Some wizards with special soul talents, or entities with special soul anchors, may leave faint traces during memory erasure. These traces usually manifest as a vague sense of déjà vu, an inexplicable sense of loss, or a nagging feeling of having forgotten something important, but the specific content cannot be recalled. As if there is a permanent void in the brain, Ron's pupils slightly contracted. This description matched perfectly with the sense of discord he had been experiencing lately. If someone were truly devoured, and for some reason he retained a trace of memory, the name was on the verge of emerging, yet he couldn't recall it at all. What, have you experienced something similar? Others' question was like a knife, piercing straight into the most sensitive area of Ron's heart. Just some vague feelings, perhaps it's overthinking. Ron cautiously replied, not delving into details. As a rational researcher, he knew not to let emotions sway his judgment without conclusive evidence. Yet the unease in his heart continued to amplify, like a thunderstorm gradually approaching through the night. The existence of the land of oblivion also proves, from another perspective, that the Supreme Apostle's control over the abyss is far greater than we imagined. Other continued, seemingly intent on changing the subject, but his tone became unusually serious. Although they cannot completely control the entire abyss, they indeed possess considerable environmental modification and biological manipulation capabilities. The old professor's projection floated forward a bit, the silver G, low casting complex shadows on the crystal walls of the containment chamber. What's more concerning is that our recent observations reveal the emergence of unusually powerful mutated creatures in previously relatively safe shallow regions. These even include the legendary chaotic spirit beasts, those terrifying entities supposedly only found in the deep regions below the 7th floor. Chaotic spirit monster. Ron's attention was drawn to this somewhat familiar term. and his researcher's instinct temporarily suppressed the unease in his heart. Lady Allen told me about it. It's an extremely dangerous abyssal high-level creature with the abilities of random teleportation and localized reality distortion. Upon hearing this name, others smiled slightly. It seems Allen is indeed quite concerned about you. The attack method of the chaotic spirit monster is completely unpredictable, able to appear instantly behind the target and project attacks from past or future time points to the present. More terrifying is that their existence causes the surrounding environment to become unstable. Gravity might suddenly disappear, and the flow of time might randomly change. Under normal circumstances, due to the level restriction of abyssal energy, chaotic spirit monsters can only survive in extremely deep regions. The old professor's virtual image trembled slightly. But if the Supreme Apostle deliberately mobilizes abyssal energy to artificially create an environment suitable for their survival in the shallow areas, theoretically, it's indeed possible to dispatch such monsters to relatively safe areas. Ron silently noted this information, quickly analyzing its implications in his mind. If the Supreme Apostles truly began to actively create threats, then traditional strategies for exploring the abyss might need a complete overhaul. Now, let us begin today's analysis. Other brought the topic back on track. Ron could sense that the old professor's words just now were not idle chatter. The difficulty of analyzing this memory crystal is very high, and you need to be exceptionally careful. The moment you feel anything abnormal, especially that feeling of diluted presence, immediately disconnect. Ron took a deep breath and began adjusting his mental state. Cautiously, he extended his spiritual power towards the dark purple memory crystal. Unlike before, this time the contact brought no impact or resistance. Instead, it felt exceptionally smooth. It was as if his spiritual power encountered no tangible obstacle, but slipped directly into a void space. In an instant, an intense sensation of spatial distortion swept in, as if his entire consciousness were dragged into a completely unfamiliar dimension. The surrounding reality began to blur and warp, like observing the world through a funhouse mirror. The image gradually cleared, revealing a breathtaking abyssal scene. It was an unimaginably grand hall, with towering pillars piercing into an unseen dome, each made of some black stone emitting a faint glow. Ron had never seen such stone before. They seemed to absorb light, yet released a deeper darkness. The hall's interior was vast enough to instill fear, as if the entire structure existed within an independent spatial dimension. The most striking feature was the giant circular stone platform at the hall's center. The platform's diameter was at least 50 meters, with a height exceeding 10 meters, and its surface was carved with countless complex runes. And at the platform's center, there was a bottomless circular opening from which pure void force surged. It wasn't darkness nor shadow, but an absolute nothing and ultimate void that could devour light, sound, and even thought. The owner of the memory, Edmund, was standing at the edge area of the hall, recording everything he saw through a sophisticated magic power observation device. Through his perspective, Ron could feel the profound fear. This fear did not arise from a specific threat, but from an instinctive intuition. This was an absolute forbidden land, a perilous place where even existence itself could be questioned. Edmund was evidently an experienced explorer. He cautiously maintained a distance from the stone platform, merely observing and recording from afar with his equipment. His every movement showed a keen sense of danger, never lingering in the same spot for over 3 minutes and constantly changing his observation angles. Yet despite such caution, the hall's mysterious power still began to affect him. Ron observed Edmund's silhouette starting to blur, as if an invisible eraser was slowly wiping away his existence. This process was extremely slow, yet irreversible. First, his shadow began to fade. Then the edges of his clothing became indistinct. Next, Edmund's hands started to become translucent, with blood vessels and bones faintly visible, but the entire hand gave an eerie feeling of about to vanish. Most horrifying was that, as his body gradually disappeared, Edmund also seemed to slowly forget what he was experiencing. His records grew increasingly brief, his thoughts sluggish, as if even the ability to think was being stripped away bit by bit. Ron could hear Edmund's voice in the records becoming hollow. Observation records, the How many times is this? This place is what place? When Edmund's torso also began to blur. He had completely forgotten his identity and purpose. He looked blankly at the observation device in his hand, as if he didn't understand what it was for. Finally, as the explorer's head started becoming transparent, the image within the memory crystal abruptly ceased. All that remained was a void of darkness and a heart-wrenching absolute silence. Ron carefully severed the connection with the memory crystal, finding that his back was already drenched with cold sweat. The terrifying experience brought by this analysis far surpasses any previous one. The process of that existence being gradually erased almost made him feel a fear as if he was there. Most frightening was that, during the analysis, for a brief moment, he actually had an impulse to walk into that hall. The impulse was so strong that he nearly forgot he was only observing a memory, not really standing before the hall. Breakthrough Historical Research, Beginner 50/50, Right Arrow Historical Research, Skilled 1/100. Additional trait, Acquired Sensing Power. Sensing Power, able to contact historical traces through spiritual power, reenact specific scene fragments from a point in time. Warning: excessive use may attract the attention of time hounds. With the breakthrough in skills, Ron felt an unprecedented awakening of perception ability. If the previous historical research only let him vaguely sense the time traces on objects, now, after gaining the sensing power trait, he was given a pair of eyes to directly view history. He could feel every item in the room was telling him its own story. How many experiments the display stand had gone through, how many secret meetings the walls of the containment room had witnessed. Even the air was filled with residual echoes of countless historical fragments. This enhancement in perception ability brought a strong sense of fulfillment, like a nearsighted person suddenly wearing perfectly prescribed glasses, making the world become clear and three-dimensional instantly. Historian 2.5 stars, Job Transfer Condition Update. 1. Skill Historical Research reaching skilled level. 2. Spiritual Power reaching above 5.5. 3. Successfully glimpse a historical event without losing oneself. 4. Possessing sufficient historical knowledge. An excellent analysis, Ron. Others' voice of praise pulled his attention back to reality. To thoroughly observe the memory of the land of oblivion without being affected shows your historical research skills have reached a sufficiently high level. More importantly, you remained clear in self-awareness when faced with that existential erasure threat. The professor's phantom brightened a bit, indicating his inner satisfaction. You must know, even some seasoned historians might be affected, experiencing symptoms of identity cognitive chaos when analyzing similar memories. Thank you for your guidance, Professor, Ron said sincerely, while carefully feeling the changes brought by the skill breakthrough. Without your careful teaching during this period, I couldn't have progressed so quickly. Your talent and effort are equally important. And others' phantom gently swayed in the air, the silver light rippling like waves. But to truly become a historian, you still need to complete one last challenge to personally experience a genuine historical event, instead of second-hand information through memory crystal. He paused for a moment, his tone becoming cautious. But considering your previous, unpleasant encounter with time hounds, I strongly suggest temporarily postponing this attempt. At least wait until you level up your strength or master some specialized time protection techniques before considering. Ron nodded in agreement. As a rational researcher, he deeply understood the danger of rash actions. Having experienced the terror of time hounds, he was especially cautious about any risky operations involving time. Moreover, he still had many other directions to develop. Temporarily postponing the historian's job transfer would not affect the overall planning too much. Additionally, there's something I want to discuss with you alone. Others' tone suddenly became solemn, and his phantom became more solid. Regarding Cassandra's impending return, I think you need to know some things in advance. Ron immediately focused intensely. From Others' tone, he could sense a certain profound anxiety and unease. As an ancient existence living for thousands of years, for Other to show such clear concern, the seriousness of the matter was evident. First, you need to understand one thing. Other's voice was deep and filled with worry. Cassandra's return represents a new radical force within the school alliance, which we call the Conquest Faction or Expansion Faction. She and her followers advocate for the large-scale conquest of other worlds, treating creatures from other planes as resources for plunder. They believe that traditional abyss exploration is overly conservative and should actively strike to establish a so-called wizard empire, an order of the multiverse with wizards as the ruling class. The professor's voice carried deep concern. To achieve this, they support using all means to enhance overall wizard strength, including large-scale human experimentation, soul trading, and even collaboration with abyssal apostles. As a representative of the traditional faction, or balance faction, we insist that wizards should maintain a relatively balanced relationship with other planes. Others' phantom shook gently in the air. We fear that excessive plunder might attract joint retaliation from stronger enemies, and that exotic realm ancient gods pollution could fundamentally corrupt the core values of wizard civilization. We advocate improving strength through knowledge accumulation and natural evolution, rather than relying on external forces coerced plundering. Ron listened silently, quickly analyzing the pros and cons of these two philosophies in his heart from a purely pragmatic standpoint. The Conquest Faction's strategy could indeed bring huge benefits in the short term. But in the long term, this plunder-based development is likely to trigger uncontrollable chain reactions. How is the power balance within the school alliance at present? He asked. About 60-40, with the Conquest Faction having a slight advantage. Others' answer made Ron's heart sink. Cassandra's success and her rapid enhancement in strength through plunder provide strong examples, drawing many previously neutral wizards towards the radical route. Especially those young official wizards, who are more easily attracted by promises of quickly gaining power. The old professor paused for a moment, seemingly recalling something. You know, Cassandra is also a practitioner of the Star Eater's ravings. She is also your predecessor who ascended through the path of truth as a primordial wizard. This information surprised Ron and invoked a sense of uncanny familiarity. Same meditation technique, same ascension path. Practitioners of the path of truth often develop deep resonance with the essence of contemplative existence. Others seem to perceive Ron's confusion. And regarding the Star Eater's ravings, that unending desire to devour, that endless craving for stronger power, gradually erodes the practitioner's rationality and empathy. Cassandra is a typical example. Her current actions are greatly influenced by the devourer's primitive will. His phantom moved closer to Ron, showing deep concern in his silver eyes. This is what I have always feared. As a new generation practitioner of the Star Eater's ravings, will you also follow the same path? Can you assure that you won't be controlled by that primal impulse to devour? Ron didn't respond immediately. Indeed, during the practice of Star Eater's ravings, he had more than once felt that kind of greedy impulse from the devourer. It was an almost primal desire to completely engulf reason, a craving for more star energy, a yearning to master stronger power, an urge to crush and devour all obstacles. I will remain vigilant at all times, Professor. He finally replied, in a calm and restrained tone, stable like a precision instrument. Rational thinking and logical analysis are always the basis for my decisions. No matter how powerful the force, if it cannot be effectively controlled, it is not worth pursuing. I need controllable power, not uncontrollable destruction. Others' apparition quietly watched him. After a moment of silence, the old professor let out a soft sigh, his apparition slightly wavering like a candle flame blown by a gentle breeze. His voice carried a rare sentiment, a deep emotion accumulated over a millennium. Under normal circumstances, I can only maintain my existence for 3 to 4 more decades before completely fading away under the erosion of time, like other great wizards. Although gathering void remains can extend consciousness. It's not true immortality. But during this period, the favor you've provided me from your studies. He paused, his voice clearly shaken. The purity and intensity even exceeds that of my most outstanding students Alan and Cassandra back in the day. Not to mention Alan, you know Cassandra, she was a top-tier talent with Tier 1 talent. The old professor's tone became somewhat excited, and the glow of the apparition fluctuated accordingly. Your favor is not only unbelievably pure, but more importantly, it contains a certain special quality. It seems to directly nourish the core structure of void, remains, and after just a few months of instruction, it has extended my life by at least 10 years. Ron raised an eyebrow. This information indeed surprised him. He knew his favor was somewhat special, but he didn't expect its effect would be this significant. This perhaps has to do with his identity as a primordial wizard, or possibly due to some trait inherent in the professional panel itself. This also explains why little Eve's demon-devouring symptoms could be alleviated by your favor. Ordinary favor can only clear spiritual contamination, but your favor can penetrate the soul level, repairing those fundamental defects caused by artificial modulation. This ability, even in history, it's almost unheard of. The old professor's apparition gently floated in the air, his voice becoming more solemn. You are indeed an anomaly, Ron. Not just because of your talent and strength, but also due to that unique sense of balance within you. Balance, Ron echoed, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Indeed, Other nodded, his apparition growing clearer. Practitioners of Star Eater's ravings are usually affected by its devouring instinct, losing sympathy towards the weak, becoming cold and greedy. But you are different. While pursuing strength, you still maintain rationality and restraint. The old professor's voice carried an almost devout anticipation. This makes me see the possibility. Perhaps you truly can master Star Eater's ravings rather than being mastered by it. This is the fundamental reason I choose to believe in you. Other paused for a moment, his apparition gently trembling as if making some major decision. Therefore, I wish to make an agreement with you. His tone became exceptionally serious, silver light converging as he spoke. If you can consistently adhere to why, our path before my complete dissolution, not being alienated by the influence of meditation technique, still maintaining that rationality and restraint. The old professor took a deep breath, seemingly about to reveal an extremely important secret. I will pass on the Selena void, remains fragment left to me by Calyx to you. Upon hearing this, Ron's pupils instantly contracted. Selena's void remains fragment. That was once plundered by the King of Blood, and later reclaimed by Calyx, the legacy of a legendary entity. It contains the crucial key to unlock the chaotic blood world. Other continued, his voice hinting. Rather than building a kingdom from scratch, it's much easier to replace that crippled false king. A ready otherworld, albeit chaotic and bloody, has a well-structured foundation, merely requiring a true ruler to reintegrate it. The old professor's eyes flashed a cunning gleam. Moreover, you should recall the throne seed you seized from the holy disk when you first became an official wizard. Ron felt a shock in his heart. At the time, Lady Allen said she would handle it. Now it seems this precious trophy has ended up in others' possession. However, considering Other was once Lady Allen's mentor, it's understandable. I have always been waiting for the right moment to bring this matter up with you. Other's voice carried a clear expectation. Once you join the Abyssal Observation Station, we can conduct in-depth research on the throne seed in the safest environment. His apparition became even brighter. It is a complete throne seed, containing fragments of supreme apostle-level authority. Ron's breathing slightly deepened. The value of this information far exceeding his expectations. An otherworldly key, the legacy of a top-level great wizard, and a throne seed containing the authority of a supreme apostle. His path to ascending to higher levels in the future is already clear. However, are there any conditions attached to this promise? He asked cautiously. The conditions are as I just mentioned. Other's shadow smiled slightly. Maintain your current self, and do not let power corrode your true nature. Of course, I don't expect you to become a savior, just avoid becoming the next Cassandra. The old professor's tone became more gentle. Additionally, when you reach the moon level and wish to infiltrate historical events, officially transitioning into a historian, I will provide the necessary support and assistance. The process is extremely dangerous, and without the escort of an experienced historian, the mortality rate is nearly 90%. I will strive not to let you down, Professor. He finally responded, with sincere respect in his tone. Although I cannot guarantee never to make mistakes, I can promise that reason and logic will always be the foundation of my actions. Other's shadow nodded slightly, but then his tone grew more serious. However, I must remind you of another more pressing issue. After Cassandra's return, she is likely to implement a completely new management system. The old professor's voice became more severe, and the shadow grew more solid. The traditional contribution point system will operate in parallel with the so-called war merit system, and the compulsory conscription system may be reactivated. For a treasure-level genius like yourself, she will likely use various means to win over and control you. First with small kindnesses to let you taste the sweetness, then at a critical moment, use greater temptations to bind your future. Other's shadow paused in the air, his voice carrying a deep warning. You need to understand that ordinary soul contracts do indeed present a possibility of escape for practitioners on the path of truth. After all, your soul structure becomes extremely resilient due to its connection with higher existence. But if it is a contract bound with a soul anchor, he did not finish, but Ron already understood its implications. A contract on a soul anchor is an almost inescapable absolute constraint. Even for a great wizard, it is hard to break free. It's like an invisible shackle placed on the soul, forever unable to be freed. I can guess this little one's plan. Other continued to analyze, first providing seemingly generous help and resources, making you feel gratitude and dependence towards her. Then at the critical moment, when you are reaching the moon level, preparing to advance to dark sun level, she will seize the opportunity to strike. The old professor's voice turned icy cold. She will time it perfectly, and at a moment when you cannot resist, she will use her power to suppress you. Ron listened silently, his impression of Cassandra refreshed once more. Her every step of the plan is calculated extremely precisely, as if playing a massive chess game. And he, very likely, is an important chess piece in this game. Is there any method to deal with it? He asked directly, with a glint of calm contemplation in his eyes. There are some unconventional methods. Other's shadow became blurred, as if hesitating whether to reveal them. Historians possess a special ability called memory fog. This technique allows selective shielding of certain past information about oneself, causing confusion in memory to those probing you. His voice grew more mysterious. Simply put, it makes the opponent forget certain traits or experiences of yours, thereby avoiding some targeted strategies based on this information. For example, it might cause her to blur certain memories of yours. The old professor's voice became more cautious. Of course, this technique has limitations. It can only blur memories, cannot completely erase them, and its effect is limited on great wizards with strong willpower. But at critical moments, even a slight advantage can change the entire situation. Ron nodded and began to contemplate. This ability indeed sounds useful, though not without risks. If discovered, the consequences might be more severe than direct confrontation. Also, if you can master soul splitting and life box creation technology. Others' words carried a clear hint. In theory, you can transfer the core of your consciousness and memory to a secret container, allowing you to retain some autonomy even if your main body is bound by contracts. But these are extremely dangerous techniques, and if mismanaged, the consequences range from personality disintegration to soul fragmentation. This ancient mystic scholar is indeed providing him with possible solutions to face future crises, though each accompanies immense risk. By the way, your previous mention of the Master Sword activation plan, I think it has great potential. Others suddenly changed the topic. If you decide to join the Abyssal Observation Station, I can provide some technical support discreetly. Especially in terms of Master Sword condensation, it might be the key step in forming the prototype of your personal soul anchor. His shadow moved closer to Ron. A true Master Sword is not merely a weapon, but an extension of will, a manifestation of the soul. If you can integrate all your abilities and traits into it, it could become your most reliable safeguard. Even in the face of the mightiest restraints, the power that truly belongs to you can never be taken away. Combining the research results of the Throne Seed might create an unprecedented soul armament. Expectation flashed in others' eyes. Imagine a magic sword fused with the apostle's authority and all your own abilities. What kind of existence would that be? The meaning of these words was already quite clear. Other was providing Ron a possible escape route. By joining the Abyssal Observation Station to gain relatively independent status and perfecting the melting furnace concept with his covert help, preparing for possible future confrontations. I will seriously consider this suggestion, Professor. Ron responded cautiously, not immediately making a commitment. Your suggestion is extremely valuable to me, but I need time to weigh its advantages and disadvantages carefully. Time is running out, young man. Others' phantom began to turn transparent. Clearly this prolonged projection consumed much of his energy. Cassandra's return will completely change the power balance within the Crystal Tower. I hope by then you are fully prepared. His voice turned exceptionally faint, almost like a whisper. And remember, in this world, some choices once made are irreversible. But sometimes, not making a choice is the most dangerous choice of all. The old professor's phantom became even more ethereal. I have lived long enough and witnessed too many rises and falls. But you are different, you still have infinite possibilities. Whatever path you choose, remember power is merely a means, never let means become an end. With this meaningful sentence, others' void remains projection was completely dissipated. Silver light spread like water waves, eventually merging into the air, leaving only a subtle energy fluctuation. Ron stood alone in the containment room, his mind echoing with all the information he had just heard. From the Hall of Oblivion to otherworld conquest, from internal power struggles within the school to life and death choices of personal destiny, every piece of information hammered at his spirit like a heavy blow. But at the same time, he also felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. Like a person walking in the mist, suddenly seeing a distant lighthouse. Although the road is still rough, the direction is clear. Selena's void remains structure, throne seed. Chaotic blood world. Ron began constructing complex simulation models in his mind, analyzing various potential development paths. If he accepts others' legacy, he will gain tremendous power and independent status, but also bear a heavy responsibility. If he refuses, he might keep a low profile temporarily, but sooner or later he will have to face pressure from the Conquest faction. But this choice does not need to be made right now. He rationally analyzed the situation. Others' condition is to adhere to the path and not be alienated by the meditation technique. This is what I should be doing anyway. Whether or not there is this commitment, I have at least several decades of buffer time. Ron took a deep breath and began to organize his thoughts. As a rational researcher, he knew that emotional decisions often lead to disastrous consequences. No matter how timely others' reminders are, no matter how perilous the road ahead is, he must remain calm and logical. Firstly, it's necessary to confirm that there do exist traces of erased memories. He formulated an investigation plan in his mind. Try using the newly acquired sensing power to see if any clues can be found. If someone has truly been devoured by the Hall of Oblivion, there will undoubtedly be traces left on certain objects or places. As the sun set, the core area of the Jade Forest was bathed in a warm golden glow. Ancient towering trees embraced each other, their sturdy trunks growing various peculiar vine plants, emitting a faint magic glow. In these natural barriers' protection, the Jade Tower stood quietly in the center of an open clearing in the forest. This main building of the Wizard School was not a traditional stone tower, but a specially cultivated gigantic ancient tree. Its main trunk exceeded 50 meters in diameter, and its height reached an astounding 300 meters. Its canopy resembling a massive emerald umbrella, providing shelter from wind and rain for the entire settlement. Most awe-inspiringly, the interior of this ancient tree had been completely hollowed out and redesigned to form a multi-layered building system with complete functions. A spiral staircase wound its way up along the inner wall of the trunk, each floor serving different functions: laboratories, libraries, conference rooms, living areas, all available. Natural textures on the tree's surface embedded countless glowing magic crystals, providing illumination and energy supply within. Even more miraculous was that this ancient tree still maintained its vitality, with new leaves automatically adjusting shape according to the residents' needs, providing them with the most comfortable living environment. The clearing around the ancient tree was dotted with several dozen distinctively styled small buildings. Some were exquisite cottages woven from living vines, some were cave dwellings directly carved inside gigantic mushrooms, and others were tree houses suspended in mid-air, interconnected by flexible vine bridges. In the entire settlement, various strange creatures coexisted harmoniously with humans. Massive beetles loyally carried out the task of transporting heavy items, their carapaces often loaded with various experimental equipment or daily necessities. Colorful birds freely flew through the air, delivering messages for the residents. Even seemingly ordinary flowers and plants possessed magical abilities. Some could forecast weather changes, while others could purify harmful substances in the air. In this vibrant environment, an important assembly was taking place in the main conference hall within the ancient tree. The conference hall, situated in the tree's middle layer, was a spacious circular room. No artificial lighting was used within, relying instead on those naturally glowing mosses on the inner wall of the trunk to provide gentle green illumination. Dozens of young apprentices sat on living chairs, arranged according to their rank. These chairs were actually small plants specially cultivated that could automatically adjust their shape and firmness based on the sitter's body and preferences. The brightness of the light emitted by the chairs directly corresponded to the sitter's status and potential rating within the school. The front seats near the podium, shining like stars, were reserved for the true geniuses. Everyone, today, we are announcing this quarter's update of the Candidate Wizard sequence. Standing on the podium was a tall half-elf woman. She possessed the typical Jade Tower lineage. Her long green hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, her fair skin tinged with subtle green, and her amber eyes glistened with the wisdom of an ancient forest. As the academic director of the Jade Tower, every word from Vera carried immense weight. Her voice was as clear and mellifluous as a mountain stream, overflowing with the healing effect characteristic of natural magic, enabling listeners to involuntarily relax. After rigorous evaluation and assessment, we have decided to promote Lilia Devent to the 20th position in the candidate sequence. As soon as Vera's words fell, a subtle rustling sounded in the conference hall. This wasn't public discussion, but private exchange via spiritual power among the apprentices. In a place like the Jade Tower, which emphasized etiquette, directly speaking out was extremely impolite. Sitting in the 21st position, the blonde-haired male apprentice Cedric showed no changes in expression, but a trace of unnoticed gloom flickered in his blue eyes. As the heir of the ancient nobles in the Jade Forest, Cadmus family, he was regarded as the pride and future hope of the family since childhood. Now, however, a girl from a fragmented faction has surpassed him, a blow more unbearable than any verbal humiliation. But as a noble, he was well educated, and knew losing composure in such a setting was unacceptable. Lilia Devant, please stand up. Vera's gaze fell on a figure in the middle of the conference hall. It was a tall girl with long purple-black hair, seemingly around the age of 18, with a beautiful appearance. She stood up slowly, her movements graceful and natural, without a hint of surprise or excitement on her face, as if this outcome had long been within her expectations. Lilia wore a deep green apprentice robe, with a silver belt around her waist representing the identity of an intermediate apprentice. 3 small emerald gems embedded in the belt indicated her talent level in natural magic. Those once timid and downcast eyes had now become firm and cold, like a cold pool on a high mountain, exuding a kind of icy detachment. Congratulations, Lilia. Vera nodded with a smile, a clear expression of approval in her amber eyes. Your talent and progress speed in magic potion making are considered rare even in the history of the Jade Tower. What's even more precious is your outstanding performance in bloodline studies and biological modulation techniques, an extremely rare combination of cross-field capabilities. She paused for a moment, her tone becoming more solemn, especially your unique understanding of plant bloodlines and the innovative thinking you've shown in magic potion preparation. We see great potential in you. The other apprentices in the conference hall looked at Lilia with complex expressions. There was envy, jealousy, and also unwillingness. Yet no one dared to openly express doubt, for the Jade Tower's evaluation system is known for its rigor, and Lilia's strength was indeed evident to all. More importantly, many knew that her mentor was the mysterious Lady Allen, a presence that even the higher-ups of the Jade Tower must treat with respect. In this context, any rash provocation could lead to unforeseen consequences. A brown-haired apprentice sitting in the back row complained to his companion via spiritual transmission. It's really ironic. The Black Mist School has already become a mere shadow, and the news of the destruction of that bloodline altar is known throughout the wizard world. Yet someone from a crumbling school can hold such a high position here. Don't say that, another apprentice responded, his voice marked with obvious caution. Her strength is real. I witnessed her performance in the advanced magic potion preparation class. Her mastery over herbal traits and precise control over the energy flow cannot simply be attributed to luck. Plus, he paused, his tone becoming more wary. I've heard that her master, Lady Allen, has an extraordinary background, someone the dean himself must personally receive. We'd better not provoke her randomly. Although Lilia couldn't hear the specific contents of these spiritual transmissions, she could sense the complex emotions fluctuating around her. As a sensitive alchemist, she had an extraordinary sensitivity to subtle changes in the environment. But she chose to ignore these. In her time at the Jade Tower, she had already learned how to protect herself, using indifference to mask her inner fragility, using pride to hide anxiety and loneliness. This was not her nature, but a necessary means of survival in this highly competitive environment. The Jade Tower has always spoken with strength, and anyone has the opportunity to gain their rightful place through effort. Vera's voice once again drew everyone's attention. Lilia's promotion is entirely based on her actual performance, including her excellent results in the high-difficulty magic potion preparation tests. And D, the innovative potential shown in her original plant bloodline extraction technology. A gaze swept across the conference hall, her tone becoming more severe. I want to remind everyone that the ranking of the reserve list is updated monthly. To maintain your position, you must continually improve. Arrogance and complacency will only lead to downfall, while true talent will always receive deserved recognition. Lilia maintained that icy expression, as if the attention and undercurrents around her had nothing to do with her. She just quietly stood there, waiting for the end of the ceremony, with no ripple in her eyes. This composed attitude, on the contrary, made some apprentices who were originally dissatisfied feel a kind of pressure. The aura emanating from this girl far surpassed the level of an ordinary apprentice. As she walked along the corridor inside the ancient trees, the servants and staff she encountered all greeted her respectfully. Some tree men in charge of daily maintenance would bend their sturdy branches to show respect. The messenger birds responsible for delivering messages would chirp softly as she passed, a traditional way to show respect within the Jade Tower. Next, we will announce this month's resource allocation plan. After the gathering, the apprentices left the conference hall in groups of 2 or 3. Lilia walked alone at the end, and those who might have approached her kept their distance due to her cold aura. She, too, had no desire for any social contact. Loneliness had become her protective color. Lilia, please wait a moment. Vera's voice came from behind, carrying gentle concern with the clear quality of a mountain spring. Lilia turned around, looking at this administrative supervisor without expression. During her time at the Jade Tower, Vera was one of the few higher-ups who had shown her kindness. Master Vera, is there something you'd like to instruct? Her voice was as calm as water, betraying no emotional fluctuation. I want to talk to you about future development plans. Vera took a few steps closer, her amber eyes shimmering with the light of thought. With your current rate of progress, you should be able to advance to an advanced apprentice within 3 to 4 months. Your achievements in magic potion making are already very close to the standard of a professional alchemist. She paused for a moment, her tone becoming more serious. The Jade Tower is considering assigning you a dedicated master for more in-depth personal guidance. Considering your special talent in plant lineage, we have several highly authoritative masters in this field you can choose from. A trace of expectation flashed in Vera's eyes. Such opportunities are usually only offered to the top 10 candidates, But given your special circumstances and notable potential, the school is willing to make an exception and offer you such treatment. Upon hearing this proposal, an almost imperceptible ripple flickered in Lilia's eyes. But quickly, that ripple was replaced by deep determination. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Vera." Her voice remained calm, but the resoluteness within it made Vera slightly stunned. "But I already have a master, and I don't need guidance from anyone else." "You mean Lady Allen?" Vera nodded, indicating understanding. "I know she is a very outstanding master of magical potions, but a professional master could provide you with a more systematic and in-depth." Lilia interrupted her, her voice carrying a trace of noticeable emotional fluctuation for the first time. "Lady Allen is indeed my master, but my more important master is someone else. He taught me the core concepts of magic potion making, taught me how to truly understand the essence of herbs and the flow of energy." A trace of warmth flashed in her eyes, but soon it returned to coldness. "I will never accept anyone to replace him, even if it's the most authoritative master from the Jade Tower." Vera keenly noticed the change in Lilia's words. This usually cold as ice girl, when mentioning that mysterious master, her eyes revealed such nearly reverent respect and deep attachment, which no disguise could hide. As an experienced educator, Vera was well aware of the importance of the bond between teacher and student. True heritage is not only the transmission of knowledge, but also the connection of souls and the resonance of spirits. Forcibly breaking this bond often backfires. "I understand your thoughts." Vera finally nodded, her tone becoming gentler. "The bond between teacher and student is indeed precious. Since you already have a suitable guide, we will, of course, respect your choice." She paused for a moment, a trace of understanding in her eyes. "However, if in the future you need any academic support or resource assistance, the doors of the Jade Tower are always open for you. After all, you are now one of us, and we hope to see you achieve even greater accomplishments." Lilia bowed her head slightly, a rare moment of showing courtesy at the Jade Tower. "Thank you for your understanding, Master Vera. I will strive not to disappoint the school's expectations." Vera nodded in satisfaction. In fact, she wasn't surprised by Lilia's refusal. When Lilia first arrived at the Jade Tower, the school received special courtesy information from the Crystal Tower. That information clearly mentioned the girl's special background, as well as the respect and freedom she should be granted. Although the specific details were not disclosed, anything that could prompt the Crystal Tower to personally send a letter was obviously not simple. Moreover, the high-level reception Lady Allen received upon her arrival at the Jade Tower also indirectly proved the unusual identity of their master and apprentice. "Well, you can go back and rest now. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance in tomorrow's Advanced Magic Potion Experiment class." The warm lights of the herb store soon appeared in view, and the familiar outline of the building filled Lilia's heart with a wave of warmth. Here was her true home in this world, a safe harbor where she could shed all disguises. Pushing open the shop door, the familiar aroma of herbs wafted over, that complex scent mixed with dozens of precious herbs, which to her was more enchanting than any perfume. But tonight, the atmosphere in the store seemed somewhat unusual. Lady Allen sat in her old armchair, but unlike the usual closed eyes resting or focused work, she was eagerly holding a newspaper and reading it carefully. Her silver-white hair shimmered with a gentle luster under the magic crystal lamp, and her wrinkled face rarely showed a satisfied smile. This expression was one Lilia hadn't seen in a long time. Ever since arriving at the Emerald Forest, though Lady Allen still cared for her, she always seemed preoccupied, rarely showing such genuine joy. Lilia said softly, while she habitually began organizing the various herbs and tools on the counter. After spending so much time together, she had become completely familiar with the store's various workflows and could complete each task independently. Lady Allen looked up, putting the newspaper aside, her wise eyes glowing with excitement. "How was today's gathering? I heard you've been promoted to the 20th place. News does travel fast." Lilia nodded, but her tone remained calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Master Vera also proposed to arrange a dedicated personal master for me, but I declined." Lady Allen raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, but she soon added a hint of curiosity. Lilia paused for a moment, then continued sorting the ingredients in front of her. Her voice was so soft it was almost as if she were talking to herself. Because I already have the best master. Although he's not by my side now, what he taught me is irreplaceable by anyone else. Complex emotion flickered in Lady Allen's eyes. As an experienced elder, she could certainly hear the deep affection inherent in Lilia's words. This seemingly cold girl still harbored the most precious emotions in her heart. Lady Allen chuckled lightly, with a tone tinged with pride. Those mentors at the Jade Tower are knowledgeable, but their teaching style is too bound by tradition. For a student like you, who already has a solid foundation, it could actually limit your development. She paused, her tone becoming more earnest. Moreover, a true master-student relationship isn't just about the transfer of knowledge, but the communion and resonance of the spirit and ideas. Once such a connection is established, it shouldn't be easily broken. Lilia nodded slightly, warmth flooding her heart. Lady Allen always understood her deepest thoughts, and this sense of being understood relaxed her taut nerves just a bit. By the way, I have good news to share with you. Lady Allen picked up the newspaper again, her smile becoming even brighter. It's about that boy Ron. I'm sure you'll be interested. Upon hearing the name, Lilia's body trembled slightly, and her movements paused again. For more than a year, this was the first time Lady Allen mentioned Ron in front of her. Although she had been quietly keeping track of her former master's news through various channels, Lady Allen seemed to intentionally avoid discussing this topic in front of her. Perhaps it was to avoid stirring her longing. Or perhaps it was to prevent distracting her from her studies. What happened to him? Lilia tried to maintain a calm tone, but her voice betrayed a slight tremor. That cautious anticipation was like someone fearing bad news but eagerly wanting to know what's happening. Take a look at this. Lady Allen handed her the newspaper, pointing to the bold headline on the front page. The headline of the Central Lands Academic Weekly specifically reports on the outstanding young wizards emerging from the Crystal Tower recently. Guess who's ranked first? Lilia took the newspaper with trembling hands, her gaze immediately captivated by a photo on the front page. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar figure, still those deep, night sky-like eyes, still that calm and composed demeanor, but the aura exuded was much stronger than she remembered. In the photo, Ron was wearing the official wizard's robe of the Crystal Tower, adorned with various badges representing honor on his chest. His expression remained calm, but the poised demeanor revealed tremendous confidence and strength. What struck Lilia the most was his eyes. The wisdom and depth contained in them far surpassed the young master she remembered. This was the gaze of a true strong individual, calm and unperturbed after countless challenges and trials. The title beneath the photo was written in bold fonts. Treasure-level genius Ron Ralph, the most notable new star of the Central Lands. Lilia's heart began to race, her blood seemingly boiling in her veins. The term treasure level was not unfamiliar to her. During her studies at the Jade Tower, she had learned about the talent grading system in the wizard world. Being rated as treasure level meant ranking in the top 500 in the entire history of wizards. Forcing herself to remain calm, she started reading the detailed content of the report. This newspaper reports, in the recent annual genius rating announced by the Crystal Tower, Wizard Ron Ralph from the Black Mist School was rated as treasure level, becoming the first young wizard in 5 years to receive this rating. This rating not only acknowledges his outstanding talent in magic potion making and bloodline modulation, but also confirms his outstanding academic contributions as an original. At this year's Lance Memorial Day celebrations, Wizard Ralph performed excellently in the Rainbow Ring Bloodline Modulation Contest, winning the crown with nearly perfect skills. According to descriptions from onlookers, the bloodline potion he modulated reached the legendary rainbow level effect, a first in the history of the contest. In addition, Wizard Ralph has also achieved remarkable results in academic research. His paper on the mobile simulation battle device was evaluated as an outstanding achievement of the year by the Academic Review Committee, earning over 1,200 academic contribution points. The innovative concepts proposed in this paper are believed to have the potential to completely change the way wizards train. According to internal sources from the Crystal Tower, Wizard Ralph currently holds a position as a teaching assistant, and his courses on magic potion making and bloodline modulation are very popular among students. Even some senior lecturers would attend as auditors. Students unanimously consider his teaching methods to be ingeniously unique, capable of making the most complex theories simple and understandable. Most notably, reliable sources reveal that Wizard Ralph has also established a master-student relationship with Princess Eve of the Crown clan. A mentor recognized by the Crown bloodline surely speaks volumes about his academic standing and personal charisma. The more Lilia read, the more amazed she became, and the brighter the light in her eyes grew. Each achievement filled her with genuine pride and joy, as if she had a share in these honors. When she read about him becoming the mentor of Princess Eve, a wave of complicated emotions surged in her heart. She felt proud of Ron for gaining such a noble student's recognition, yet there was an indescribable hint of loss. She softly repeated the term, her voice trembling with disbelief. A genius ranked in the top 500 in the entire wizard history. Master Ron he. Her words gradually choked, and the facade of coldness she had struggled to maintain completely shattered at this moment. The once little girl who adored her master re-emerged. Her eyes filled with innocent admiration and deep longing. The mist flowed slowly through the air like a tide, and that skeletal figure floated silently. Lady Allen set down the teacup in her hand. This level of spirit realm messenger, there are only a handful in the entire wizard world who can wield it. And among them, only one person is most likely to contact her. In fact, the messenger had intended to communicate with her earlier, bringing the newspaper along, but it was interrupted by Lily's sudden return. The messenger spoke, his voice echoing as if from the abyss of hell. I am entrusted by Master Other to deliver an important letter to you. The report on Ron Ralph was specially prepared as an extra by the Master for you. Lady Allen took the envelope sealed with special runes, feeling the familiar energy fluctuations at her fingertips. She was very familiar with this sealing method. Only the caster or the designated receiver could open it. Any attempt to pry would cause the letter to instantly turn to ashes. She said briefly, turning back into the store. Lily was still in the backyard organizing moonlight grass, with light collision sounds occasionally coming through. Lady Allen walked behind the counter, carefully opened the envelope, and unfolded the parchment within. Those familiar handwriting greeted her eyes. Time flies, and this old fellow has reached the final stage of life. Though you are no longer young, you stubbornly refuse to acknowledge aging. Regarding Ron's achievements, you should have already seen them in the gifted newspaper. This young man's potential exceeds everyone's expectations, and his balance of rationality and restraint reminds me of the young you, the same calmness, the same pure pursuit of knowledge. But precisely because of this, I am worried he will repeat our past mistakes. Cassandra is about to return. The influence of the Conquest faction is expanding. Ron's talents destined him to not stand apart from this storm. I need that item you kept. Not to reopen old wounds, but to offer Ron a chance to glimpse history. Ron has some connection with the major participants of that incident, which can provide him extra protection during historical retrospection. I know what this request means to you, but please believe it is for a greater goal. If Ron can gain enough from that lesson, perhaps he can avoid repeating past mistakes. Time is running short, my dear student. We don't have many choices left. Lady Allen's fingers trembled slightly, the letter casting flickering shadows under the candlelight. She slowly closed her eyes, her thoughts involuntarily drifting to the past she tried to forget but could never escape. It was over 100 years ago. Selena Vestra, that close friend whose talents were only slightly inferior to hers, the partner who should have advanced together. Lady Allen could never forget that blood-colored dusk. Selena appeared in her laboratory wearing a strange smile, those blue eyes once clear as water, now filled with malice. Allen, I have finally understood the essence of truth. Her voice remained sweet, but something within it was chilling. We have always pursued the wrong path. Power should not be confined within this fragile flesh. The soul is the only true home. Let me free you, just as he freed me. That night, Lady Allen made the most painful yet necessary choice of her life. Lady Allen slowly opened her eyes, looking at the broken magic wand in her hand. It was a memento she used to warn herself, reminding her to never forget that bloody lesson. In this cruel world, the most dangerous often isn't the obvious enemy, but the betrayal of those around you and the greed within. Perhaps it is time for the young to know the truth, she uttered to herself. At least prevent the same tragedy from happening again. Lady Allen placed the magic wand into the specially made protective box, then walked towards the spirit realm messenger waiting outside the door. Tell Master Other I have agreed. She handed the protective box to the messenger. But I have one condition. If that young man shows any sign of contamination during the historical retrospection, immediately sever the connection. I don't want to see history repeat itself. I will convey your words, Lady Allen. The messenger took the box, the mist starting to gather slowly. Master said, this young man is worth trusting. Lady Allen said coldly. But in the world of wizards, trustworthy is often the most dangerous illusion. Crystal Tower, North District high-rise residential area. Elliot led Ron and Eve through the beautifully decorated corridor, arriving at Master Valen's residence. Master Valen's collection is truly breathtaking. Elliot pointed at a painting on the wall depicting an abyss exploration. This is a documentary record of the Bone expedition in the early Third Era. The artist himself is one of the survivors of that expedition. Being able to present such a terrifying scene in artistic form, this kind of courage has become a lost art. In that painting, numerous robed wizards were battling various twisted creatures. But most striking was not the intensity of the battle, but the edges of the painting showing those wizards seemingly melting. Their bodies seemed to dissolve like candles, yet with eerily satisfied smiles on their faces. That is the process of abyss assimilation, Eve explained softly, a hint of unease flickering in her purple crystal eyes. Transformed by a force we cannot comprehend, turning from human into something else. It is said that the process is not painful, and may even cause pleasure in the victim, which is the most terrifying part. Ron silently observed the collections, growing more curious about the Valen he was about to meet. As a Dark Sun-level wizard, his experiences must be filled with dangers and opportunities beyond ordinary imagination. Soon they arrived at an intricately carved oak door. Elliot knocked 3 times. The runes on the door immediately glowed softly. A slightly hoarse voice came from inside the door. As they entered, towering bookshelves lined each wall, filled with various ancient books, and the air was thick with the smell of parchment and old ink. Valen sat behind the desk, holding an ancient quill pen, seemingly handling some documents. Upon seeing the visitors, he set down the pen and stood up to greet them. This was Ron's chance to closely observe the Dark Sun-level wizard once again. Valen appeared to be around 50, with the typical noble features of the Central Lands. He had a prominent nose, deep blue eyes, and skin pallid from long years of study. But the most striking was the unmistakable fatigue in his eyes, something deeper than physical exhaustion, a burden on the spirit. Ron Ralph, I've long admired your name. Valen extended his hand proactively, with genuine respect in his voice. Achieving such success in the Crystal Tower is truly commendable. A treasure-level assessment hasn't happened in nearly a century. You flatter me, Master Valen. Ron responded politely, while closely observing his counterpart. I was just lucky to encounter many excellent masters. Modesty is a virtue of youth, but excessive modesty is hypocrisy. Valen smiled and shook his head. Given your talent and effort, reaching such heights is inevitable, unrelated to luck. He invited everyone to take a seat in the hospitality area. I heard from Elliot that you have a special interest in abyss research. This is uncommon among the younger generation. Most people think that field is too dangerous. Knowledge itself is neutral. The key is the wisdom of the user. Ron answered candidly. Research on the abyss is indeed dangerous, but the information contained is crucial for understanding the essence of the world. Caution is necessary, but giving up due to fear would be too regrettable. Valen's eyes flashed with appreciation. A mature perspective. I had similar thoughts when I was young, but... His voice turned heavy. Later experiences taught me that some knowledge carries a higher cost than imagined. At that moment, the air in the corner of the room began to twist, and light gradually coalesced. Others' projections slowly emerged, his weathered face showing a complex expression. Valen seemed surprised to see his mentor's apparition. "Why would you appear at this time? I remember you're usually not fond of such occasions." "Because today's topic is rather special." Other's voice was exceptionally stern, and the projections light more solid than usual. "Regarding the event from over 100 years ago." The words landed like a stone into a still lake, instantly stirring massive ripples. Valen's face turned white, his body began trembling slightly, and his breathing grew rapid. Eve and Elliot exchanged glances, seeing bewilderment in each other's eyes. They were clearly unaware of this part of history. "Why would you bring up that matter in front of these youngsters?" Valen seemed to be forcefully controlling certain emotions. "I thought you had decided to let that matter fade into history's dust." Other's projection floated toward the desk. "But now the situation is unique. Ron needs to conduct a historical event probe, and that event is the most suitable choice." He turned to Ron, hinting at something. "More importantly, you have some connections with the main participants of that event. These connections can offer you extra protection and guidance during the historical exploration." Valen remained silent for a long time, fingers impulsively tapping the armrest. After a while, he asked with a trembling voice, "Alan, did she agree?" "Alan's record item is already en route." Other replied succinctly. "She made one condition: if any sign of contamination appears, immediately sever the connection." Upon hearing this, Valen chuckled bitterly. "She still doesn't trust me, even after all these years." "It's not distrust in you, Valen." Other's tone grew more gentle. "But distrust in that kind of power. Those who experience such terror will remain vigilant in similar situations." Ron keenly sensed the subtleties within the conversation. "Clearly, a major event involving abyssal power occurred over 100 years ago, in which Valen, Lady Allen, and Other were all participants. Master Valen, could you briefly introduce the background of that event? If I'm to conduct historical exploration, I need at least a basic understanding to prepare myself psychologically." Valen gazed deeply at Ron, his eyes filled with a mix of complex emotions: recollection, pain, guilt, and a faint, nearly imperceptible fear. "Are you sure you want to know? Once you know certain things, you can never forget them. That kind of memory will appear repeatedly in your dreams like poison." Ron's voice was calm and firm. "Knowledge itself doesn't hurt people, only the misuse of knowledge brings danger. Moreover, avoiding historical lessons often leads to the repetition of tragedy." Valen gazed at Ron for a moment, as if seeing something familiar in him. Finally, he sighed deeply and began to recount the past buried for nearly a century. "At that time, Alan, a witch named Selena Vistra, and I were the outstanding young generation of the Crystal Tower." His voice became increasingly hoarse. "We were all eager for higher-level knowledge, especially about transcending life's limits. In that era, the void remains theory was far from being as developed as it is now, and the path to becoming a great wizard was filled with the unknown." Valen paused, seemingly sorting through those painful memories. "Then we came across some ancient manuscripts. Those manuscripts claimed to be from the lost wizard civilization, documenting the ultimate secrets of soul migration." Ron immediately grasped the key. Pollution sources disguised as ancient wisdom. "Yes," Valen nodded bitterly. "The arrogance and curiosity of young people blinded our judgment. We thought we could extract useful knowledge and avoid danger with our intelligence." His voice became more painful. The result was disastrous. Not only were the three of us severely polluted, but the entire young generation of the Crystal Tower suffered heavy losses." Valen's hand began to tremble. "Selena was the first to be completely eroded. She turned into a kind of, I don't even know how to describe the being she became. Outwardly, she was still the friend we knew, but internally, she had been completely replaced." "Then what happened?" Eve asked cautiously, her face turning pale. "Then Selena started spreading the pollution." Valen's voice became barely audible. With that sweet voice and familiar smile, she convinced more classmates to come into contact with that ancient knowledge. Many believed her. After all, she was the smartest and most trustworthy among us. He covered his face with his hand. "By the time we realized the severity of the problem, it was too late." The entire young generation was caught in this disaster. Dozens of promising apprentices either died from pollution or suffered spiritual collapse during purification. What happened to Selena in the end? Ron pursued the question. Valen's voice was like an echo from the grave. Ended her life in the most direct and brutal way. At that time, Selena was attempting to cast some sinister spiritual magic on more people, and Alan released a lethal attack without hesitation. He raised his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions. But killing Selena did not end the disaster. In fact, her death became a sort of sacrifice, allowing that abyss entity to gain more power. The final cleanup operation. Valen could not continue, only shook his head. The final cleanup operation lasted for a full 3 months. Other picked up the thread. Almost the entire young generation was suspected of being polluted and required strict spiritual examination and purification treatment. Many suffered spiritual collapse during this process and were forced to accept euthanasia. The old professor's shadow became darker. And the survivors, including Alan and Valen, were left with irreparable trauma in their souls. Those seeds were removed, but the removal process itself caused irreversible damage. This is one of the reasons why Alan will never break through. To the dark sun level, Valen added, his voice laden with deep guilt. Any high-intensity use of spiritual power activates the scar deep in her soul, leading to a collapse of reason. And I. He paused for a long time. I obtained sufficient resources through a family marriage to repair the mental trauma. The ancient wizard clan was willing to pay a great price to provide top-level treatment for me to gain a dark sun-level wizard. The room fell into heavy silence. Everyone was digesting this cruel truth. There is one more thing I need to tell you. Others' voice broke the silence. Selena did not truly die. Her soul was taken away by an abyss entity, and after nearly a century of transformation, she has now become a true apostle. This news left everyone shocked. She is now known as Sweet Nightmare, responsible for luring young wizards who are eager for knowledge. In a way, she is still continuing the work from over 100 years ago, spreading the gifts of the abyss. Only now it's on a larger scale and with more subtle methods. Valen slowly got up and walked to a safe deep in the study. It was a cube made of a special alloy, its surface covered in protective runes. He trembled as he entered the password and retrieved a deep red memory crystal from it. This is a record I saved, documenting the first half of that event from my perspective. He handed the crystal to Other. Although I chose to flee at the critical moment, I at least recorded the process of how we were tempted. Maybe this failed record has more educational value. Other took the crystal, the glow around his spirit slightly wavering. Thank you, Valen. I know what handing this over means to you. Valen hesitated for a moment. My wife Alina died 13 years ago. She never managed to become an official wizard, and her health was never good. Although I tried my best to provide the best treatment, but... His voice began to tremble. We had no children. Alina's body couldn't handle the burden of pregnancy. Perhaps this is the punishment I deserve: eternal loneliness. The past cannot be changed. Other's voice became gentle. But you still have the opportunity to contribute to the future. Helping the younger generation avoid repeating past mistakes is the best redemption for the past. Ron listened quietly to these conversations, gaining a deeper understanding of the upcoming historical exploration. This was not just a skill training, but a bloody lesson about desire, betrayal, and the price paid. When can I start this historical exploration? Is there any special preparation needed? After you break through to the moon level. Other replied clearly. The intensity of morning star level spiritual power is not yet sufficient to safely endure such historical impact. The old professor's spirit began to fade. I will keep these records safe and arrange this special historical journey for you at the appropriate moment. But remember one thing. His voice became extremely serious. No matter what you see in history, do not attempt to change anything. You are merely an observer, not a participant. Any attempt to interfere with history could attract the attention of time hounds. As Other's spirit vanished, the atmosphere in the room gradually returned to normal. On his way back to the workshop, Ron fell into deep thought. The amount of information he gained today far exceeded expectations, needing careful digestion and analysis. Valen's weakness, Lady Allen's pain, Selena's downfall. Each detail revealed the brutal essence of the wizard world. In this world where the pursuit of power is paramount, friendship and trust are often the most luxurious things. Upon returning to the workshop, Alan approached him. "Master, you look a bit tired. Was today's meeting smooth?" "It was very fruitful, but also quite heavy," Ron answered briefly. "I need some time to sort out my thoughts." In the private research room, Ron began to try using the sensing power trait he had unlocked. This ability allowed him to sense historical traces on objects, recreating scene fragments from specific points in time. Since his skill breakthrough, he had always felt a subtle pull. The feeling was elusive, as if something important was missing in his heart. Today, upon hearing the discussion about memory erasure, this pull became even stronger. Ron closed his eyes, letting the sensing power guide his attention. Soon, his gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous storage cabinet in the corner of the room. It held various items he had brought back from the Black Mist School, mostly mementos or small items of little practical use. Guided by the sensing power, he opened a long unopened wooden box. Inside was a pair of exquisite magic power crystals, the surface of the light blue spheres flowing with faint energy patterns. When Ron's spiritual power touched them, a strong sense of déjà vu instantly surged in his heart. Fragments of memory began to piece together. Ron carefully activated one of the crystals. Weak light flickered inside the sphere, then formed an extremely blurry picture. It was a space composed entirely of nothingness. With no up or down, no front or back, only endless blue mist slowly drifting. In the depths of the mist, he saw a familiar figure. It was Trish, but she looked in an extremely terrible state. Her whole being seemed like a semi-transparent ghost, her body constantly oscillating between reality and void, as if she might completely fade away at any moment. She seemed to sense the gaze, turning her head in Ron's direction. Those eyes, once filled with vitality, now held only deep despair and a silent plea for help. Her lips moved silently as if she was saying something, but no sound could be heard. Ron tried to enhance the energy output of the crystal orb, hoping to establish a more stable connection. But the image soon began to fracture, like a piece of paper being torn apart by an invisible giant hand, eventually fading completely into the void. The crystal orb returned to tranquility, though its surface glow became even fainter. "They are still alive, in a sense." Ron gazed intently at the crystal orb in his hand and began a calm analysis. "But they are trapped in some kind of forgotten space, liable to vanish at any time." He tried to use the orb to trace the exact location of the alternate space, but the information was extremely limited. He could only determine that it was a far-off other plane, likely the internal space of some hall of oblivion. With his current capabilities, there was no possibility of attempting a rescue. Even a moonlight-level mage, in the face of the land of oblivion, can mostly only flee. To effectively counteract such existence erasure forces, it would require at least dark sun-level power, specialized defensive measures, and ample preparation. Ron quietly stared at the crystal orb, conducting a precise cost-benefit analysis in his mind. From a purely rational perspective, the lives of Trish and Corina were indeed of limited relevance to him, although they had maintained a good relationship during their time at the Black Mist School. It was far from life or death depth. Undertaking enormous risks to save them didn't make sense from a profit-maximizing standpoint. Moreover, even if he did attempt a rescue recklessly, the probability of success was minuscule. The horrors of the land of oblivion require even experienced great wizards to act cautiously. Acting rashly would only jeopardize himself in the same danger. On the other hand, Trish was one of his few friends from the Black Mist School. Though not a deep friendship, at least it was a memorable bond. If conditions permitted, attempting a rescue could be considered. The key lies in the words, "if conditions permit." When I have enough strength, I will consider the possibility of rescue. Ron finally decided, carefully placing the crystal orb back into its protective case. Until then, they'll just have to continue waiting. If during this time they completely fade away, then it can only be said to be a twist of fate. This cold calculation might seem ruthless, but it's Ron's usual way of operating. He never makes irrational decisions out of emotional impulse. Every choice must be based on objective risk, assessment, and benefit analysis. Such rationality is not cold-blooded, but a kind of deep wisdom. He knows clearly that only by becoming strong enough can he truly protect those worth protecting. Blind sacrifices and impulsive actions would only perpetuate the tragedy. After resealing the orb, Ron devoted himself entirely to his own growth. Only by becoming stronger can he face the myriad challenges of the future. Whether it's the threat of the Conquest faction, the allure of the Abyss, or those old friends awaiting rescue, all require a stronger foundation of power. In the east wing of the Crystal Tower, the last rays of the setting sun cast through the stained glass window onto the stone lectern inside. The enchantment classroom. Frederick Levin slowly put away the rune pen used for teaching, his gaze sweeping over the empty classroom. The seats that had been full just moments ago now had only a few scattered apprentices tidying their notes and tools. Most had left in a hurry. As an experienced enchanter with decades of teaching under his belt, Frederick was long accustomed to this phenomenon. Enchantment was never a popular course, compared to the practicality of magic potion making and the directness of alchemy. Enchantment requires an extremely high degree of precision in spiritual power control and a deep understanding of the rune system. Most apprentices quit after a few months due to slow progress. Again, it's like this. Frederick sighed inwardly, feeling the minuscule feedback of favor within himself. An entire month of intensive teaching, 32 meticulously prepared hours, yielded such meager returns. The number of students who truly understood the core principles he imparted was probably less than a tenth. He could feel the feedback coming from the students. Confusion, frustration, annoyance, and complaints about the course's difficulty. These negative emotions pricked at his heart like needles, reminding him that the teaching outcomes were less than satisfactory. Blockheads, a bunch of blockheads. Frederick shook his head with a bitter smile, beginning to tidy up the scattered teaching tools on the lectern. The carefully crafted rune models, the example tools prepared with great effort, all seemed like dull decorations in the eyes of the students. But he knew too that it wasn't the students' fault. Enchantment is indeed one of the most demanding disciplines in wizardry. Complexity far surpasses magic potion making and alchemy, requiring mastery of multiple disciplines such as rune magic, energy conduction theory, and material science. More importantly, enchantment demands extremely high talent. An apprentice without sufficient spiritual control precision cannot even successfully depict the most basic stable runes. This ability of spiritual control is largely innate, difficult to significantly enhance through training later on. But precisely because of the high difficulty, the generated favor effect is stronger. If one can encounter a truly gifted student. Frederick recalled that chance encounter a few months ago with that dark-haired young teaching assistant Ron Ralph. He merely sat in on one lecture and demonstrated an astonishing level of comprehension. Even more commendable, he was able to pose insightful questions, reflecting a deep contemplation on the essence of enchantment. If he truly chooses to delve into the study of enchantment, Frederick couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile at this thought. Given Ron's current status and achievements, does he really need to invest effort in enchantment? In recent months, this young treasure-level genius has been in the spotlight in the Central Lands. Not only did he win the crown in the Rainbow Ring competition on Lance's Memorial Day, but he also gained over 1,000 contribution points with his original academic theories. What makes his peers most envious is his immense success in teaching. It is rumored that Ron's courses are very popular among students, often exceeding classroom capacity. The students who attend his lectures unanimously hold him in high esteem. Such recognition and admiration are converted into a continuous stream of high-quality favor feedback. I heard he has already discovered several students who are exceptionally talented. Frederick's pace of packing his teaching materials slowed, with obvious envy in his eyes. One of them has even entered the school's K-talent pool, being listed as a future seed training candidate. This level of achievement is a great honor for any teacher. To uncover and cultivate true geniuses not only brings immense favor feedback, but also serves as the best testament to one's academic standing. In contrast, although Frederick has nurtured many qualified enchanters over the years, truly talented students have been few and far between. This is also a major reason why he remains at the level of an ordinary lecturer and can't break into the core teaching circle. As he was immersed in these complex emotions, a heavier topic surfaced in his mind. Cassandra Tower Master is about to return. This news has been no secret within the Crystal Tower, with various related rumors and speculations swirling in the shadows. As a veteran teacher who has worked in the school for decades, Frederick has gleaned some unsettling information through his own channels. The reform about to be pushed by the Conquest faction is likely to completely change the current management system of the Crystal Tower. The traditional contribution point system will run parallel to a new merit system, and academic evaluation standards will undergo major adjustments. Even more worrisome, those aging wizards unable to produce sufficient academic results may face difficult choices. External assignment to the marginal school. Frederick softly repeated the phrase that keeps many colleagues awake at night. On the surface, it's to strengthen teaching support for marginal areas, but in reality, it's a disguised form of exile. Wizards dispatched to those remote schools are ostensibly to fulfill the noble duty of knowledge dissemination, cultivating more promising seeds for the Crystal Tower. But everyone knows well that such assignments often signify the substantive end of an academic career. The conditions at those marginal schools are rudimentary, and resources are scarce, fundamentally incapable of supporting high-level research work. The dispatched wizards can only spend the rest of their professional lives there, gradually being forgotten by the mainstream academic circle. Frederick thought of his friends and distant relatives. Quite a few among them are lamenting over the impending reform. Some are frantically writing papers, hoping to elevate their academic prestige before the reform kicks in. Some are trying in various ways to seek shelter, hoping to avoid the fate of external assignment. Others simply begin considering early retirement to preserve the last of their dignity. But no matter what strategy they take, in the face of the Conquest faction's powerful influence, these struggles seem weak and powerless. Cassandra St. Magi, this legendary great wizard and current head of the Crown clan. She represents not just individual will, but also a major shift in the development direction of the entire wizard civilization. From a conservative and steady traditional route to a radically expansionist conquering path. The impact of this shift will be profound and all-encompassing, leaving no wizard working in the Crystal Tower unaffected. Perhaps the status of enchantment might rise even higher than it is now. Frederick tried to find a trace of solace in these gloomy prospects. Conquering the otherworld requires a large amount of equipment and enchantment tools, which is precisely the specialty of enchanters. From this angle, the importance of enchantment will not decrease, but might receive unprecedented emphasis. Those wizards mastering advanced enchantment techniques may very well become core talents in the new system. But the prerequisite is to deliver sufficient actual results. He shook his head with a wry smile. Reality is always much more brutal than fantasy. Merely mastering theoretical knowledge is far from enough. One must be able to create truly valuable achievements to stand firm in this reform. Just as Frederick was lost in such worries and thoughts, a sudden, immense shock struck him. It was a torrent of blessings so pure it was astonishing, transmitted from a relatively close distance with unprecedented intensity and concentration. The sensation was like a person wandering in the desert suddenly encountering sweet dew, or a river on the brink of drying up suddenly merging with a surging tributary. Frederick's body trembled violently, almost losing control in this intense pleasure. He had to grip the edge of the podium tightly, forcing himself to maintain an outward calm. But the shock was so intense that his legs began to go weak, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Whose blessing is this?" Frederick exclaimed in his heart, striving to analyze the source and characteristics of this blessing. As an experienced teacher, he had a keen perception of the quality of various blessings. The blessings from ordinary apprentices were usually weak and fleeting, like a long but limited gentle rain. The blessings generated by talented students would be purer and more lasting, like the warm sun of a spring day that feels comforting. But the scale and quality of the current blessing had completely surpassed all his past experiences. Such purity, it's likely only a treasure-level genius could produce this. Shock flashed in his eyes, and he began searching his mind for possible sources. Within the Crystal Tower, the young wizards rated as treasure level were few and far between, and most of them had clear mentorship relationships. The one capable of generating such a strong blessing response at this time and place was very likely only one person. Frederick's eyes widened. This guess made him feel both excited and perplexed. If it were indeed that young genius undergoing deep study somewhere, what a fortune it would be for the teacher receiving such feedback. But what intrigued him more was what kind of knowledge imparted could provoke such a strong reaction. Such a level of blessing feedback usually only appears when a student makes a significant breakthrough or profound understanding. A bold idea emerged in Frederick's mind. That pure energy was slowly nourishing his spiritual core, clearing away the minor pollution accumulated over the years, and even making his thinking sharper. This effect was not just a simple blessing, but rather near miraculous spiritual purification. I must find a way to grasp this opportunity. Fierce impulses arose in Frederick's heart. Reason told him to remain calm, but his inner desire burned like a flame. As a scholar who had toiled in the field of enchantment for most of his life, he was all too aware of the preciousness of such an opportunity. If he could establish a mentor-student relationship with that genius, not only would he receive an endless stream of blessing feedback, but more importantly, he would gain a true sense of accomplishment in academia. Moreover, in the upcoming wave of reform, a mentor with a treasure-level student would undoubtedly gain higher status and better treatment. But he already has so many excellent mentors and guides. The harshness of reality quickly extinguished the fire in Frederick's heart. With Ron's current status and achievements, how easy would it be to approach and establish a mentor-student relationship with him? Furthermore, the other party might only be studying enchantment out of interest rather than genuine professional need. However, there might still be a chance. Frederick recalled a brief encounter, remembering the young man's humble and focused attitude. Unlike some arrogant geniuses, Ron impressed people as sincere and eager for knowledge. Such a person might indeed be interested in in-depth academic exchanges. I should be more proactive and at least try to create more opportunities for interaction. With this in mind, Frederick began formulating a plan in his heart. Perhaps he could create more chances to interact with that genius through academic lectures or seminars. Alternatively, he could prepare some truly valuable enchantment materials as an icebreaker for exchange. He believed that with his decades of accumulation in the field of enchantment, he could surely offer something of interest to the other party. At least give it a try. Frederick took a deep breath, feeling the warm power brought by the blessing within him. The sensation was like encountering sweet dew after a long drought, reigniting his passion for teaching and academia. Perhaps the god of fate was opening a new door for him, offering him the chance for a true breakthrough and achievement in the latter part of his career. The key to it all was the young genius named Ron Ralph. The key to it all was the young genius named Ron Ralph. No, I must go back immediately. Frederick took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He hurriedly gathered a few of his most important personal items, not even bothering to pack his teaching tools, and rushed towards the door. Frederick almost stumbled out of the classroom. The overwhelming favor made his steps somewhat unsteady. In his haste, he even forgot to take his teaching tools from the servant demonic puppet, only focusing on quickly walking towards the teacher's residence area in the east wing. Behind him, the silver servant puppet stood motionless, its crystal eyes flickering with a confused glow. It mechanically scanned the surroundings, confirmed that the person had indeed left, and began silently tidying up the various teaching tools scattered on the podium. Rune pen, energy guidance stone, half-finished demonstration enchantment tools. Each item was carefully classified and organized. As a common demonic puppet of the Crystal Tower, it was long accustomed to various sudden situations, including occasional faux pas by the teachers. Teachers' personal items sorted, ready for delivery service. The puppet emitted a monotonous mechanical sound, while inscribing a note on the internal record board. Frederick Levin, lecturer, East Wing Teachers Residence B47 room, delivery fee, 3 magic stone fragments. Meanwhile, Frederick had already rushed into his residence. He didn't even have time to take off his robe and directly lunged towards the filing cabinet in the study. There must be something that this genius needs," he muttered as he frantically rummaged through his collection from years past. As a seasoned enchanter, his collection, while not top tier, had many unique items. Ancient rune books, rare enchantment material recipes, and even a few enchantment tools he had made by hand. But for a genius like Ron, these were probably too ordinary. "No, these are too basic." Frederick anxiously scratched his graying hair, sweat beading on his forehead. The favor's impact still reverberated inside him. That pure energy made his thoughts exceptionally clear. It was precisely this clarity that deepened his realization of the rarity of such an opportunity. "What do I have that he needs?" Frederick scratched his head in frustration, feeling like a merchant trying to approach nobility without a key to open the door. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind: Elliot Wando. This young wizard from the Storm clan not only had direct contact with Ron. More importantly, he possessed the extremely rare perception talent named Wind of Listening. If anyone could understand Ron's specific needs, it would certainly be him. Frederick quickly headed to the communication crystal to contact this distant nephew. When the crystal lit up, Elliot's handsome face appeared in the projection. His unusually large ears were especially noticeable. Under the light, "Uncle Frederick, contacting me so late, is there something urgent?" Elliot asked with confusion, the blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Elliot, I need your help." Frederick spoke directly, without any pleasantries. "Regarding Ron Ralph, I want to know some personal details." Upon hearing this name, Elliot's expression immediately turned serious. He gently turned his head, those large ears slightly quivering, seeming to perceive some subtle information. Elliot thoughtfully repeated the name. "Uncle, why the sudden interest in him? This isn't like you at all. I have reason to believe that he may have a deep interest in enchantment." Frederick's tone was extraordinarily serious. "If academic collaboration can be established, this would be extremely important to me." Elliot gained some understanding. He certainly understood what having the support of a treasure-level student meant in the upcoming school reform. He nodded, those large ears slightly trembled again. "Based on the information I've perceived through Wind of Listening, Ron Ralph is indeed a versatile scholar. Besides known specialties like magic potion making and bloodline modulation, he seems to have considerable research in chivalric cultivation as well." Chivalric cultivation. Frederick's eyes lit up, seeing an opportunity with this information. Elliot explained in detail. "During the trials at the bloodline altar, I witnessed his astonishing physical combat abilities. Furthermore, from my observation, he seems to have mastered a unique breathing technique that can significantly enhance physical qualities." He paused momentarily, his eyes flashed with a trace of amazement. "This is extremely rare among official wizards, who typically focus on enhancing spiritual power, with few willing to invest much effort into physical fortification." Upon hearing this information, Frederick's heart raced again. He recalled the precious items in his collection room, various high-level enchantment plans for weapons and armor, and some special runes specifically targeting physical enhancement. "Elliot, I owe you a big favor," Frederick sincerely said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "This information is too important for me." "Why be so formal among family?" Elliot smiled, waving his hand. "But I must remind you, despite Wizard Ralph's youth, he is said to be extremely shrewd. To establish a friendly relationship, you must genuinely offer something valuable." After ending the communication, Frederick immediately rushed to his private collection room. Enchantment of weapons and armor, physical enhancement runes, he muttered while carefully opening a secret compartment. Inside, several ancient-looking boxes were neatly arranged, each emitting a faint wave of magic power. In the first box was a complete handwritten copy of the War Rune Enchantment Manual. He had purchased it at a high price from a traveling knight in his youth, documenting in detail how to engrave runes on weapons and armor to enhance physical attack power. The second box contained several yellowed parchments, adorned with complex human meridian diagrams. These were research notes on physical enhancement runes, capable of temporarily boosting the user's physical attributes through special rune combinations. Frederick took out the third box, which contained a fist-sized dark red crystal stone. This was a blood rune stone, a special material that could resonate with the user's blood, crucial for crafting advanced physical enhancement runes. These should be enough. He looked with satisfaction at the collection before him, and the anxiety in his heart finally subsided a bit. Although these items held limited value for a pure wizard, for someone also pursuing the way of the night, they were priceless treasures. In a few days, once his classes are over, Frederick began planning the details of his visit in his mind. The timing, the phrasing, the manner of presenting gifts, every detail had to be thoroughly considered. This might be the most important opportunity in his professional career. There could be no room for error. Meanwhile, in the upscale residential area, not far from the teaching district, Ron was sitting alone in his private research room, feeling the dramatic transformation in his internal knowledge structure. The breakthrough he just experienced was like a person groping in the dark for a long time and suddenly pushing open a door, instantly illuminating the world before his eyes. Rune Magic Beginner, Experience Points +1. Breakthrough Rune Magic, Beginner 50/50, Right Arrow Rune Magic, Proficient 1/100. Gained additional trait Deconstruction. Deconstruction, improved efficiency in designing and improving rune arrays. The intense pleasure from this breakthrough was so strong that Ron felt his entire mental structure undergoing subtle reorganization. The previously obscure and incomprehensible rune theories now appeared as clear as crystal before his eyes. The energy flow of each rune, the deeper meaning of each line, all became crystal clear. No wonder it's a notch above magic potion making, bloodline modulation, and alchemy. Ron murmured, recalling the grueling learning process during this period. The complexity of rune magic far exceeded his expectations, requiring not only a deep understanding of energy conduction theory, but also demanding exceptional spatial imagination and logical reasoning skills. Each rune was a complex network of energy conduction, with any slight error leading to the collapse of the entire system. Moreover, the interactions between runes were ever-changing, requiring consideration of countless possible combinations and conflicts. In the past few months, he had spent hours daily studying various rune texts, practicing basic rune depictions, and analyzing different rune system design logics. Countless failures and setbacks, countless late nights of arduous study, finally led to today's qualitative leap. But this arduous process, in turn, makes the sense of achievement upon successful breakthrough even stronger. Ron contentedly savored the newly acquired deconstruction trait. This ability allowed him to fundamentally understand the operational mechanisms of any rune, no longer mechanically copying, but truly mastering the core principles of rune design. More importantly, he could feel that, although the professional panel provided him with various learning enhancements, the entire learning and research process was completed step by himself. Each grasp of knowledge, every skill breakthrough, was the result of his dedicated time and effort. This genuine sense of growth makes me realize that all my current achievements are not superficial enhancements, but real accumulation. He checked the experience progression of enchantment technique. Current progress, enchantment technique, beginner 46/50. He was less than a week away from a breakthrough, at which point he could officially change profession to enchanter, embarking on a new developmental path. The fusion of 3-in-1 magic potion making, alchemy, and enchantment would soon be within reach. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. On the other side of the research room, a new household member was quietly observing all this. Ink, the autophagic slime monster personally cultivated by Ron, was currently curled up in a specially made crystal container. Its appearance resembled a mass of deep black gelatinous substance, its surface covered with dense silver patterns, emitting a faint energy fluctuation. Although it appeared calm, the internal structure of Ink was extremely complex, possessing powerful bloodline analysis, energy conversion, and morphological adaptability capabilities. Status stable. All indicators are within normal range. Ron satisfactorily checked all the vital signs of ink, confirming that the meticulous care during this period had not been in vain. This life, created by his own hands, had completely adapted to a new form of existence and had exhibited an intelligence level beyond expectations. Now we can proceed with more complex bloodline modulation experiments. He turned his gaze to the special crystal pool in the depths of the room, which was Dale's dwelling. The recent condition of the little sea siren was a cause for concern for everyone. Since the last incident of itchy scale, she began entering a peculiar semi-sleep state. Most of her day is spent curled up at the bottom of the pool, only occasionally surfacing for a breath of air. Master Dale's vital signs remained stable. Elan's voice came from beside him, with green tendrils gently brushing the pool's surface. Moreover, I can sense the energy within her body constantly increasing. This should be normal growth and transformation. Ron nodded, activating extraordinary recognition skills to carefully observe Dale's condition. In his special view, the little sea siren's body was undergoing a deep structural reorganization. The original juvenile traits were gradually disappearing, replaced by a more mature and powerful life form. She's transitioning from juvenile to mature phase, a key developmental stage for the sea siren species. During this process, her bloodline will be fully activated. But this transformation requires sleep to complete. Forcibly interrupting it might cause irreversible damage. He recalled related records seen in ancient texts. The growth pattern of the sea siren species is utterly different from humans. They enter transformative sleep at specific stages, restructuring their bodies to achieve a leap in life level. This process might last several weeks or even months, during which there must be no external interference. However, since her condition is stable, it's a good opportunity for bloodline optimization. Ron took out an exquisite crystal bottle containing bloodline essence extracted from a harpy. These materials had been stored in his laboratory for several months, and after special processing, the ancient siren bloodline factors within still held their activity. Though harpies are descended from the fallen sirens, traces of wind element affinity remain in their bloodline. He carefully analyzed the materials in hand. If these traits can be integrated into Dale's bloodline, she can simultaneously master both water element and wind element capabilities. This bloodline fusion is extremely complex, requiring precise calculations of compatibility between different bloodline factors. Any minute deviation might result in bloodline conflicts. But with ink as the perfect auxiliary tool, the success rate would greatly increase. Begin bloodline modulation experiment. Ron activated all protective measures in the lab, then cautiously extracted ink from its container. The slime monster immediately sensed the master's intention. Its body shifted, transforming into a semi-transparent operating platform. The following process was exceptionally meticulous. Ron first collected a small blood sample from Dale, and through ink's analytical ability, detailed deconstruction of her bloodline structure was performed. The little sea siren's bloodline purity was quite high, with almost no impurities, providing an ideal basis for subsequent fusion. Then he began processing the harpy's bloodline essence. This essence was mixed with numerous negative factors such as brutality, chaos, and corruption, which must all be removed, leaving only pure wind element affinity. Ink displayed amazing separation capabilities, functioning like a precise filter to remove harmful components one by one. The entire process lasted 3 hours, during which Ron needed to constantly adjust various parameters to ensure the bloodline factor's activity wasn't lost from excessive processing. When the last drop of pure wind element bloodline essence was separated, the air within the lab seemed to become fresher. Next is the most critical fusion stage. Ron took a deep breath and cautiously injected the processed bloodline essence into Dale's pool. Pale purple liquid gradually spread in the water, forming beautiful spiral patterns. Dale seemed to sense this change, gently wagging her tail in her sleep, with silver scales faintly glowing. As the bloodline essence permeated, faint green patterns emerged on her body surface. That was the sign of wind element affinity awakening. It seems to be going smoothly. Alan observed all this from the side, speaking with satisfaction. Her energy fluctuations have become more harmonious. The forces of water element and wind element are perfectly merging. Ron nodded, but continued to maintain high vigilance. The success of bloodline modulation often isn't confirmed until the last moment. Any slight rejection reaction might lead to complete failure. Fortunately, Dale's adaptability exceeded expectations. After a few hours of observation, her various vital signs remained within normal ranges, with new bloodline traits gradually merging with the original structure. Ron sighed in relief, feeling the faint favor feedback from Dale. Though the quantity wasn't large, the purity of such quality proved the success of this bloodline modulation. Once she completes the transformation awakening, she should be able to master basic wind element manipulation abilities. He contentedly recorded the experiment's data, marveling at Ink's bloodline analytical capabilities. With this perfect assistant, his bloodline modulation research would reach new heights. The success of bloodline modulation reminded Ron of another issue. He currently faced the further development of Chimera bloodline. As the cultivation of the crown breathing technique deepened the red blood flying dragon, this golden ring level sub-dragon bloodline had begun to seem inadequate. To break through to the final stage of the breathing technique, he needed higher level bloodline support. The legend of the Monarch Knight. Ron recalled related records seen in ancient texts. The legends of the Monarch Knights are extremely vague. But one thing is clear. They all possess power far beyond that of regular bloodline knights, even able to rival an official wizard. Ron slowly rose and walked toward the special safe deep in the laboratory, sealed by a triple rune lock. His fingers lightly touched the lock core, inputting spiritual power at a specific frequency. Accompanied by a low humming sound, the heavy alloy door slid open silently. Inside, neatly arranged, were the manuscript of the crown breathing technique, obtained from Andre, and the remnants of the ancestral puppet, now exhausted. Although most of the sun essence had been absorbed and transformed by him, these fragments still contained faint historical imprints. Like ancient insects frozen in amber, the development of the red blood flying dragon bloodline has reached its limit. Ron examined the golden fragments in his hand, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Ever since completing the incomplete Sun's protection and acquiring the special talent, Sun Incarnation, he had been attempting to further develop Andre's red blood flying dragon bloodline. But no matter how hard he tried, the skill bloodline activation was stuck at a bottleneck. The root of the problem was clear: the red blood flying dragon, with its golden ring level sub-dragon bloodline, was no longer sufficient to meet his breakthrough needs in the final stage of the crown breathing technique. It's like trying to store a great river in a small cup. The limitation of the container becomes an insurmountable obstacle. It's time for an in-depth historical recall. He carefully arranged the fragments on a special observation platform, each piece emitting faint energy fluctuations, like a candle about to go out. After months of cultivation, his historical research skills were quite refined. The sensing power trait provided him with more precise historical information capture. But the more significant change was his breakthrough in rune magic. Ron activated extraordinary recognition, combining newly acquired rune magic knowledge, and began carving isolation runes around the observation platform. Compared to the previous crude and simple protections, this time the rune array was astonishingly precise. His engraver wandered over the special silver surface, each rune line emitting precise and stable energy fluctuations. The deconstruction trait allows him to fundamentally understand the mechanism of each rune's function, no longer mechanically copying, but making real-time adjustments and optimizations based on specific needs. Energy shield rune, spiritual interference barrier, reverse tracking misleading array. Layer upon layer of protective networks were meticulously woven, forming an almost perfect isolation system. The defense array with this level of precision is at least several grades higher than before. Ron contentedly examined his masterpiece, his fingertips lightly touching each rune node, feeling the complex energy flow within. Unlike last time when there was no protection, even if hounds followed the scent, these runes would mislead them and prevent them from easily locating my real position. Taking a deep breath, He placed his hands gently on the puppet fragments. This time he was particularly cautious, his spiritual power probing like tentative tendrils, only roaming the surface of historical imprints, avoiding those that could bring dangerous deep-level information. Historical images within the fragments were layered like geological strata, recording segments from different periods. Ron's consciousness carefully searched for information related to the dragon bloodline, like seeking a particular book in a vast library. What first came into view was an unsettling ancient landscape. This was the land at the beginning of the Second Era. The sky was not the usual blue, but a sickening deep purple, viscous like congealed blood. The land was scattered with countless, bizarre architectural ruins. These structures defied all known architectural principles, resembling more the organs of some giant creature. The air was filled with a disturbing energy fluctuation, as if the whole world was subtly undulating, breathing. Suddenly, the sky was torn open by a massive rift. It was not simply a spatial fracture, but reality itself being forcibly torn apart by some unfathomable force. From the depths of the rift emerged innumerable large and eerie figures. These were the original dragon species. Yet their forms were starkly different from any traditional mythical dragons. Some dragon species had bodies with semi-transparent crystal textures, internally flowing with the light of star rivers, yet the lig harbored a disturbing rhythm like living blood. Vessels. Others were entirely composed of pure energy, constantly shifting shapes in the air, each transformation accompanied by a slight distortion of reality. Some possessed multiple heads, each representing different elemental attributes, but their eyes lacked wisdom, filled only with a primal and maddening hunger. What shocked Ron most were those beings at the Dragon King level. The image flashed with a blurry, enormous outline. That Dragon King's size was indeed like a small planet, and a single breath could cause a continent-wide climate shift. Its very existence was twisting the surrounding space, time making the entire area display a nightmare-like distortion effect. Even more terrifying was the deep-seated sense of dislocation emitted by these dragon species. As if liquid forcibly stuffed into an incorrect container, their mere existence conflicted with the basic laws of this world.